This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
Forces within the White House. I don't know if you guys saw, Trump gets on TV this morning, he goes, oh, American patriots are gonna die. Oh, and that's okay. That's okay because the children of the Epstein class won't be the people going out to fight and die so that we can get regime change in Iran. It won't be the bankers on Wall Street who go out and fight and die. It won't be the politicians in the White House or in Congress. It won't be any of the elites who are holding our country hostage in a war that does not benefit the American people. The American people do not want a war. 80% of the American people are opposed to this war. American soldiers do not want to fight the Iranian people.
We have no democracy anymore. We have no constitution, and we need to take back our republic. Otherwise, there will be increasing wars, unstopped wars.
It's absolutely disgraceful. Not one American serviceman should die for Israel's war in the Middle East. Not one American serviceman should come home in a body bag, and our servicemen do not want to fight. On the aircraft carriers that they have parked outside of Iran, you have thousands of American servicemen intentionally clogging the toilets and trying to flood the aircraft carrier because they know that the Iranian people are not their enemy. They know that Wall Street is their enemy. The most anti-war people in this country are our servicemen. And why? Because they're actually the people that are going over there to fight.
Enough war! You were lied to about Iraq. You were lied to about Afghanistan. You were lied to about every war that has ever been fought in this country. Enough wars for nothing. Bring our troops home, protect the United States, clean up this country, put them to work.
Hey, CPI is out here on the streets of Portland, Oregon to say no war with Iran.
We need peace now. Iran did not attack us. Iran actually doesn't want nuclear weapons, but they have a right to develop nuclear power as any country has.
We should not start a war in Iran. Let Trump figure that out. This isn't our war. Our war is in the USA where we got to worry about our own people. He is putting Americans last. He's Israel first. Trump is for Israel, you guys.
Oh, hey, Tony, what's going on? What's going on? We got war with Iran. Hennepin County Medical Center, the biggest hospital in Minneapolis, is going to close this summer. Why? Because we got money for war, and we got money for ICE. We're killing American citizens. Her name's Paul Good, Alex Preddy. We got money for war. Iran is not our enemy. Epstein and the Israel lobby are the enemy. No war for bail. Iran is not our enemy.
All right. I'll start off by saying that I do not speak for everyone here. These opinions are my own. But I want to say I do think it is wrong that the military murdered Ayatollah Khamenei. He was a strong leader who protected religious freedom in Iran. He protected Christians, protected Muslims, protected Jews. He had provided good healthcare and education for people, and so I think it's wrong to go kill leaders, especially good ones.
Well, I'm at a major intersection in St. Louis, trying to let people know that Iran is not our enemy. I've received a lot of positive feedback from people, but we all need to get out of our comfort zones and get into the streets and protest this insidious war.
Why are you here protesting today?
Oh, hi. Thanks for asking. I'm here because of what's happening with the U.S. agreeing to bomb Iran with Israel. This is not what the people want. 80% of the American people are pissed off about this.
The world is watching us because we are in the belly of the beast, but we are the heart of free speech. And that is why I'm able to get up here and say, free the world from tyranny.
Affordability. That's one of the huge issues in America right now. People can't pay rent, can't buy a house, can't afford their car, can't afford car insurance, food, you name it. And fighting Iran isn't going to help that. In fact, it's going to hurt it because you're going to see
the land, the ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with our ballot in our hands? God gave the land to the people. For freedom, boys, and send it far and wide. March along to victory, for God is on our side. While the voice of nature thunders o'er the rising tide, God gave the land for the people. The land was God who made the land. The ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. Hark, the shout is swelling from the east and from the west. Why should we beg work and let the landlords take the best? Make them pay their taxes or the land will respect the rest. The land was meant for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. The banner has been raised on high to face the battle din. The army now is marching on the struggle to begin. We'll never cease our efforts till the victory we win. And the land is free for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. Clear the way to liberty, the land must all be free. Britons will not falter and the smart fighting person speaks. Still the flag we love so well shall wave from sea to sea. For the land that is free for the people. The land was God who gave the land. The ground on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with a ballot in our hand? God gave the land to the people. Yeah!
Thank you, Caleb. I've known Caleb since 2007 when he was right out of high school. Wow. And we were in the same movement, the same political movement. And we immediately had a bond because out of all the young people there, Caleb had the strongest revolutionary spirit. And when the conference was over and it was time to go home, a lot of people was like, oh, let's go party. And Caleb at the party was like, did you see what was on the news the other day? And he was like, and everybody's like, "You're still talking politics?" And he's like, "Well, what did we come here for?" And I saw it in Caleb. He's super genuine. He's a real deal. He's the real deal. And all of our old friends from the past that have come to me with criticism about Caleb, I said, look, Caleb is the next Lenin. Caleb is, he reads, he studies, he does the research. When a lot of people want to be right, they want to discuss, they want to argue with you, and they want to be right, but they don't want to read. Right. They don't want to do the research. They don't have time for that, but they want to be right. See, here's someone who's right, not because of his ego, but because he knows what he's talking about. And it's not a big mystery. The books are there, the classics are there. History is there. You just have to go, study, research, understand it, and that way you can talk about it with clarity and be able to convince people politically that what you're saying is the right path. I started my political life as a socialist. When I was around 15 years old, I joined a youth organization of a socialist party in the United States, the Socialist Workers' Party. And politically, I've evolved, and I've been a member of different socialist and communist parties throughout my life. But in my life, what inspired me the most was the Cuban Revolution, because it was the country of my parents, and my curiosity of wanting to know about my roots led me to learn the history of Cuba and all of that. And as I learned about the history of Cuba, you're obligated to learn about different places because it's all intermixed. The Cubans learned that they had to make a revolution. There was no other choice from the coup in Guatemala of Jacobo Arbenz, from the coup in Iran of Mohammad Mossadegh. They knew that just voting in, there was no possibility, because Fidel Castro was a candidate under the Ortodoxo Party when Batista suspended the Constitution and made a coup and established a dictatorship in Cuba. There was no other choice. That young generation of college students, of trade unionists, of workers and farmers, led by Fidel, made a revolution that overthrew this fascist dictatorship and opened the way in Latin America towards something new, towards changing the relationships of exploitation, changing property relations, where it is possible to create free healthcare for people. It is possible to create education for people. And it was done by the hand of the people. Cuba's a very poor country. The United States is a very rich country. How could a poor country like Cuba guarantee each of its citizens preventative health care? It's because it's cheaper to prevent the disease than to cure people after they're already sick. Because health care and your health is not a business. How could human lives be a business? How can they deal with human lives? This is why so many people identified with Luigi. And so many people are sick and tired of this healthcare system. When their doctor says they need an operation, but their insurance agent who doesn't know any medicine says, no, he can't have it. Who is that? Who is that person? Where does he get the authority? This is capitalism. It's savage capitalism. And I was also inspired by the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela. And the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela showed that they tried to make a change through elections, through peaceful means, and they went out and they organized the people. And what all communists are afraid of is of the counter-revolution. It happened in Venezuela. The bourgeoisie, they said, no, those mild reforms that you're doing are too much for us. So we're gonna rise up against you, make a coup, and overthrow you. And they arrested Hugo Chavez in April 2003, and they took him away. And what happened? The masses of people came out and demanded that Hugo Chavez be brought back. And they stormed the Capitol. And if you see the images, those elite rich bourgeoisie, they went running to Miami. So then they were able to make the changes, and they were able to, the people who participated in the illegal coup against the constitutionally elected president were taken out of the scene, thanks to that they had revealed themselves. They played their cards and they lost. But now they haven't been able to defeat the Bolivarian revolution electorally. So what did they do? They killed Hugo Chavez. Hugo Chavez died of cancer, a very aggressive form of cancer that even Dr. Paul Farmer from Doctors Without Borders said, we have never seen a cancer like this. And that the time Hugo Chavez got cancer, it was just a coincidence. But over 7 heads of state in South America all had this very aggressive form of cancer. The president of Argentina died. And then his wife, Cristina Kirchner, was elected president. The president of Paraguay was very sick with cancer, Fernando Lugo. Hugo Chavez died. It was a revolutionary leader of Haiti, Father Jean Just, who was Aristide's right-hand man, who was going to run in the elections, also died from this very aggressive form of cancer. But the death of Hugo Chavez did not stop the Bolivarian Revolution. And Hugo Chavez, before he passed, made sure that he said, if anyone asks me, Nicolas Maduro should, I would like for you to elect Nicolas Maduro as the next president if anything were to happen to me. And I just want it to be known as clear as day that my choice for the next president, if something were to happen to me, is Nicolas Maduro. And that's only, it's appalling. It's appalling. And I just say, wow, Nicolas Maduro and his wife didn't deserve that treatment that they got. And the way that they broke her ribs and just disfigured her face for no reason. This woman who's she's in her late 60s. Or her early 60s, I'm sorry. There was no need for none of that. So if I could, my message to you guys is, we're never going to be able to make any change here in the United States if change is not even allowed anywhere else. And in fact, those places that have made those changes, we have to study them to see how they did it and how they achieved what they achieved. And somehow we can try to implement that here in the United States. But I agree 1,000,000% with Caleb, and I really hope this project is what will make it happen. We definitely need a government of action for the people. We definitely need to bring peace to this world. I would hate it. Right now we're having a great time here in this hotel, and we had a great dinner. But imagine if an irresponsible president like Donald Trump did one of those insane actions around the world, and then bombs began dropping here. And then we don't have electricity. There's no water. You can't go to Walmart. Now you're living the most uncomfortable life. You think they care about you? They want to unleash a pandemic. They want to kill you all. If they start bombing here, That's great for them. Oh, good. We'll get rid of it. We'll call the population. They don't care. They don't care about the American people. They don't care about being irresponsible and doing some crazy action that will have a reaction here in the United States. I want to be able to go to work, come back, live my life. I don't want to live in a war zone. I don't want to live, where there's no electricity, no running water, everyone's desperate, everyone's hungry, no gasoline, no nothing, bombs are falling, buildings are all destroyed, no housing. That can happen here. Be clear of that. Venezuela, if they wanted to, those people are such beautiful people. If they wanted to, the mass bombings Venezuela could unleash in the United States in all the major cities, it's beyond their control. Venezuela has been since 2003 has been preparing for this, but they don't want a war. They just want to live in peace. We all want to live in peace, but these elites, they have their bunkers, they have their places where they can go hide and stuff like that. So we have to outsmart them. We have to outsmart them. We must bring peace to the world. We have to respect our differences, respect our cultures, and it's not going to happen with a president who says that he grabs women by the what, who says that immigrants are rapists. If we don't make a change, we are headed towards very dark places. I think none of us want to live that, and we need to get these irresponsible people out of power. And that's my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you.
At the academic agency, buy it now, Trivium, many other courses available. So where do you want to start? I mean, before we even get into Chomsky, the Epstein files, obviously a huge story. In recent weeks and months, think that unfortunately MAGA has been in the process of, I see it in terms of the iron law of oligarchy, in terms of what was authentic and dissident and radical and exciting about MAGA has started to drain, as it seems like, a movement that was predicated on draining the swamp is kind of in the process of becoming, or now is, just like defense for all of this. But yeah, how has it been playing out there? On the right, on the left, people care. In this country, they're trying to say that Epstein was a Russian agent, as we're recording this.
Well, I do think that there's a layer of people in America that you can call the dissident MAGA, the people that were in the Trump camp but are disgusted by his foreign policy, that are fans of Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. They are the most important constituency in America right now. I've just gotten back, just last night from Minneapolis, and I'll tell you, the left is lost. The organized political left is completely controlled. And a lot of the MAGA elements that are just kind of cheering for the ICE raids and all of that are completely controlled. But there is a very significant, and I'm convinced it's pretty big. I think Elon Musk has got a lot of bots on Twitter trying to make it look otherwise. But I think it's a very big percentage of Trump supporters that are not on board with his foreign policy, that are opposing Israel. And Epstein is really a line for them. And that's who I would like to reach out to. I think that they are the future, the dissident MAGA, because at this point, Trump has really just betrayed everything he promised, to protect free speech. Well, not if you disagree with Israel, to end foreign war as well. He's threatening Iran, kidnapping the leader of Venezuela. And I think that layer is really important. I got to tell you, I was in Minneapolis, and it's apparent to me that there's some kind of intelligence operation, that Somalia is a really, really geostrategic country. It's on the Horn of Africa, right across the ocean from Yemen. China's only overseas military bases in Djibouti, which is right on the Horn of Africa as well. And it over the past 10 years, one particular state, Minnesota, has just brought in over 80,000 residents, people from Somalia. And they've gone to Minnesota, and it appears they were funneling huge amounts of money, about $9 billion, a lot of it back to Somalia. And I look at this and I see intelligence, and it looks like Trump has sent ICE out there, and they're supposed to be enforcing immigration laws and going after criminals, but they're there to kind of make people miserable in the area where this Somali population is concentrated. And the Democratic machine has mobilized its base to protect the Somalis there and to set up. I mean, they have kind of a police state of their own. I mean, just being out there and reporting was a nightmare. You'd set up on the corner and I'd start filming my stand up, and one of these people would run over. Are you a conservative? Are you Fox News? And then if you didn't give them the right answer, they'd start blowing their whistle and making a scene and chase you out of there. I mean, it was frightening. And this is deep state on deep state stuff, if there ever has been. And we need to put the Epstein files release in that context. There's a fight within the American ruling elite. You know, my whole thing about what is a counter gang and Bonapartism and all of this. The American intelligence apparatus, the American deep state, is at war with itself right now. They have conflicting agendas. And amid all of this, we need to find out how we can build a movement to actually work in the interests of the working families of America against the globalist imperialist system. And if we see an opening, we got to take it. But it's not easy. And I mean, I think this Minneapolis stuff, I was just there for a week and a half. There's no opening for, I mean, it's a lose-lose, right? I mean, ICE is certainly not what anyone who's opposing the police state and wants freedom wants. But at the same time, the people opposing ICE are very, very controlled. And it's like they're defending intelligence. They're defending imperialism. They're defending some kind of U.S. imperialist operation in Somalia. And it's complicated, but it's a mess, and it's kind of a lose-lose.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I've been wanting to do is that in this moment where you say, you know, both sides are controlled, is, you know, I've been saying recently I'm sensible center left. But part of the reason for that is because I think the future, Caleb, for any positive change is going to have to come at something like this intersection. You know, on the broadest level, it's the intersection between, I don't know, like Tucker Carlson and a pro-Palestinian activist or something like this. Like this, you know, people who see the regime for what it is and have actually got into a space somehow beyond traditional blue hat, red hat, or left versus right politics, which I see. I mean, I've just written an article called Activating Agent Smith, which was, you know, written 1 week after an article called Escaping the Slop Right Matrix. But at the end of that, I said, look, imagine a person, imagine a man who's bringing on this performance. He's got a sock puppet on one hand and a sock puppet on the other hand. And then in the performance, he gets the right hand to attack the left hand. Okay. And it's like these people are asking me to cheer on this sock puppet. And I'm saying, look, it's a bloke attacking his own hand with a sock. You know, that has to be our reaction. And there are people, Caleb, who get that, leftists who get it, and rightists who get it. And there are people who just cannot get that. And what I would like to see is a coalition or some sort of thing to emerge from those people who get it. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting, you know, during the Palestine upsurge, I went to many of those rallies to cover them, you know, for international media and such. The obvious message of the Palestine movement should have been, why are we spending billions of dollars to aid this country called Israel when our bridges are falling apart? You know, the bridge that collapsed, the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Maryland. I mean, when we can't purify our own water, when our bridges are falling apart, when our education system is a wreck, why are we spending billions of dollars on this foreign country that is committing crimes against humanity in the Middle East, right? That should have been the message. But that wasn't the message. The Palestine rallies were completely wokeified. Their message was more or less, America is an evil, racist country full of evil, racist white people, just like Israel. Fuck you. That was their message, you know, and it was, you know, the drums and the faces covered up and this foreign flag everywhere. And to everyone who wasn't part of like kind of leftism, it just looked like a hostile, angry foreign mob. And I think that was done intentionally. And I think that the Palestine rallies were intentionally done in a way to alienate them from the American people. Why not just frame it that way? Why does the American government give billions of dollars to Israel and they give their people free health care, and we can't have health care over here for our own people, right? I mean, it's just pretty obvious. But rather than framing it that way, it was like the Palestine rallies were done in a way that was almost like designed to push Trump supporters to support Israel. It was, you know, I know the Answer Coalition is very, very well funded by a billionaire named Roy Singham, who I guess is pro-China, and he arranged for billions of dollars to go into the Answer Coalition and the People's Forum so that they could run these rallies. And I also know that the bigger section of the pro-Palestine protest was run by Jewish Voices for Peace. And they were the ones that did these very dramatic things, like they went into Trump Tower and got arrested. They went into the U.S. Congress, and it was arranged for them to go into the Congress and get arrested. And Jewish Voices for Peace is a wing of Democratic Socialists of America, and that's been, you know, CIA for a long time. And look, at the end of the day, and this is...
Long live Iran! Long live Iran! Long live Iran! We'll be free.
Now, today is called the Day of Al-Quds, and it was originally called by Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Quds is the Islamic name for Jerusalem, and this was a day called where Muslims of the world would take to the streets to oppose Israel and support the Palestinians. Now, this year it has a particular significance because Iran is being attacked by the United States, and Iran is the originator of the call for the last Friday of the Islamic month of Ramadan to be called the Day of Al-Quds.
A thorn in the imperialist plan. Democrat, Republican, what difference does it make? Democrat, Republican, what difference does it make?
What brings you out here today?
Oppose the Israeli genocide and U.S. war against Iran, which is fundamentally illegal, and it's quite criminal, and it's creating an economic crisis in this country that's unjust, and we need to change that right now. We need to demonstrate and protest, and we need to oppose any more interventions and possibilities of a draft and no military interventions.
It's destructive for Iran, it's destructive for America, it's destructive for the whole region. It's a waste of our tax money. It's harming our people.
Why do you think Trump is attacking Iran?
America appears to be occupied just like Palestine. So this is apparently the reason is, or perhaps he's being blackmailed.
Why do you think Trump is attacking Iran?
Great questions that might be above me. There are probably some obvious reasons. I know social media has a lot to say. I know there are various reasons. I'm sure none of them are great reasons. Violence is a terrible thing, and we don't need it. So that would be my answer.
Is Trump attacking Iran?
Obviously, it's for the interest of Israel, number one, and its Greater Israel Project. And also, they want to control the oil resources, which I think is a major factor in driving this policy, which doesn't make any sense because they end up having no oil whatsoever.
Because these wars are leading America down the tubes. America cannot go on forever. Every empire has fallen. And what you're seeing is the beginning. And the empire cannot hold with these wars. They're going to get more hate. The world doesn't want more wars.
To show our solidarity with the Palestinians who are, and the Iranians and the Lebanese who are being subjected to a horrific genocide by the hands of the Israeli Zionists. The Israelis do not speak in our name. This is horrific, and we shall stand with all the people being persecuted by the Zionist terrorists.
Because Israel wants to expand and constantly expand because they are not happy and satisfied with the illegal settlements that they have. Now they want constant expansion and take over all the Middle East.
We've got young men and young women who signed up to go to college, signed up to the army to try to get their college paid for, and now they're being forced to fight in a war that's not going to benefit them, it's not going to benefit us, it's not going to benefit anyone. It's just a horrible waste of humanity, to be honest.
Because they want to control the whole Middle East. As you can see, proxy wars are evil, but they don't care. They want to control the Middle East, all right? And it's going to bring a lot of bloodshed, a lot of killings, and a lot of innocent people are going to perish.
We are standing here a day, Quds Day, when millions of people are coming out every year to protest the Zionist regime, the Zionist occupation, what they did to Palestine for 77 years. Now when we're standing amidst the new Zionist war on Iran, we as Jewish people are here to condemn this war, to condemn all the wars of the Zionist people. For 77 years the world is seeing bloodshed, non-stop bloodshed. Why? It's not because the differences of religion, it's because this brutal occupation for 77 years. The world should wake up and see that it's the Zionists who are a danger to the world society.
How is the Muslim American community being affected? Are they afraid of hate crimes and more violence because of this war?
Well, obviously that is a concern, that when there's a war, then there's opportunity for violence. There's going to be some people who they maybe do some like false flags and then try to blame the whole community. So it's obviously it's a dangerous situation for us there.
Trump promised no new wars, but yet he's started a new war with Iran.
Agreed, we're all seeing that, yes.
What do you make of that?
Why? I mean, there's, again, multiple reasons to cover things happening here, to further agendas that promote American colonialism, Western colonialism, all the things that we're already recognizing as terrible things, I think are motivating reasons to head towards that direction of war.
Their attack on Iran, they started with killing a religious leader. So this is the Rahbar, he's the leader of the Shia Muslim community. This is millions of people. This is a position which is, it's the closest you can say is like a pope. And to just kill that person and then you don't know what kind of destabilization effect that's going to have on the region, on the world. I don't know. The government just doesn't seem to be thinking through what they're doing.
Trump promised he was going to no new wars, he was going to create peace, but yet he's launched this new war. What do you make of that?
Well, obviously he lied, and he doesn't negotiate in good faith. He kills the people he negotiates with, which shows you the nature of our government. It's basically run by criminals and gangsters.
Why is Trump doing this?
We really don't know. Some people are saying to try to keep people busy because he's got other scandals. Some people say it's part of a wider scheme to try to hurt China. Some people say he's just doing it to try to, pay off his Miriam Edelson and his other things. I mean, it's really hard to tell.
So we are here to plead with the president not to believe Netanyahu. Netanyahu came 7 times to the White House. They're having the AIPAC lobby. The world should wake up and see that it's the AIPAC lobby who is responsible for this war and all the wars around the world.
I don't know what to say about Trump. He's the president of America. I live in America. I don't want to say anything bad against the nation or the leaders. We have to respect what's going on, but it's insane. This is not a way to peace.
And Trump promised no new wars, but yet he's launched a new war. It seems like an extreme war against Iran.
Well, like a liar, he is. He promised, and I didn't vote for him or the Democrats because I didn't want to support Biden either, because he was supporting the war against in Gaza. He was supporting Gaza genocide, so I didn't support him. But I didn't, Trump is say something and do totally opposite it.
How is it possible to be no new wars but be pro-Israel at the same time? That's an oxymoron. Yeah. Being pro-Israel means more wars for Israel.
He was negotiating, and then he attacked Iran in the middle of negotiating for the second time. He did the same thing 8 months ago, and now once again he did the same thing.
The swamp hasn't been drained. We're starting new wars. He didn't stop the war with Russia. We haven't. Prices haven't gone down. Taxes have gone up because tariffs are basically a tax. So it's been bad all around for us here at home.
Now, a small number of pro-Israeli demonstrators have also gathered, accusing those here gathered to support Iran of being terrorists. As you can see, there's been kind of a back and forth between the two crowds.
Every year, because we learned from our teacher, Maupin, the Hajj Malik survives.
to be on the Israeli side. I think the Israeli side is a just side. But, I think we could all get along there. But these guys here, they're celebrating a made-up holiday from 47 years ago, Al-Quds Day.
Okay.
And basically, they're, here to protest. I don't know what brings them here, specifically right before the Sabbath. Which is paramount to anything. Yes, sir, Rabbi?
It's Zionist propaganda who is responsible for 77 years of bloodshed. Zionist like he is responsible for 77 years of bloodshed. The rivers of bloodshed on account of Zionists. We lived in peace prior to the movement of Zionism.
That's not true, because I come from the Middle East, my friend. That's not true.
in 1929.
That's not true. 1929, my grandfather got thrown out of Hebron in 1929.
Rabbi Baruch Kaplan, 1929, he was at the Hebron massacre. He gave a speech that the Zionists was responsible for this bloodshed at Hebron massacre.
Oh, thank you. That's like a husband. That's like when Ike Turner used to beat up Tina Turner and says it's hurting me more than it hurt her.
It's Rabbi Baruch Kaplan, who was the founder of the Beis Yankov schools all around the world. He spoke at a speech that the Zionists are responsible for this
mythology. The Jews lived in harmony with Arabs when Arabs are under the Jewish rule there.
It's a fact. In Iran, in Iran, till today, the Jews live there in peace.
You think they're not scared shitless to live in Iran?
Till today,
they don't open their mouths. They can't talk. They live in peace.
I was at the synagogue in Iran.
We
visited the synagogues in Iran, not he. He believed the Zionist propaganda.
You know what? Let him go speak to Iranian Jews.
We visited.
Let him go speak to Iranian Jews.
This is what we did. This is what we did. This is what we did.
A Jew in Iran can't speak freely and say how things
This is
really
what
are.
we did. We lived.
That's not true.
We went to the synagogues in Iran. They live
Go to the
peace.
synagogues
They
in
practice
there.
their
They
religion.
can't talk.
They are protected by the government. There is no bloodshed.
A lot of anger on the streets of New York City as missiles are flying on the other side of the world.
Free, free Gaza! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Khaybar! Please help.
Free, free Gaza! Free, free Palestine! Hey Trump, what do you say?
So, thank you for that. So, before I introduce our keynote speaker, I'd like to touch a little bit on something that makes CPI really special as an organization, and that is that what we offer is political clarity. We're not LARPing as a political party. We know we're not that, but we really offer something special, and that's political clarity in a time where things are very, very, very crazy. And last year, something pretty disturbing happened, I'm sure you all remember, and that is Brian Thompson, the CEO of an insurance company, was assassinated. He was murdered on the streets of New York City in cold blood. It was a political assassination. And I'm not here to defend Brian Thompson. I don't think he was a very good person, and he contributed to the suffering of thousands and thousands of people. But all of a sudden, he was killed, and the internet is flooded with all this talk of this love for the person who allegedly did it, Luigi Mangione. And he's so handsome and good looking, and I'm not even sure that Luigi Mangione did it. I have a lot of questions. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense. Yeah. All the pictures we've seen, I don't know. But the internet was not flooded with that. It was flooded with, he did it. And that's awesome. I love murder. And even though it was unpopular, and we wouldn't have gotten as many likes and shares and retweets if we had said, Luigi Mangione is so awesome, thank you, internet. Instead, we decided to publish a book, and we published The Danger of an American Years of Lead. And it makes an argument that used to be really, really standard on the left. It used to be something that I would think is common sense, and that's that left adventurism is bad, and terrorism is also bad, and that isolated acts of political violence are not the answer. There's actually, in the classic American novel, The Grapes of Wrath, it's one of my favorite, novel about how suffering changes people. There's a part of that talks exactly about this. And there's a farmer, and he's on his property, and somebody who's hired by the bank to foreclose on his home is basically bulldozing his home. And he comes out with his gun, and he has a conversation with the person who's about to bulldoze his home. And he says, get off my property or I'm going to shoot you. And the person who's bulldozing his home says, well, what would that solve? They would just call the sheriff. And he says, well, then I'd shoot the sheriff. And he said, okay, but then they would just hire another cop. And they go through person after person after person, all the way up to the CEO of the company, of the bank that wants to bulldoze his home. And he explains to him, well, even if you were to kill the CEO of that bank, they're just going to put somebody in who would do the exact same thing because they're being paid. That's all the system can produce. The problem is not any one individual. It's the system. There's no person who you can go out and shoot. And there was this extremely disturbing trend where the ruling class, for whatever reason, has decided that we need political violence. And it was made more and more clear with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This was just a few months ago. And I don't agree with Charlie Kirk about very much. He was right about like 1.5 issues, I would say. But he was pretty good on those 1.5 issues. But he was killed, and the memo went out to the left on the internet. And they said, we need to celebrate this. And we need to be really shrill, and we need to go on there. And this guy was just violently murdered on the internet, shot in the neck in cold blood in front of a crowd of people, in front of his wife and kids. And we need to go out there and celebrate and cheer and look like a bunch of crazy people. And then the memo got sent out to the right that said, the left is trying to kill you. And I don't blame them for being upset at the idea that half the country is trying to kill them. And this is a culture of political violence, and it's not coming from below. This is not organic, because the internet is controlled by forces who are not organic. It's controlled by the State Department. We know this. The Hillary Clinton State Department has been using regime change, using social media for regime change all around the world for years and years and years. It's coming from above. And that's because the system that we live in, the system of globalism, imperialism, is in a profound crisis. It's collapsing. It can't sustain itself any longer. We've been in a depression since like 2008, and they just can't seem to fix their system. They can't seem to adapt to AI. And there's a danger that factions within dissident MAGA, within elements of the ruling class, who may want to pull away from NATO. And that represents a huge challenge to the foreign policy establishment in the United States. And they did the very same thing in Italy, where you had the Christian Democrats and the Communist Party came together to form a coalition and decide that they wanted Italy to be a sovereign country, and they wanted to pull out of NATO. And what happened? The CIA did Operation Gladio, and they decided that they were not going to go in there with a violent US occupation like was done in Greece. That was the first instance of napalm being used on civilians. Instead, they were going to fund the Red Brigades, who were a group of communist terrorists, and they didn't say, well, we support the USA. They said, well, we're the real communists, and if you were a real communist, you would go out and you would break the legs of the Communist Party and anybody who wants to pull out of NATO. And a similar thing happened in Jamaica. They elected Michael Manley, who was sort of like a Bernie Sanders kind of figure in Jamaica, and he hired Donald Harris, actually Kamala Harris's father, who was a Marxist economist. And it looked like he was going to be friendlier to Cuba, to be friendlier to the anti-imperialist world. And what happened? They created the Shower Posse, a violent gang, to begin breaking people's legs and shooting them. And people became afraid to get political. And that's what they want to do. They want to make it so that people are afraid to be political. And you know, there's been a lot of talk about why was it that Charlie Kirk was killed, and people try and find justifications. Well, maybe it was about this and that. I'm not going to speculate, but one thing is very clear. It's that in spite of, you know, what you think about what Charlie Kirk said or believed, he was encouraging young people to get political. He was going to college campuses and having conversations with people, and there were thousands and thousands of young people in this country who looked up to Charlie and who believed that they should begin to be active, and that's something that cannot happen. They need us to fight amongst themselves so that they can rule by default. But none of the leftist groups could even say that the murder of Charlie Kirk was wrong. The Party of Sellouts and Liberals, PSL, released a statement, and they called Charlie Kirk a white supremacist, and they said he deserved to die, which I'm sure goes over really well with half the population who are terrified that you are going to kill them, say, yeah, and that person who you all looked up to, he deserved it. And you know, these people, they're not really organizers. You know, these internet fan clubs that call themselves communist parties in the United States, they're snake oil salesmen. Are folks familiar with the term snake oil salesman? Well, actually, I'm going a little bit deeper with the term snake oil salesman. A lot of people don't know where the term comes from. So snake oil is actually a part of traditional Chinese medicine. A lot of people don't know this, but the water snake in China, it produces a kind of oil that actually acts as like an anti-inflammatory. And so people would put, like when the Chinese immigrants would come to build the railroads across the United States, they would put it on their joints, and it kind of acted like it soothed them after a long day of work. So why did we get this idea that snake oil is a scam? Well, there was this guy, and his name was Clark Stanley. And he called himself the Rattlesnake King, that's not even the right kind of snake to get snake oil from. But he would do these elaborate shows, and he would go around the country, and he would say, this snake oil, it's going to cure your ills. And he would take rattlesnakes, and he would throw it in a boiling pot, and he would say, it's going to solve all your problems. This snake oil, you just need to buy it from me. It'll serve all your problems. It's a cure oil. And some muckraking journalist came along, and they revealed, this is crazy, there wasn't any snake oil. Not only did it not help anybody, but there wasn't actually any snake oil in the product that he was selling. But if you ask the average person, you guys all know snake oil is a scam. Don't buy snake oil. And it's a very similar situation because the two have become synonymous. I know that snake oil is a scam, and so if I were to come up to you and tell you, well, actually it's a part of traditional Chinese medicine and you should buy snake oil from me, you'd look at me like I'm a crazy person. I would sound ridiculous. And I say that the DSA and the PSL and all of these socialist groups that speak in the name of the red flag, that wave the red flag to oppose the red flag, I say that they're snake oil salesmen. And that to go around trying to correct people about, well, actually, socialism doesn't mean what all of these people who say they're socialists think it believes. It actually means this other thing and it's like anti-imperialism and about managing the economy. You sound like a crazy person to them because they're like, well, I just talked to Mamdani over there and he told me socialism means I get free stuff and get to be really mad at rich people. That's what that means. I mean, it means that I get to really hate Republicans and think that they're all bad people and then I'm a super duper Democrat. So why would I go around and call myself a socialist? I'm a lot smaller than a lot of those people. Those groups are very big because they're being boosted by the establishment. And that's why we at the Center for Political Innovation have had our innovationist turn. I'm an innovationist, and I'm an innovationist because I believe in economic growth. I'm an innovationist because I stand with the oppressed and the exploited all around the world, because I want a society where the last shall be first and the first shall be last, because we believe that we need a government of action that fights for working families. That is absolutely what we need right now. We need a government that will stand up to Wall Street, to the billionaires that are keeping our country poor, starting wars all around the world. That's what socialism means to me. That's what innovation means to me. And that we need to build a movement of ordinary Americans that are going to oppose this imperialist system, that are going to oppose the bankers that say, Maduro is not my enemy, Wall Street is my enemy, that says Russia is not my enemy, Wall Street is my enemy, and that it doesn't matter who's in the White House, we need to oppose this system.
Bit of wisdom that was passed down to me. You know, we can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets, and a couple of years later they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do, and we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life and they're taking on a contribution. And that if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. They see that they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever, and then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. But those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation. The appointed day came, and I could only get permission in the place of the foreign guests. I had hoped at least my location close to Iran's supreme leader. I was successful. I saw the Supreme Leader. I was able to be just 200 feet away from him. I was able to look up at him right there on the balcony and see his face, see the face of the Iranian Revolution, and be in his presence. The first time that I teared up was when I saw, the Supreme Leader and was able to look at him and just to see him come out and to just see his presence. He has this presence, like you could feel the difference. Even if I hadn't seen him, I would have known when he walked into the room and when he left, even if I were completely blind. You can feel his presence. But the second was to look out on the crowd of people and see, how they responded to him and see how fired up. And I saw that that's who the Iranian Revolution was for. My Iranian dream was to look on the face of the Supreme Leader and see who it was who wrote that letter and come to understand what was behind that beautifully worded letter. Find out what was behind it. Find out what the society that has a leader like that is like. I felt like I was not just looking at the face of one man, I was looking at the face of the Iranian Revolution. I saw with my eyes the Iranian Revolution. I looked at it with my own eyes. I saw it with my eyes. I saw what this country is about and what it's fighting for. I saw it, all the passion of the people who unfurled those flags and screamed for Palestine. This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
Let it
is the contradiction with the Palestine protests was that, especially at Harvard, right? You know, if you read Brzezinski and his writings, Harvard, Yale, Columbia, these schools serve an international purpose for the United States, right? This is where people from around the world come to the United States, and they get groomed to be business partners and allies of the United States. And they really, really need people from the Muslim world to come to Harvard and to come to Yale and to come to Columbia and see that in America we have room for Muslims. Sure, the American government supports Israel, but look, we have huge protests against it. Muslims pray and all of that. It's really, really important for the relationships of the United States to kind of almost put on a Potemkin village, so to speak, and make the United States look more inclusive and more open-minded in order to solidify those international relationships. But Harvard in particular, there are so many Jewish donors and so many ultra-Zionists on the board that, like, Harvard, its hands were tied. Like, they had to crack down on the protests when that was ultimately hurting their ability to serve the foreign policy purpose that they serve. Look, for a long time, there was a communist bookstore right near Harvard University. And there, I think still you have the Center for Marxist Education, which is like a block away. And if those institutions weren't there naturally, the CIA would put them there because they want students from China and Vietnam to say, look how open and inclusive America is. We have a communist bookstore right here near Harvard, right? That those schools serve that purpose. And Brzezinski talks about the purpose those schools serve in the opening of his book, The Grand Chessboard. He talks about how the Ivy League schools are really, really important for these international relationships. And they couldn't serve that purpose because the Zionists were just so offended by anyone disagreeing with them, and they had that doxing truck driving around Harvard with people's faces on it. And it's funny because I fit Noam Chomsky into what I'm describing here, this kind of manufactured and controlled opposition. That's what he's always been. And a lot of Noam Chomsky's bios,
sorry to interrupt you, Caleb, but I should mention that part of what you've been talking about has been somewhat exposed in this country. I don't know if you're aware of her. There's this Palestinian doctor called, I always forget her name. It's like Dr. Alawan or Dr. Let me see if I can pull up her name. But her name's Dr. Aladwan. She's been arrested she's a Palestinian national, okay, living in Britain. She's a doctor. She has been arrested. Her house has been raided 4 times for tweets that she's made, okay, because she keeps on using a particular phrase, a phrase that I cannot repeat lest, I get a knock on the door. Right. But anyway, she has been arrested 4 times. And obviously, she is a Palestinian nationalist for the pro-Palestine cause. She has now been exiled from the pro-Palestinian cause by the leadership for anti-Semitism. Okay? And she's saying, like, hold on a second, this is a movement for literally my people, and it's being controlled by the people that we're ostensibly fighting against. So this is like a very real issue that is going to come into head within the kind of pro-Palestinian movement of this country. So yeah. So anyway, why don't we get on to Noam Chomsky? He obviously was in the Epstein files. And one of the interesting things about the Epstein files has been the extent to which all sorts of people, regardless of their outward politics, Noam Chomsky was meant to be a socialist, a communist, right? Peter Mandelson, right, is a grandee of the Labour Party, Tony Blair's new Labour Party. He was one of the key people, and there's a big scandal here now, okay? But there are also bankers of all sorts, libertarians, right-wingers, conservatives, all in contact and in the same social milieu as Jeffrey Epstein. Why they kept on emailing him while he was still in jail is anybody's guess. But so this is the context for why we're talking about Noam Chomsky now. But anyway, I cut you off. Let's continue.
No, in a lot of Noam Chomsky's bios, they will name him as the most quoted source in the English language after the Bible. He'll be referred to that. I don't think he's that anymore, but he was at one point in like the 1980s. And the reason for that was because he was quoted in Soviet media, and they would disseminate the quotations from him all over the world. And he was kind of assigned that job in the 70s and 80s. They made him the American intellectual who would give voice to the critiques of U.S. foreign policy that were being made by the Soviet Union. He was not pro-Soviet. He considered the Soviet Union a dictatorship, and he repeated all the standard talking points. But he would give these kind of very dull lectures saying that, you know, hey, the USA commits human rights violations also. And you know, he was this famous linguist. Linguistics is his background. He doesn't come out of sociology or political science or international studies or anything like that. He comes out of linguistics. And he's from like a very, very kind of wealthy family and a prominent leftist family. And out of nowhere, kind of, he was just kind of selected to be the big name American intellectual who would be quoted in the Soviet media and translated into many languages around the world and would appear internationally to kind of be the voice of opposition to U.S. foreign policy. And that's the role that he's played. And, you know, he's not... the thing that is quite interesting to me, I mean, he's not an activist, right? He was never the leader of any organization. He's just this kind of linguistic academic who got this gig and became the token leftist. And it's interesting to see the response that a lot of people have, because there's a lot of people that are just really upset at the criticism of him. And it's because he was the only one you can find. When I first got interested in socialism and communism as a teenager, like after 9/11, I remember I actually printed out, I found like a Wikipedia list of American communists, and I went to the Barnes and Noble or Borders bookstore, you know, and the woman behind the counter with like an ear piercing or whatever, you know, or a nose ring or whatever. I started reading off the names. The only one they had in the store was Noam Chomsky. And I got to that and she was just like, "Oh, we got that guy." And she took me over to the section, and there were like 5 or 6 Noam Chomsky books on the shelf. And you know, for a lot of people who'd never encountered leftist critique of U.S. foreign policy, what he was saying was very, very obvious, but at the same time, no one was saying it. And I mean, you probably remember those years just as well as I do. Like, nobody was coming forward and saying, hey, the USA has committed crimes against humanity too. You know, the USA, and I look back on it now, and it's like it was done in a very, very, you know, it's not the most coherent or engaging material, and it's kind of obvious what he was saying, right? I mean, it's true that the USA has carried out coups and overthrown governments and all that. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to say that, but no one was allowed to say that back then. There was kind of this consensus that American media didn't talk that way, and he was like the one voice who was assigned to say it in this kind of very kind of dull way. And he would give these lectures, and his lectures and his presentations were not activism oriented. And whenever people would say, "So what do we do about it?" You know, he would respond with, "Well, I'm not here to tell you to do anything about it. That's not the role that I play." Kind of he's an interesting figure. And again, it's this kind of controlled opposition where someone's assigned the gig, so to speak. Now, when it comes to Epstein, the main thing people have pointed out is that as this very, very prominent intellectual who's been selected to be the voice of criticism of Israel, Noam Chomsky opposed the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. And that had huge value for Israel. To have this, the most famous leftist activist who opposes Israel, telling people don't boycott Israel, just don't do it. It's not worth it, not worth your time. That was invaluable.
BDS, right? BDS
Yeah.
is become known, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and that was his role, as he opposed BDS, right? Saying that it wasn't helpful, that it wouldn't work, and for kind of vague reasons. And he kind of played the role of a gatekeeper. The other thing is that I noticed they're over the years, they roll Noam Chomsky out. They just kind of roll him out when there's something going on the left that they don't like. For example, after the film JFK came out, right? Oliver Stone made the film JFK. They rolled out Noam Chomsky to say that there was nothing to see there, that the JFK assassination, and he didn't make arguments about whether or not there was a conspiracy to kill JFK. He just made arguments that, well, Kennedy was an imperialist. He did the Bay of Pigs invasion. He started U.S. involvement in Vietnam. So,
you know, there's no point in discussing this. And it's like, well, there are divisions among the elite. Like, you know, I mean, it's not about Kennedy being a saint. It's about the fact that a section of the government didn't trust him, possibly, and that there was a wider conspiracy. But they rolled him out to just say, do not investigate, you know, the assassination of JFK, because the problem is capitalism. It's not Kennedy and being good, or the people that oppose Kennedy. End of the story. And he was like that with 9/11 Truth also, right? As soon as 9/11 Truth got going, they rolled out Noam Chomsky to say, well, that's ridiculous. That's crazy. I think at one point he made the argument it's racist. Oh, you know, I mean, can't Arab people do something like 9/11? You're saying only white people can. You're racist, you know, and he was there to control that narrative also. And again, he has this credential. He's the most famous voice of leftism. Why? Because he was selected for the job or something. I mean, it's very weird. And he comes out of, I mean, he's at MIT. And it seems like this is a case of kind of controlled opposition, if there ever was such a thing. I think it's quite interesting. He would always call himself an anarchist. You know, he was an anarchist. He was so much more radical than communism. He was an anarchist and all of that. But if you looked at his positions, he's a social democrat, right? When it comes to classical anti-capitalist leftist theory, you have three categories, right? You have Marxism, Leninism, or communism, which is a struggle to seize political power. They want to seize control of the state, right? You have social democracy, which is the idea that capitalism gradually turns into socialism over time, the sum of reforms, the movement is everything, the goal is nothing. And then you have like a wing of anti-capitalism that said, well, we don't want state power to be involved. We want to create socialism without coercion. The idea is that, well, the capitalist state will just kind of deteriorate on its own, and we'll create cooperative structures, you know, or we'll engage in terrorism, or we'll somehow create socialism without coercion. That is what an anarchist or an anarcho-communist believes, is that they're not struggling to seize political power. They're not gradually reforming political power like social democrats. They're rather going to somehow create communism without any state coercion involved. They're kind of rejecting politics entirely. That's not what Noam Chomsky believes. He's a social democrat. He believes capitalism will gradually be reformed into socialism. And whenever he called on people to do things, it was to vote for the Democratic Party. It was to support the existing labor union bureaucracy. He's not an anarchist. He's a social democrat. But he claimed this, like, I'm an anarchist. I'm for pure workers' democracy. I'm for all of this. It was just like a way to make himself sound radical. And I thought that was very, very odd as well. Like, and a lot of his like grandstanding about he wants something so much more radical than the Soviet.
When they give you a gun and tell you war has begun and send you out to do some murder, don't fight in their wars, defy all their bourgeois laws. Class brothers must not shoot one another. In imperialist wars, workers give their lives. The ruling class makes no sacrifice. We have no choice if we want to live in peace. Don't die for them, but bring them to their knees. Before the First World War, Labour leaders hotly swore that by the working class they'd stand. But when the capitalists called, on their well-worn knees they crawled to fight for their glorious homeland. When the spectre of World War comes knocking at the door, class traitors start to howl. But we don't have to fear, it means the time is getting near when the working class shall rule. In imperialist wars, workers give their lives. The ruling class makes no sacrifice. We have no choice if we want to live in peace. Don't die for them, but bring them to their knees. Some say the British Empire has finally expired and its rulers lost all life. But if that's so, we'd like to know why mainlands across the globe they
Minneapolis captain, and she does so much for CPI. She's so dedicated. She's out there sometimes by herself, leading rallies to support Maduro, to support anti-imperialism. She's written a book about Ibrahim Traore, translated some of her writings. Just a phenomenal, phenomenal person, a great organizer. I'd like to invite her. She's going to tell us a little bit about what CPI is about.
All right. Thank you, Noah, for that introduction. I really appreciate it. And thank you all for being here. So let me, first of all, thank you guys for taking the time away from your busy schedules, and taking a moment to get away from the wild news cycle and from the abundance of lassitude and hopelessness and rage that is pumped through your phones. So as Noah said, I am Penny Arcos. I'm the regional captain for Minnesota. And I'm gonna be sharing with you the history of the Center for Political Innovation. Who are we and where are we going? If you don't know where you came from, then you don't know where you're going. So first of all, how did I get involved? During the pandemic, my son Angel turned 18. And during the George Floyd riots, it was very, very difficult to understand what was going on. And the city was burned down. My son's job was looted. And then you had the COVID lockdowns, and no jobs anywhere. And how do you start your life as a new adult, right? And everything that had given us a sense of community and belonging and meaning in our lives, like fixing bikes at Cycles for Change and selling them on Craigslist, playing guitar in youth group at church, and I got to be a part of it. And being a part of a community outreach at the light rail, we would pass out fresh bread and we would play guitar and sing songs, and people were just blessed by the music in their busy day as they were getting on the light rail. And it was all just ripped away from us during the lockdowns, the endless lockdowns. And then my mom, the most precious woman you will ever meet, was no longer able to take care of herself in Illinois. And she came up here with her whole life in 2 duffel bags. And I was like, that's it? That's it? That's all there is to life? You work, you raise a kid, you take a few vacations, and then you hope someone can take care of you at the end of your life. And I had to scramble to figure out how I was going to take care of her. And I couldn't take care of her, and it was traumatizing. And then I had to scramble through the healthcare system and the insurance red tape and figure out how to get the right care for her. And so I'm here to honor her right now. And then the siege on Gaza began. And then the war in Ukraine began. And I started to, as I saw a kid in Ukraine that looked just like my son, I was terrified because I wondered, what if Biden or whoever was running the country at the time decided to call up a draft and drag my son onto the front lines to start a nuclear war with Russia? What am I going to do? And in my search for answers, people that I respected, friends and family members, the only thing they could say was, well, America has a middle class, Russian oligarchs. And I wanted to know why are we spending billions of dollars for foreign wars to start a nuclear war against Russia? And why are we spending billions of dollars to blow up babies in the Middle East? I thought we were pro-life, right? Isn't that what we're supposed to believe in? So one of my friends from a former church, one of her responses was, well, when the Lord returns, Jerusalem, wait. So you mean to tell me that my son and I marched around the Minnesota Capitol year after year in the middle of February, froze our tushies off to save the babies, and now it's God's will to blow up babies in the Middle East because Jesus Christ is coming to town. Can you explain that to my son? I thought so. So then I went to the DNC convention in August. I was trying to figure out what can we do about this? I've been to these marches and they're not even on the news. Millions of people go to march and nothing happens. The war keeps going. And so I went to a Jill Stein event and okay. But when I was in Chicago, I was at the Mexican Art Museum and I met Gabby and Phil. Raise your hand, Phil. Yep, and Gabby was the one that was checking you in. They were passing out books at the Mexican Art Museum. I said, hey, I've seen them on Caleb's channel. And they invited me to an upcoming workshop in October that was titled, Why Are They Taking Us to War? Why are they taking us to war? They want to sell weapons. Why else? But Caleb explained how capitalists need constant war to open up new markets and to support the military-industrial complex. And he also explained a 4-point plan that CPI has to rescue our economy and to build the peace bridge and to end the wars and rebuild America. So I was curious and I kept digging. And when I got home, I was inspired by Jose Vega. I don't know if you're familiar with him in New York. Jose Vega does all these interventions. He's here. Where's Jose? I was inspired by Jose Vega and all his interventions, especially against AOC and all the Democrats. So I intervened on Ilhan Omar at a town hall. And I had tried to confront her many times about the Ukraine war, and she wouldn't listen. So I got up there. We would like to know as American people why you continue to support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy.
Walk out, please.
No more money for rich men's wars.
Take your stuff and
No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars.
Point. It's a good point, Democrats.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Hennepin County Commissioner Irene Fernandez.
No more money for rich men's wars. I was out of there in 45 seconds. That's all I lasted. It's 45 seconds. So that's how I got involved. And I've been building a team since then. We had a workshop in February and got interrupted by crazy protesters, but it's been a great experience. And I get my family involved as well, my mom and my son. And so to understand Center for Political Innovation, you need to understand Caleb's background first. So I'm going to give you a little history on Caleb before I get into the history of the CPI. Caleb has always stood for justice and solidarity in his life. When he was young, his mom was a librarian, and he joined his mom on the picket line to protest for security guards at the library, even though her library already had security guards. That's what solidarity is about. It's not just about you. And so when he was in college, he witnessed police brutality against 2 African-American girls who were protesting at their high school about budget cuts. And his video was used in court and acquitted the girls against the charges that were raised against them. So you see, it's about solidarity. It's not about you. And also in his search for truth, Caleb studied the successes of economies like Russia and China and Cuba and Nicaragua, and all the lies that we've been told that it's all a failure, it never works. But he learned and he studied and he wanted to know more. So in 2007, he joined the Workers' World Party to protest the Ohio death row and the Iraq War. In 2010, they relocated Caleb to New York City, and he ended up being a part of Occupy Wall Street, and he joined the International Action Center and became a spokesperson for a world-renowned human rights advocate, former Attorney General Ramsey Clark. Then 2011, Obama bombed Libya, the most prosperous country in Africa. They had a great man-made river, the irrigation project, all across Libya. And people from all around Africa could come and get a job and have a stipend for starting a family and money for education. And when that happened, the World Workers' Party was very, very weak. They did almost nothing to support Gaddafi. They were more worried about catering to the Democrats. While at the same time, working class people stood with Gaddafi because they understand he was fighting the same international global cabal that is grinding nations into poverty, this international banking system that is like a big giant casino, basically. It's not real money. So now, what is it? It's now an open-air slave market, and thousands of people drown in the Red Sea, in the Mediterranean Sea, trying to get away. Libya before freedom, Libya after freedom. That was the turning point for Caleb. That was it. So Caleb began a journey around the world as a journalist to find out the truth about other countries and what's really going on. In 2013, he attended the World Youth Festival in Quito, Ecuador, and he was very impressed by the professionality of delegates from Cuba, China, Vietnam, and the DPRK. In 2014, he went to Iran, and he met anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist organizers, and he learned about their economy that's called not capitalism, but Islam, or the resistance economy. And it's a lot like socialism with Chinese characteristics. And you can compare it to the destructive forces of lightning versus the harnessed electricity. Lightning, what does it do? Come down, strike a tree, the tree falls on your house. It strikes where it will, and it's not a good thing. And when you harness that electricity, you can power your home. You can charge your cell phone. We got lights here, right? And it serves you. So Frederick Engels wrote, I'm going to kind of summarize, but he wrote in his book, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, social anarchy of production gives place to a social regulation of production with a definite plan to serve the needs of the community and the individual. So you got lightning and you got harnessed electricity. You got the anarchy of capitalism and imperialism, globalism, or a planned economy that serves the community and serves the people. So in 2015, Caleb risked his life on a Red Crescent mission to Yemen with a bunch of doctors from Iran and volunteers. And Saudi Arabia bombed the port of Hodeidah to stop them, and it created an international scandal. But on that boat, Caleb was discussing his faith and their faith with these Iranians, and he reconnected with his Christian faith, which he was previously ashamed of, and they told him to be proud of his heritage. And also he reconnected with his abolitionist heritage. He's a descendant of the great Reverend Charles Finney, who was part of the Second Great Awakening in America, which is a mass movement of Christians against slavery. And that's what we are, a movement not just of Christians, but whatever faith you have. I'm still on my own faith journey, to break the system of imperialism, globalism, and to lift the world out of slavery of the anarchy of the market. So also he went to Venezuela and experienced Bolivarian socialism firsthand. And back home, when the Workers' World Party could not comprehend the success of Venezuela, Caleb said that's enough. And he launched his own study group called Students and Youth for a New America. In 2018, he attended the Alternatives to Globalism conference, and he discussed 21st century anti-imperialism. And the Russiagate was at its height. The internet was Alex Reed Ross, who was part of the Democratic Socialists of America, supposed to be a good guy, right? Socialism, a CIA asset, decided to publish a hit piece on Caleb in the Israeli newspaper Haaretz, just to prove that Caleb was fascist. So we're not just trying to look cool on the internet. We're teaching working families why our system is failing us and what we can do about it. How can we change it? We publish books, we do webinars, we do workshops, but some of the books that we've published, the first one was the Green Book, which is Gaddafi's economic plan for Libya. BreadTube. BreadTube serves imperialism. Caleb wrote this and exposed the British and CIA intelligence behind the quote-unquote socialist streamers on YouTube. That made a big impact. Where's America Going? Marxism, MAGA, and the Coming Revolution is published in Chinese, and it's available on the Chinese mainland. Trotsky and the neoconservatives, the whole story. It was #1 on Amazon in Radical Thought for 3 weeks. Get a copy of that. Yeah. The Houthis. Houthis are heroes. Yeah. Who are the Houthis? What are they fighting for? We've passed out over 1,000 of these at pro-Palestine events. And recently, Caleb and Noah went to a PSL event, and they got kicked out for passing these books out. You know. So yeah, they really support the Houthis, don't they? Khrushchevism. Study in psychological warfare. We are having study groups across the country and even in Australia about the psychological warfare that began during the Cold War against mass movements. And we are bracing ourselves to strengthen ourselves and understand the tactics that the intelligence uses to break up mass movements. A lot of books. So then, ¿qué es el innovacionismo? What is innovationism? We got it translated into Spanish now, so if you have any Spanish friends, you can pick up a copy there. And, sorry, lots of books. Africa's Flame, The Rise of Ibrahim Traoré. This is my book. This is my book. I have a display over here about the projects. It's all in the end of the book, 3 Years of Sovereignty, but you can see the pictures and read about the projects they've done with industrializing and agriculture. And it's called Faso Mebo, where they're paving the roads. They're building an expressway between Bobo Dioulasso and Ouagadougou, which is the capital and the second largest city. And the education, patriotism for the kids, and it's just amazing what they're doing. And it's endogenous development. They nationalize their gold mines, and they're focusing on endogenous development of agriculture and industry of all kinds to support economic sovereignty. Because if you can't depend on your own country to make food, then you're dependent on the imperialists who want to destroy you. So hands off to Ibrahim Traoré. So picture in your mind, what would America look like? What would the world look like if American leaders invested in building our country instead of bombing everyone else's country and installing puppet regimes all around the world? Just picture that. That's why we're here, because we have that vision. So what can we do? Who are we, right? We're just little people, right? No, we are building a mass movement. What can we do to move our country in that direction? So I'm going to give you a glimpse into what CPI has already been doing since 2021. Hold on, it's going to be a fire hose of information, but it's important to know what we've done, because we're not just messing around on the internet and rigging the algorithms. We are out here, a real-life organization, making friends, and we really want to end the wars and rebuild America. So since 2021, we've been on the ground taking action with workshops and webinars and little conventions like this. We're trying to teach people to get past the red team, blue team agenda and to unite with working families around the world to end U.S. imperialist aggression. In 2022, opposition to the Ukraine proxy war was our main priority. When the African People's Socialist Party, Uhuru, thank you, Lisa. When the Uhuru offices and homes were raided by the FBI, they were threatened with 15 years in jail and hundreds of thousands of dollars of fines for being quote unquote Russian agents for a thought crime. And we were the first, CPI was the first one on the ground to invite them to a conference, honor them as heroes, because we understand If the FBI can go after them for thought, for thinking, for opposing U.S. imperialism that's trying to crush Russia, then they can come after us too. And so, because of that, blackmailers threatened the volunteers and the attendees, but the conference went ahead anyways. And it was featured in Newsweek. How about that? And important influential people like Tara Reid and Garland Nixon were able to attend. And yeah, and Tara Reid knows Tucker Carlson, and because of that, Chairman O'Malley was on Tucker Carlson's show. It snowballs. It just snowballs, and that's the importance of getting together like this, because we meet each other. So the smear campaign went ahead anyways, and we shut down CPI for a while, and careers dropped out, and we reemerged stronger than ever. And 2023 we're the main voice for peace. In February, we sponsored Rage Against the War Machine with the Libertarian Chair, Angela McCurdle, and we had a reception to honor Scott Ritter.
What this man has to say. Scott Ritter is here. Scott Ritter is here. We are proud that Scott Ritter is here. This is a hero. This is a hero right here. We love you, Scott. We love you.
In March, when Biden had a summit for democracy, we had our summit against hypocrisy. In September, a small group of us from CPI confronted Tsai Ing-wen, the puppet president in Taiwan. And she was selling war in our country. And so Caleb and others tried to get out of our country. Stop selling war in our country. China is not our enemy. That's right. And also in September, Caleb interviewed President Ibrahim Raisi, the president of Iran. May he rest in peace. In 2024, CPI stood with our allies to demand an end to imperialist wars. In February, Caleb held a UN press conference to highlight the Uhuru case and the weaponization of FBI against support for Russia. In March, Caleb and Noah went to the World Youth Festival in Sochi, and they also brought up the case of Uhuru with President Putin. And they also asked how we could restore relations between America and Russia. In June, CPI co-sponsored the reunification event, reunification of the Korean Peninsula with the LA Family Church. In August, I think it's up here. Sorry. In August, this book had already been out since 2020. Kamala Harris and the Future of America. And the day that Kamala Harris was crowned the nominee, democracy. No kings, no queens. Forgot, she's not a king, she's a queen. This book was banned on Amazon all of a sudden, the day that she was the nominee. So, social media outrage forced Amazon to restore the book. And Kamala lost. So that was a lot of fun. That really was great. I was like, wow, we can really do something. Wow. So October was my intervention with Ilhan Omar. And December, Caleb and others went to the trial, the free speech trial of the century, to support Uhuru in Tampa, Florida. And we launched our Peace MAGA campaign with a big banner with Trump and Kim Jong-un shaking hands, and only peace can make America great again. And we went to the Trump Tower, New York City Library, and the Madison Square Gardens. 2025, I'm just gonna give you a little glimpse because Caleb already published our whole year in review, but we had our busiest year yet. It's amazing what we've done. We continued Peace MAGA at the DC inauguration with a big Peace Bridge banner and the Trump Kim Jong-un banner to highlight the possibility of peace under the Trump administration, not to support Trump or not Trump, but to highlight the possibility of peace, that's what we want people to push for. And the only way that a president can do that is if he has mass support from the population, from the working class. Throughout the year, we held workshops and rallies to support peace talks to end the Ukraine war. April 30, after U.S. AFRICOM was signaling regime change intent in Burkina Faso, we joined an international day of action. I believe Black is Back Coalition did a thing in Chicago as well to support Ibrahim Traore. We marched around the streets with our signs. We said, hands off Africa, hands off Traore, hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa, hands off Traore, hands off Uhuru. In October, this was so fun. We crashed the No King Circus. And yes, it was great. And we marched around with our signs. In Minnesota, they were standing around, bouncing around with their Garfield costumes and hippopotamus and frogs and you name it. And I was out there with a big banner of Maduro. It said, hands off Venezuela. There was one lady there that had another sign, hands off Venezuela. Everyone else was like, shut up, and you're being disrespectful. And I said, it's disrespectful to invade another country. That's right. So now where are we? Where are we? Because these clowns did not support, just clowns, they don't support Maduro until the day after he was kidnapped. Oh, hands off Venezuela. And now the Republicans can say, hey, you said no kings, and now he's supposedly a dictator and a king. So we are consistent. We are against imperialism, globalism. We stand with anti-imperialist leaders around the world. We stand with Uhuru and Black is Back. They are our heroes. So now my family and I participate with members of our community in these peace rallies. And we write songs and we sing songs about building the peace bridge. My mom's legacy is the last song that she did is, we've been working on the peace bridge all the live long day. And we did that at her nursing home with her nursing home staff in front of the Christmas tree. And so that's her legacy. So what does this have to do with you? Like I said, we're not an internet fandom. We exist to carry out operations around the country, and even in Australia. We have a member in Australia. The threat of a new world war is hanging over our heads like a Damocles sword. And we are going to resist the threat of a low-wage police state. We want to rebuild America and end the wars. So we're not trying to revive the Soviet Union. We don't identify with the quote-unquote communists, the ones dancing around in hippopotamus and Garfield costumes and burning American flags. We know our country has a dark history, and we admit that, but we also have heroes like John Brown and Caleb's ancestor, the Charles Finney, an anti-slavery movement. And so we, like I said, we admit that there is a dark history, but we want a brighter future for America and for the world. And so you have a choice. You can continue to live your life in your phone, marinating in the lassitude and anger and rage and hopelessness that they feed you every day on your scroll, on your feed, or you can join us. It's not for everybody. It takes work, it takes dedication, but you can make new friends, and you can step out of your comfort zone, and you can take steps to demand that we rebuild America. America is ready. America is ripe. The earth is awakening, and America must join.
And I want to welcome up Caleb Maupin, founder for the Center for Political Innovation, longtime supporter. One of the first videos that I saw out there in the world after the Uhuru 3 were attacked was a video of Caleb. I didn't even know who this person was, but I just saw a courageous individual taking a stand. And so I just want to appreciate you for being on, and let's go ahead and bring you up, Caleb Maupin. Hold on. There you are. I see you. All right. Thank you, comrade. I'll turn it to you.
Well, on behalf of the Center for Political Innovation, I would like to thank the Uhuru movement for convening this very important call. I want to say that action is needed to stand with Venezuela right now. One thing that we did recently was on October 18th, when the Democrat Party called their No Kings circus rallies, we decided to intervene. And around the country, our members disrupted the No Kings rallies. And in Minneapolis, our member interrupted Keith Ellison while he was speaking, shouting, "Hands off Venezuela." We brought the message of hands off Venezuela to the No Kings rallies in multiple states, on the West Coast, on the East Coasts, in the heartland of America, in places like Iowa, in Minneapolis, in Chicago. And it was a great intervention that we carried out, and that we need to put pressure. Venezuela needs our support now more than ever. I do want to mention I've been to Venezuela, and one of the great things that I saw when I was in Venezuela was a building called the Center for African Knowledge, which is a building dedicated to the Afro-Venezuelan community, the peoples of Venezuela from the African diaspora. And it has museums, etc. But it's a lot of businesses, a lot of cooperative businesses that have set up in the building, a beautiful museum. And it was at the Center for African Knowledge in Caracas that I learned that when Hugo Chavez first took office, Venezuela had only 12 public universities. And today it has 32. Can you imagine the transformation a country goes under when it expands its university system from 12 to 32? 20 new public universities are built. And that's just an example. The Bolivarian Revolution also wiped out illiteracy. I walked through a neighborhood where every single house had been paid for by an interest-free loan provided by the government. And I want to mention also that it was quite trendy to support Hugo Chavez during the Bush years, when Europe and the United States were at odds, in the age of freedom fries, when Hugo Chavez was calling Bush the devil at the United Nations. A lot of these trendy leftist academics with their cosmopolitan worldview, Amy Goodman and Noam Chomsky and all of them said, "Oh yeah, we love Venezuela." But once Barack Hussein Obama was president of the United States, and once Hugo Chavez was deceased and Maduro had taken up the flame of Bolivarianism and was continuing the revolution, and during the oil price drop of 2014, when Venezuela significantly suffered because of devastating sanctions, all of a sudden, all these trendy liberals who had claimed to support Bolivarian socialism changed their minds and stabbed Venezuela in the back and lied about it. Jacobin magazine, which claims to be the voice of socialism, has published scathing lies about Venezuela, claiming that they deny people the right to vote or the right to a food card unless they vote, which they never did. It was briefly discussed at a time the violent opposition was encouraging election boycotts. They never even carried out the policy, which they would have been justified in carrying out because there was a violent opposition trying to get people to boycott the elections. They would have had the right to demand people participate in exchange for eating the food that the opposition was trying to burn and light on fire. They didn't even do it. And they lied, and Jacobin lied and said they were doing that and defamed them. And that you'll notice that Rand Paul, the congressman from Kentucky, he spoke up and he pointed out that the claim about Venezuela being involved in the drug trade just doesn't add up. It doesn't even match the U.S. owns DEA records. And we saw opposition to intervention from Thomas Massie and others. But AOC, Bernie Sanders, they were pretty much silent. Bernie Sanders finally did speak up about a week ago, but he was silent as the buildup was going on. And that the fake left, the left that is loyal to Barack Obama and loyal to the Democratic National Committee that pushes Stop Trump hysteria, they have completely stabbed Venezuela in the back. They want to remove Trump because they think maybe there's a danger of him making a peace deal and possibly ending the war in Ukraine. They don't want to remove Trump because he wants to carry out regime change operations in Venezuela. So those of us who are sincere, people like Chairman O'Malley, people like the Uhuru movement, who are sincere in our anti-imperialist principles and believe in economic growth and believe in projects like Bolivarian socialism and what has been carried out in Venezuela since the triumph of the Bolivarian movement, we have to remain sincere and we have to stand up for what is right. And we can call out Trump for what he's done, going after the Palestine protesters, bombing Iran, and Trump has done plenty that we can condemn, but our condemnations come from a place of anti-imperialism.
imperialism, being opposed to what he's doing, and being opposed to regime change, being opposed to this global system of imperialism, which is very much tied in with Zionism and the Israeli regime and their horrendous atrocities. So we want to salute the Uhuru movement for their relentlessness, their courage in the face of FBI attacks, and we want to call on all of the Uhuru movement's allies to continue speaking up in solidarity with Venezuela against U.S. war crimes, in solidarity with all the countries around the world that have broken out of imperialism. We will never forget what happened to Libya, the great anti-imperialist stronghold led by Muammar Gaddafi, and anti-imperialism must be the focus of all progressive forces. Long live the Uhuru movement, long live Chairman O'Malley, and we look forward to victories in court against the FBI, continued heroism by this great movement. Thank you for this great opportunity.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, Comrade Caleb, and just salute to CPI for, you know, your courage. And I also wanted to salute. All right,
guys, get out. All right, this will be our corner. The federal facility where Maduro is being held is right over there.
Free Maduro! Free Maduro! No more bombs! No more bombs! No more bombs!
No more bombs!
Maduro! Free Maduro! Tax dollars need to be sent in the USA, not in another country. Stop wasting our tax dollars to a country that has nothing to do with us. We don't want to deal with this.
As a result, the international bankers and Wall Street and the Imperialists have kidnapped him, and he is now inside this facility. This is absolutely unacceptable. He should be in Venezuela leading his people. And America and Venezuela shouldn't be fighting. They should be friends. We should have trade, international friendship. Maduro is not our enemy. Our enemy is the big corporations and banks that have been destroying the lives of American working families and getting us into war after war after war. These wars don't do anything for the American people. They benefit international bankers and Wall Street, but they do not benefit the American people. We need, in this country, a leader like Maduro that'll stand up to the international bankers, stand up to Wall Street. That's what we need. Free Maduro and learn from Maduro as a great example of an anti-colonial fighter. That's what we need to do. We are the Center for Political Innovation, and we're out here to say free Maduro, peace and trade with Venezuela, no new wars, no police state, hands off Venezuela, free Maduro. That's what we're out here to say.
Maduro is not our enemy!
Maduro is not our enemy! Maduro is not our enemy! Maduro is not our enemy! Maduro is not our enemy! Maduro is not our enemy! Maduro is not our enemy! Maduro is not our enemy! We are here because there are multiple wars going on right now. We're tired of Ukraine intervention. We're tired of the genocide, killing innocent children in Palestine. It makes us cry at night. It makes us angry. We need to realize what if that was your own children? What if that was your own family?
De Estados Unidos,
que sea una América de paz desde Canadá hasta la Patagonia, Chile.
The Metropolitan Detention Center, where the hope of Latin America is being locked up right now. And let's make no bones about why Nicolas Maduro has been locked up. They tell us in American media, oh, Nicolas Maduro is a drug dealer. We know who the real drug dealers are in America. That's right. We know it was the pharmaceutical companies who pushed opioids on American citizens.
There's a homeless crisis in our country. There's so much going on in the USA, yet we're like looking at Venezuela. What does that have to do with us? Tell me. Nothing. He had to do America first. Trump is not doing America first. He promised that.
That's
Is
right.
he doing that?
No.
He's not doing that. He is doing America last.
That's right.
He is not doing America first. Like he promised, right?
The reality is that Venezuela has helped its own people. The Venezuelan government has lifted millions of people out of poverty, and it's also helped the American people. When Americans in New York were cold, Venezuela provided heating oil for free to us Americans. Well, how do our authorities repay him?
It was Marco Rubio and his family who were pushing drugs in the United States. It was the cartels that the U.S. government and the CIA pays to sell drugs in America. Those are the real drug dealers. It's not Nicolas Maduro. The reason why they're going after Nicolas Maduro is because he brought jobs to Venezuela. He brought development to Venezuela. He brought education to Venezuela.
Frente a la prisión imperial donde está detenida y encarcelado el presidente de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro. Nosotros aquí vamos a pronunciar una oración por la libertad del presidente Nicolás Maduro. Padre Celestial, por favor, cuida la integridad física del presidente Nicolás Maduro y de su esposa, la doctora Silvia Flores. El pueblo de Estados Unidos apoya tu libertad. Nosotros estamos en solidaridad con el pueblo bolivariano de Venezuela. Nosotros nos oponemos a los dictados imperiales.
If I can't have it, no one can. No, everybody can have natural resources and oil. Everybody can have a prosperous future. That's what we are trying to stand for here in the Center for Political Innovation. And that's what they don't want you to hear. They don't want you to win. They want you to be stuck, pessimistic, and hopeless. Yeah, dare to struggle, dare to win.
Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win.
To the CIA that have been smuggling drugs into this country for years, Nicolas Maduro is the leader of Venezuela, and he has led his people to try and be independent and stand up for justice. It's absolutely crazy, absolutely crazy. We are out here to say free Maduro, and lock up the bankers, lock up Wall Street, and free Maduro, 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 free Maduro.
Libertad para Maduro. Free Maduro now! Free Maduro now!
We are here to stand with the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who was taken unlawfully from his home, from his country, from his people. How is this a thing? How are we now kidnapping leaders of countries? Is this something we want to be known for in America? No.
He knows we're in Ukraine and we're genociding children and women and people in Palestine, and we're not doing anything to stop it. Well, if it just starts with a few of us, then it starts with a few of us. And Nicholas, if you and your wife can hear us, we love you, and we are here from all around the United States because we support you, brother. You need to be out here now. This is inexcusable for the United States government. I am not happy with my government. I love the American people. I love what this country is about. But our government is a huge, huge disappointment. To many of us that have had to live our entire lives either poor or lower middle class, well, a handful of people have everything they want every single second of every day. It's not necessary. There's abundance for everyone, but we have to let it happen. God bless you, Maduro. We love you. Free Maduro now! Free Maduro now! Free Maduro now!
We're here in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, a Muslim neighborhood where you've got a lot of mosques, Arab Americans, people from other parts of the Islamic world here in New York City. We're going to see how people feel about Trump bombing Iran and the danger and hatred for Muslims, the possibility of new terrorist attacks.
I don't feel any hatred from nobody.
It's been a propaganda that is happening for many years, 50 or more years against Muslim people, and this propaganda was advertised by Israel and the Zionists.
Yes, there has. Definitely has been a hatred for Muslims. I've been living in this neighborhood for 26 years, and increasingly I see a lot moved in, and a lot mainly Muslim oriented here. Yeah, there is hate for Muslims from a lot of people, especially on social media when I see people posting things that are really not nice and disrespectful.
I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I think that, when you look at social media and other types of media, it's really hard to tell what's true, what's not true anymore. I mean, specifically in this neighborhood where it's largely, a Muslim population and stuff, you don't ever hear of things happening around here, at least. So, like I said, it's just hard to tell.
How do you feel about the USA bombing Iran?
That's bad. We pray for peace for everybody.
What do you think about the USA attacking Iran?
I think that it's not really, or it was not really in our place to do that. I think that, there's a checks and balance, or there used to be a checks and balance for a reason, and it seems like that sort of has been forgotten or overlooked, and it's scary.
How do you feel about the USA bombing Iran?
I think it's kind of terrible. I kind of do feel bad. I really hope they get the justice they get soon. I wish them the best.
Okay. And how do you feel about the USA bombing Iran?
I feel horrible about that. I'm upset. I don't take any sides regarding, different things in the presidency, but I feel really horrible that that has happened, and I'm definitely not for that.
How do you feel about the USA attacking Iran?
It's so sad. Hopefully the war will stop soon, and it's not a Trump decision. It's a Netanyahu decision, and the Zionist lobby in America, they take decision, not the leadership of America.
How do you feel about the USA bombing Iran?
What I feel like? I don't know. Tell the truth. No, I have no comment about that. I don't think we belong over that, but it is what it is. It seems like we're being bullied to go to war. We don't belong to it. Right? That's what it seems like. Besides that, I don't know.
Do you feel like this is similar to the USA invading Iraq in 2003?
I'm not. I think probably worse in some ways. Because at the end of the day, I think most people feel like all of it is a distraction from what's really happening with the Epstein files. I think a majority of people feel that way. It's like that movie Wag the Dog. I don't know if anybody's seen it, where, the president is just causing a war as a distraction.
Do you feel like it's similar to the USA invading Iraq in 2003?
I'm not too sure about that information, but yeah.
Do you feel like it's similar to how the USA invaded Iraq in 2003?
Maybe, yeah.
How?
Well, you're attacking the country and you're attacking again. So, yeah, it's just, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think we need to get involved in any of that with the United States and another country. Worry about your own country.
Do you think it's similar to how the USA invaded Iraq in 2003?
I think it's a bigger plan, and I think we're serving the goals of Israel. We're not caring about our own interests.
Do you think it's kind of like the USA invading Iraq in 2003?
It's almost the same thing. We went to Iraq because of why? Because it was wrong information, and we went to Iraq and for no reason. Now we're doing the same thing again. Bombing Iran for what? they're not going to do no harm for us. They never did, and I don't think they will ever do. They cannot reach us.
Do you think it's similar to the USA invading Iraq in 2003?
I think it's much bigger. I think they did a mistake because they killed a political figure and a religious figure. You know how there's so many, I'm not Shiite myself, but there's so many Shiite out there. They consider him like a religious figure, Khamenei. I think they did a mistake by going to another country and attacking them and justifying. Israel have a nuclear weapon. It's illegal. Why nobody attacks Israel?
Think we have more to fear from terrorism as a result of this war?
Absolutely. I think now people are afraid to ride the trains again. You know, they're afraid, what's going to happen if you're a local bar and somebody decides to, draw a weapon and start, a mass shooting. It's unpredictable because as it is, I think people are already frustrated by the economy, and to just sort of adds on another layer of anger.
And do you feel like there could be more terrorism as a result of this war?
No.
You don't think so? Tell me more.
Sorry, I don't know.
No problem. Do you feel like there could be more terrorism as a result of this war?
I hope not. I don't think so. I think Muslim people, most of them are peaceful, loving people, family-loving people. It's just the propaganda from the Zionist lobby in America, because they're so powerful, with all the Epstein stuff, and you see surprises. Everybody's surprised, and I think it's all connected to the Mossad and the CIA and 9/11, all of it.
Do you think there could be more terrorism because of the bombing of Iran?
I don't think so, and I hope not. Right?
But I mean, if there's a possibility that someone could be angry about that, attack us.
I didn't hear no comments in this neighborhood. Everything sounds really good around here.
Do you feel like there could be more terrorism because of that?
It depends. There is terrorists and terrorism out there, but not every Muslim or every person, anybody could be a terrorist, no matter your nationality, your color, anybody could be one.
Do you feel like terrorists are going to attack more likely because of the event? The invasion?
It can happen. It's a possibility.
And do you feel like there's more of a danger of terrorism because of the war?
I don't think so.
Okay. You don't think that there's more likely to be an attack or something on us because we're bombing Iran?
I doubt it.
As you can see, not a lot of love for Donald Trump attacking Iran here in Bay Ridge, but people aren't sure they necessarily have something to fear when it comes to new terrorist attacks, but anxiety has certainly increased. This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America. What inspired you to write the song?
Yes.
Hello everyone, we have two more performances left. Please stick around. We have Gila the Earth. She was leading us with the Earth.
How are you? Good for you. Sorry, what did you want?
Have you faced retaliation for the stances you've taken?
Huge amounts of retaliation for the last 20 years, solidly from the Israeli lobby. Yeah, they've tried to destroy my career over and over and over and over again, and they're still doing it constantly, all day, every day, and all night too. Sometimes today. And we will turn this up again, because what they're doing is insane, criminally insane. Genocide is just ultimately the worst crime that any of us have ever dreamt of, and they're doing it in front of our eyes. And it's not just the Israelis, it's Keir Starmer, it's the UK government, the Americans, the French, the Germans. The Germans have recently banned my movie in Germany. Can't be shown. Roger Waters made that movie. It's a great movie, by the way. I would recommend anybody to go and see it. It's called This Is Not a Drill, which is interesting that that's a proper title for a rock and roll show. I don't mean to shout over this lady.
No, and what would you like to say to the younger people getting involved in Palestine activism?
Get involved and keep getting involved. Do what I do. When you wake up in the morning, think to yourself, what can I do today? And then do it. Doesn't matter what it is. The main thing is that your heart has been stirred, that you've recognized the love and truth in what we're all saying here today. And that we have to put a stop to the occupation of Palestine. Yeah, the genocide, that's the first thing. We have to get rid of the occupying army. They have to relent. We must free Palestine, the country, from the river to the sea. And we have to do it now. It'll be too late. This next week in the General Assembly in New York is fundamentally important to all of our futures as a human race. These arseholes will destroy the entire planet. Palestine is just the beginning. You've seen it. We all know it. So, anyway, I don't mean to rant on.
And it's about what can we say to the UN leaders who continuously have failed international law and have continuously failed the people of Palestine, Lebanon, Yemen, Syria? What can we say to them?
Say to them, come on guys, get on board. You know we're right. You all know that we're right. And what you've been doing is wrong. You've got to stand up to the United States of America and the UK and the other Zionist mobsters from the world and say, no.
No justice, no peace. Time to heal, colonize, and release.
Sing it like it is, girl. Anyway.
Thank you, Mr.
All right. Okay, you're welcome.
You say something about the Yemenis and how the Yemeni people have stood with Palestine.
The Yemenis are, the Houthis. Their response to this has been quite remarkable. And when the USA pulls the full power of its army at them, they go, we're doing the right thing, and they are. Standing with the people of Palestine is the right thing to do today. So we stand with the Houthis and with the people of Yemen, and we have done all the way through. So,
thank you.
All right, you're very welcome.
I'd like to take a minute to really appreciate who this man is and all that he has done, not only for me personally, but for all of us. I know that without the light and the optimism that Caleb and the Center for Political Innovation offers and that perspective, I really don't know where I would be. I might be lost, I might be confused. That's the general picture. But I think sometimes when you're involved in anti-imperialism and you're involved with the kind of work that we do as anti-imperialists, for as long as someone like Caleb has, you tend to rack up a bit of a resume. So let's take a second and let's just go over a few of the things that he's accomplished in his years as an activist. In 2010, 2 black activists were acquitted because Caleb went to their court case and he showed footage that he had of police brutalizing them and showed that basically, they were being charged with assaulting a police officer. He showed that they didn't do it. That was in Cleveland. During Occupy Wall Street, he was the official media spokesperson for the great anti-imperialist former Attorney General Ramsey Clark. In 2015, he participated in a humanitarian mission to Yemen with the Red Crescent Society, creating an international incident. It was covered in The Guardian. Mainstream media even picked up on it. That's pretty big. And the very next year, our favorite president, Donald Trump, named Caleb his favorite reporter. So, without further ado, let's welcome the ideological leader of the Center for Political Innovation, someone I'm proud to call a mentor and a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Caleb Maupin.
So stay standing, and stretch a little bit, because we're getting near the end of our program.
So at what point do we want to submit super chats, or is that more...
Could be a long night, Names and locations, everybody. Names and locations. Oh boy.
Super chat.
All right. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. All right. But, wow. What an amazing conference. This is our first national convention of the Center for Political Innovation, and I'm overjoyed. Now, everyone who's wearing a red scarf, could you please stand up? Yeah? These are the members of the CPI who helped put on and convene the conference. And we decided to get red scarves. And we also have buttons. Buttons. Does someone have one of the buttons? The button here, it says Anna Louise Strong Brigade. That's what we decided to call the members of the CPI that came to town to convene the conference. That's Anna Louise Strong. And this is an American that so many people don't know anything about. She's a name that's kind of been written out of the history books. But she's been pivotal, not just in the history of this country, but in the history of the world. Anna Louise Strong was from this part of the country and was a key leader of the Seattle General Strike in 1919. She was the main journalist for the Union Record, which was the wobbly labor paper in Seattle. And then, after the strike was defeated, she heard about this new country that was created called the Soviet Union, and she went over there and saw what they were achieving, the amazing things that they were achieving. She came back to the United States and wrote books about it and went on speaking tours about it. And eventually, she moved to Moscow, and she was the editor of the Moscow News, which was the English language newspaper that they had in Moscow in the 1930s. So I like to say she was RT before RT. She's old school RT right here. This is old school RT. And Anna Louise Strong, eventually she moved to China, and she interviewed Mao Zedong. And it was in her interview with Mao that Mao first used the phrase paper tigers to describe the imperialists. She was not loved in this country due to McCarthyism, so she spent her final years in China. And in China, she was known as the Paper Tiger Lady, and Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai and other key leaders of the Chinese Communist Party would come over to her house all the time to consult with her on politics, really comprehended economics and political theory. She was also deeply poetic. Her writing is deeply beautiful, and it was discovering her writing as a teenager. I discovered her autobiography, I Change Worlds, her memoir of living in the Soviet Union called The Stalin Era, her writing, The Soviets Expected It, about World War II. She wrote so much about the socialist movement and what it's about. And in everything she wrote, she brought with it a spirit of Americanism. She was not ashamed to be an American. She knew this country did a lot of evil things, but there was Americanism that just flowed through everything that she wrote. I'm going to read to you something that amazing woman who's been left out of U.S. history wrote. And this was at the time that great Seattle general strike was happening. This is what she wrote. This is an editorial she wrote for the Seattle Union Record. She said, "We are undertaking the most tremendous move ever made by labor in this country. A move that will lead no one knows where. We do not need hysteria. We need the iron march of labor. Labor will feed the people. 12 great kitchens have been offered, and from them food will be distributed and provision trades at low cost to all. Labor will care for the babies and the sick. The milk wagon drivers and laundry drivers are arranging plans for supplying milk to babies, invalids, and hospitals, and taking care of linen for the hospitals. Labor will preserve order. The strike committee is arranging for guards and is expected that the stopping of the cars will keep people at home. Let them get this straight. It is not the withdrawal of labor power, but the power of workers to manage that will win this strike. The closing down of Seattle's industries, a mere shutdown, will not affect these Eastern gentlemen very much. They could let the whole Northwest go to pieces as far as money alone is concerned. But the closing down of capitalist-controlled industries in Seattle, while the workers organize to feed the people, to care for the babies and the sick, and to preserve order, this will move them. For this looks too much like the taking of power by the workers. Labor will not only shut down the industries, labor will reopen. And that is why they say that we are starting out on a road that leads no one knows where." That's Anna Louise Strong in 1919, talking about how the potential of the strike wasn't going to be from creating disorder, wasn't going to be from creating chaos. It would be about the new, beautiful order that emerged when working people stepped up and started taking responsibility and taking participation in the leadership of their society. That the strike would preserve and present a new order. That's what she was writing about. She was a city builder. Anna Louise Strong. And we live in an age where there's so much pessimism. And a lot has been said about this. I won't be the person to make this comparison. But the time period we're living in is a lot like the lead up to the First World War. Because war brings out the worst in people. And it makes people hopeless about humanity. It makes people question what it's all worth. And there's a poem that they used to make boomers memorize in school. They don't do that anymore. That's the thing they used to do, is they used to make kids memorize poems in school. And there's one poem they used to make kids memorize, and because it was so widely taught in school, people make fun of it a lot. So you've probably heard people reference it. And it goes like this: "I think that I shall never see a poem as lovely as a tree whose hungry mouth is pressed against the earth's sweet flowing breast, a tree that looks at God all day and lifts her leafy arms to pray, a tree that may in summer wear a nest of robins in her hair, upon whose bosoms snow has lain, who intimately lives with rain. Poems are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree." You ever hear that poem before? Yeah. Well, that was written by Joyce Kilmer. And Joyce Kilmer was shot in the head during World War I. And that poem expressed the pessimism of the age. It expressed the belief that all this technological advancement, all this progress, wasn't really leading to a beautiful new world. Instead, it was just giving us new weapons with which to kill each other, new technology with which to gun each other down. It was looking to nature, looking with defeat at humanity. Only God can make a tree. Looking at human progress, looking at the idea that we can advance as a species with pessimism and cynicism and hopelessness. It's a cry of defeat. And as I said, war brings out the worst in people. You know, my grandfather, he fought in the Second World War, and he went into the U.S. Marine Corps. He was from a small town in Missouri, and he and all the other young men from his small town in rural Missouri, they went into the U.S. Marine Corps. And my grandfather hated the U.S. Marine Corps. And he would see a billboard for the Marines, or he would hear the Marine anthem, and he would get angry. He would be visibly angry. He hated the basic training that they went through. It was very brutal. And he went through basic training, and they gave him an IQ intelligence test, and he tested pretty high, and so they switched him into the U.S. Navy, and he was an officer in the U.S. Navy. So then after the war, he went to meet up with all the young men who had fought with him in the U.S. Marines. But he couldn't meet with them because they were all dead. All of them had died except for one. And he met with the one surviving member of his unit in the U.S. Marines, and the guy was visibly not well. And in the conversation they had when they had dinner, he bragged to my grandfather about all the gold that he had pulled out of the teeth of Japanese corpses during the war. And my grandfather heard that, and he was just hurt by that. But my grandfather was in the U.S. Navy. He was a Navy officer during the war. And he also told us the story of how one day he was getting his hair cut. And he was getting his hair cut, and
everything affects a musician. Especially like the state of the world it is today.
There is only one life, there is only one truth. There is the lie of revisionism and opportunism of all youth, the lie of imperialism and reaction. And there is the truth of Marxism, Leninism, of revolution and socialism. There is only one life, there is only one truth.
Arrived in Toronto in all of its autumnal splendor in the beginning of October, and we were unsure about what would happen, how things would go. We didn't know the Canadians, we didn't know the musicians or the poets or anything. And the plan was to work together on some joint work. The entire concert was made up of new things, produced from the beginning of October to the 7th, which was the first concert. And Hardy Urbanski, who was mentioned earlier, was always inspiring and enlightening in this process. So what was produced was a songbook, which I have a copy of. And there were, in fact, 78 poems published in this. Cornelius, transcribed all of the songs that appeared in it. And in fact, 35 of the poems were set to music.
There amongst these fighters, you will find my boat. La Colombie-Britannique, le Yukon, les territoires du Nord-Ouest. Our shores, organized and hammered out the objective laws, propelling history. Dogfight among the rich, exploit all the workers, make money from pitch. You can go back to the land. You can turn on or tune in or drop out, live on 7th Avenue.
As being a complete whirlwind of ideas, new ideas, but also a whirlwind in the sense that we travelled, thousands of miles all over Canada. So we would be rehearsing, like overnight car trips over the prairies and things, rehearsing the new songs. And then when we did get some sleep, when we got up for breakfast, would be new poems to set. In fact, I remember some of the poems that I was setting. Hardy Urbanski actually suggested, that made a few suggestions, that almost like a musical, why not use a musical style?
The victory of communism.
And as far as telling stories about Cornelius and his life is concerned and so on, the most important thing which I found about him was this social side, that he was one in all situations with everyone. When the concert was given in Toronto, there were night before there was nothing. And how a performance is put that evening, we did have performance, it was for 3 hours, and people did applaud. All these are concrete facts. So if you don't have that social side, and it's not just Cornelius, I found the comments from Britain all very precious in this respect.
British working class, you have a fine history. This battle's waged against a vicious enemy with great determination. British working class aspires to revolution in the face of attempts to crush this aspiration of socialism in Britain. Light is shining in the sky, heralding the dawn of a glorious new day. British working class, your revolutionary force to build our socialist life.
We have no false euphoria or expectations of any victories in relation to the grave problems which confront the people, or the difficulties to be overcome, and the sacrifice which has to be made. But neither are we pessimistic or fatalistic before the attempts of the ruling class to inculcate an atmosphere of fear and powerlessness in the face of the onrush of racism, fascism and war. The very fact that the British and other reactionary powers have racism as a preferred policy, are developing fascism and preparing for war, shows not their strength but their weakness in the face of their deepening crisis and the rising struggles of the people.
So yes, once you listen to the sort of opening address of the June the 7th conference, which catalogues what was going on in the country at the time.
Yeah.
So the level of racist attacks, the attacks from the organised fascists, the Deptford firebomb, the actions of the government, both in terms of attacking immigrants, attacking national minorities in general, and the Nationality Act or Nationality Bill as it was then. So you have a whole kind of catalogue of the attacks that were going on, and you can kind of see the level that things are at. But also you see the sort of level of the parties organising and the politics that it was putting forward to deal with the threats as they existed. So both can bring back the intensity and political level and political consciousness that existed then. So I mean, that makes it particularly powerful.
What came to my mind when I was listening to it was like just a vision of the intensity of what we were doing, out on the streets, as you were saying, out on the streets, dealing with the racist attacks, campaigning against the government and explaining to people. And I just remember the intensity of those days, and also the sense that the main thing we were immersed in was what we were doing to change the situation. It wasn't like a sense of oppression at these things happening, because we were, so immersed in actually day-to-day battling it and working it out.
It was really almost every moment of every day was the engagement with the struggle, and the need to be conscious of that and consciously active, and to feel that sense of unity with other members of the party at the time, and members of the community gave a great deal of energy, in fact. I used to find these little fragments, like on the back of a bus ticket, few little notes, and so certainly when he was in prison, he's, hard to get hold of paper. So he said he'd play the organ, so that would allow him to play, yes, but also to get paper and prayer sheets. And he composed on the back of those whilst he was inside. I remember when he came out, I went to meet him because I was going to work, but he came out early, and he'd asked me to bring some papers with me. And he was released at the same time as 2 Iranians, and he wanted the paper for the Iranians. Yeah. So he was already working. He hadn't put one foot outside, and he was already, his mind was there. It was a task to be done. And, we had a brief breakfast, and he was off. Just boundless belief in what he was doing and what the party was doing, rather than him himself, and incredible attention to detail as well, and a huge kind of drive to try and enthuse people. That was the other thing, to try and lead them. He really felt the need to lead, I think. Not again really about him, but about just such a strong belief in the party, and that we were going to change things, that it was possible.
At last in each country produces diamonds so bright, its best sons and daughters who are prepared to give their life to building the party of the working class, to lead the broad masses in the revolutionary fight. The Revolutionary Communist Party of Britain, Marxist Leninist, is the head to direct the blows of the working class's clenched fist.
He used to agonise about things often. He'd rewrite, he'd write and rewrite, and I don't think he was always so relaxed.
What sort of things did he used to agonise over then?
I can certainly think about it in musical terms, because I knew, when, for instance, a certain passage of something he wasn't happy with, he'd hammer at it, he'd be over and over and over it, and then leave it, and then be back again, come in from something and just spend 10 minutes at it again. So, but also I think, talks, speeches, how to say something in the way that he really wanted to say it, and probably also through interaction with, writing, and then it's looked at, and then you rethink it, rephrase it, because it's not a solo piece. This is the work of the party, and that was sometimes, I think, a matter of struggle as well. It wasn't just everybody, had one idea and pursued that one idea. I think it was something that evolved, and so that was the way that I think things matured.
But you were involved in PCA and People's Liberation Music.
Yes, more PCA, a little bit People's Liberation Music,
right.
Particularly when we were on big demonstrations. Emily and I and Georgina used to sing at the truck, and Pete sometimes, Cole sometimes. It was a sort of moving group of people. Sometimes, it always felt really great actually, to be singing revolutionary songs and to be sort of there and hopefully inspiring people, and sometimes quite hair-raising when things got a little rough.
Nazis have no right to organise! 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 Wipe out the Nazi movement! Wipe out the Nazi movement! Wipe out the Nazi movement! aflame. Stand up and fight. Our hearts are all aflame. The new life is coming to put the past to shame. The happiness is part of this life. And we cannot be wrong. Freedom is the content of our song.
What a cultural worker is going to choose, which theme and from where, it is very, very important. For example, to reduce culture merely as an instrument of propaganda, a song or something, it is to vulgarize that culture. PCA and Canadian Culture Workers Committee made some choices. And so it took up various forms and put very different content in them.
When the rhythm and change and the speed of history vie with the events that unfold.
The stage was now set in 1981-82 to produce broad, revolutionary mass culture forms professionally. It is at this precise point that we lost Cornelius Carding.
Tonight, we're going to have yet another slideshow. These slideshows are a good format. They help me arrange my thoughts and just explain it all. So tonight's slideshow is called The Breakdown of the Western System. What is driving war with Iran and how to resist? Here we go. The crisis and the war. We should be living in the most prosperous time ever. AI and human technology has made production easier than ever before. The ability to create wealth is higher than ever before, and the human labor power necessary to do it is lower than ever before. Computers can do almost anything. Self-driving cars will soon be with us. So why is poverty everywhere? Why is there an affordability crisis? And why are we in a new war that the American people do not want? Well, the answer is rooted in something I have discussed many times on these streams, the problem of overproduction. And this is a great video that was put together by Peter Coffin, where I explained this with my dry erase board at one of our CPI gatherings. This is the issue. Explain what needs to be explained, what used to be considered Marxism 101, about why it is that our Western capitalist economy is crashing and burning. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to do some math. And I hate math. You know why I hate math? Because I grew up in America. I went to public school in the United States of America. So I am going to, at risk of embarrassing myself, because math was never my best subject, I am going to do some mathematics here on the board for you to explain the problem.
We very much enjoyed Caleb's speech.
So if you are creating a product, right? If you're a factory owner, you're making a product, you are going to need the material through which that product is made, the manufacturing materials. So that'll be A.
The simple equation you put forward to explain the crisis of overproduction and the falling rate of profit.
And you're probably going to need to transport the product to where it's sold. That's B.
It broke down where your money goes.
You're also going to have to pay your labor costs. Labor costs are represented by C.
Explanations of those concepts that people are able to understand.
Then when consumers purchase the product, they're going to pay a final price. And that final price is D. However, there's a problem with that.
I like the fact that he framed it that way to make it very clear.
Which is that the capitalist can't change how much A costs. He can't change how much B costs. So the profit of the capitalist can only be extracted from the value put into it by the worker. And this is the basis of Marxism, the understanding of surplus value.
I've never seen it explained so simply anywhere. I've never been able to explain it that simply.
So C, the labor value, is divided. You have C1, which is what the worker actually gets paid. And then you have C2, which is the profit that the capitalist makes. And it all adds up to D, which is the final cost of the product. Now, the way people in the United States who talk about Marxism generally talk about this is they say, well, this is unfair. They say the worker is not getting paid the full value of his labor. But they're missing one of the most important points, which is not just that it's unfair and then people argue, well, what about the employer? He put up the money, doesn't he deserve to be? That's all a distraction. Because the important thing to understand is this. C1 is always going to be less than D. The wages paid out to the worker are never enough to buy back the product that he produces. There is always more products created than there are wages paid out to the worker. And this is the built-in problem of capitalism, the problem of overproduction. And it is always there in the capitalist economy. It never goes away. And they have invented all kinds of crazy mechanisms to try and deal with the problem of overproduction. Part of the reason that the US government has purchased billions and billions of dollars worth of cheese only to bury it in a cave in Springfield, Missouri, is to deal with this problem. It is an ongoing present problem, and it's a problem acknowledged by most capitalist economists. John Maynard Keynes said the problem was underconsumption rather than overproduction, but he was pointing to the same problem. The military-industrial complex in the United States is an effort to deal with this problem, to keep spending going. There's all kinds of mechanisms that they've invented to try and resolve this problem, but it gets worse. What is the capitalist always trying to do? He wants to maximize the amount of profit he makes. And one of the main ways they do that is with what's called labor-saving technology. Get rid of workers and replace workers with machines. As they eliminate workers from the process of production, as there's fewer and fewer workers involved, as machines take the place of workers, the role of C in production decreases. There's a little bit of a problem with that. As C goes down, C2 also goes down, right? As C decreases, C2 also decreases. And as the role of the worker in production is reduced, the rate of profit that the capitalist makes goes down. And this is called the tendency of the falling rate of profit. Only human labor creates value. And this is something that Adam Smith acknowledged. This is something some of the popes even acknowledge. Human labor creates all value. And so when you reduce the role of human labor in production, the amount of value created decreases, and the ability of the capitalist to extract surplus value also decreases. So this causes the capitalist to have to churn out even more products because he's making less and less of a profit on the overall product. He's making less and less of a percentage, so he has to churn them out. So this problem of the worker never being able to buy back what he produces and more products being created than are necessary, this problem becomes exacerbated. And this points to what is understood to be the deeply irrational nature of the capitalist system.
Yeah. Now, that problem that there are always more products created and that we don't get paid enough to buy back what we produce, the wages paid out in the process of production are never enough to buy back what we produce. That is a problem that is very new to the capitalist system. It never existed before, right? In all the past times of human history, when people were hungry, it was because there was a shortage of food. When people were homeless, it was because there was a shortage of housing. Capitalism is the only system that has ever existed where people are hungry because there is too much food, where people are homeless because there is too much housing, where abundance leads to poverty, poverty amid plenty, poverty created by abundance. The Communist Manifesto, 1848, Marx writes, and these crises, there breaks out an epidemic that in all earlier epochs would have seemed an absurdity, the epidemic of overproduction. Society suddenly finds itself put back into a state of momentary barbarism. It appears as if famine, a universal war of devastation, had cut off the supply of every means of subsistence. Industry and commerce seem to be destroyed. And why? Because there's too much civilization, too much means of subsistence, too much industry, and too much commerce. The productive forces at the disposal of society no longer tend to further the development of the conditions of bourgeois property. The conditions of bourgeois society are too narrow to comprise the wealth created by them. And how does the bourgeoisie get over these crises? On the one hand, by enforced destruction of the massive productive forces. On the other, by the conquest of new markets and by the more thorough exploitation of the old ones. That is to say, by paving the way for more extensive and destructive crises and by diminishing the means whereby crises are prevented. So basically, this is a problem that really we didn't see in the world until the 1800s, till the dawn of capitalism, of the economy breaking down because of a crisis of overproduction or a glut. So much wealth has been created, and the amount of human labor power needed to create it is less, and people can't buy back what they produce, and poverty exists amid abundance. And the government is buying a bunch of cheese and burying it in a cave in order to, keep the price of dairy high enough that the farms don't all collapse. And there's all kinds of crazy mechanisms. The government is spending money on militarism to keep this is a constant problem, right? Now, what do you do about this problem? Well, this has hung over the capitalist system since the 1800s. Really, since 1825, you've had economic breakdowns caused by overproduction. Well, in 1877, in Britain, there was a group of people that came together, and they were called the Malthusian League. And they took their name from Robert Thomas Malthus, who was a British economist in the 1700s, who wrote a book, an essay called Essay on the Principle of Population Growth, saying that the French Revolution had happened because there were too many poor people, that it was overpopulation. And Malthus invented this term of overpopulation. And in 1877, the Rockefeller family, the American, dynasty that started Standard Oil, John D. Rockefeller, they decided that the problems of capitalism were due to overpopulation. There were too many poor people, and they didn't have room to employ them in the economy, and that was the problem, and that it was necessary to decrease the population. And these ideas were so widespread, Malthusianism. I don't know if you've ever seen A Christmas Carol or read the novel A Christmas Carol, but Scrooge, the bad guy, the grumpy evil capitalist in Charles Dickens' novel. At one point, he's approached by, some people that want to give to a charity. And he says, "Are there no prisons and poorhouses for these poor people to live in?" And the charitable person says, "Well, some would rather die than go there, Mr. Scrooge." And he says, "Well, if they'd rather die, then they should do it and decrease the surplus population." Right? Scrooge is a Malthusian, right? And these ideas became very popular among the wealthy people in Britain. This idea that the problem of capitalism was not due to overproduction and the fact that workers aren't getting paid enough to buy back what they produce. It's caused by the fact there are just too many people. And they wanted to save capitalism by decreasing the surplus population, like Scrooge. Also in the 1890s, you had the scramble for Africa, where all the Western colonial countries started seizing Africa. They started seizing chunks of Africa. They also started seizing chunks of Asia. You had the Opium Wars, where the British Empire fought and seized control of the British of China and made it, a captive market for the British Empire. You also had the seizure of South America, and it was the scramble for Africa. Well, what was the scramble for Africa really about? What was the scramble for Africa really about? I thought I had the quote on the screen here, but I guess I will just have to read it to you. So what was Zimbabwe called before it became Zimbabwe? It was called Rhodesia. Why was it called Rhodesia? It was called Rhodesia after Cecil Rhodes. Cecil Rhodes was a British colonizer, a British guy who colonized Africa and was a big advocate of British expansion and seizure of parts of Africa, a big part of the scramble for Africa. Well, this is a direct quote from Cecil Rhodes that I will read to you. And I will quote this to you because it's worth understanding. This is what Cecil Rhodes explained about why it was that they were seizing Africa. Here we go. In 1895, Cecil Rhodes wrote, I was in the East End of London, a working class quarter, yesterday, and I attended a meeting of the unemployed, and I listened to their wild speeches that were just a cry for bread, bread, and on my way home I pondered over the scene, and I became more ever convinced of the importance of imperialism. My cherished idea is a solution to the social problem. In order to save the 40 million inhabitants of the United Kingdom from a bloody civil war, we colonial statesmen must acquire new lands to settle the surplus population, to provide new markets for goods produced in the factories and mines. The empire, as I have always said, is a bread and butter issue. If you want to avoid a civil war, you must become imperialists. That was Cecil Rhodes. And this is a cartoon of Cecil Rhodes, the colonizer of Africa. So basically, he's saying that we have all these people in Britain that don't have a place in the factory, in the assembly line, and we have all these products that we can't sell. So what we'll do is we'll take some of these people and we'll send them to Africa to be soldiers and colonial overseers and settlers in Africa. Plus, we'll force all these impoverished countries around the world to buy our products. We can't sell, we're not selling textile, and we're not selling steel, and we're not selling coal, but we'll force these developing countries to import their products from us, and we'll save the British economy by seizing chunks of the world. And that was a way to deal with the crisis of overproduction, was the Western countries, in order to stabilize capitalism, in order to maximize their profits, in order to deal with the instability at home, they started seizing chunks of the world. Colonialism, which eventually became imperialism, was about dealing with this problem of poverty amid plenty. Send the poor people, send the working class people over to the developing world as soldiers, as settlers, seize the economies, force these countries to buy the products that we can't sell at home. The export of capital. In previous times, countries exported product.
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
Union. He wants pure workers' power. It's all just kind of grandstanding, because at the end of the day, what he actually advocated, over and over and over again was called social democracy. It was just social democracy. And his criticisms of U.S. foreign policy, I remember, like, after 9/11, he had a book called 9/11 that was everywhere. And what did it say? It said that the USA has committed acts of terrorism too. If I remember, like, one of the lines from the book was, after 9/11, people said that New York City looked like Beirut, but Beirut also looks like Beirut. And it's partially because of American policy that Beirut looks like Beirut. It's like, is this like deeply profound stuff? It's like silly. It's like, Michael Parenti, right, who just died, was like the radical alternative to Noam Chomsky. And it was almost like, like Chomsky was there to prevent you from seeing Parenti. Michael Parenti also came out of the Ivy League schools, but he was a hardliner. He was on the national board of the Communist Party that was aligned with the Soviet Union, and he presented a pro-Soviet, full-on anti-imperialist line. And Noam Chomsky was there, so you didn't see Parenti almost, right? Like it was like, and that this is the game that's played. It's like, you know, if you look at how these things are operated, like a lot of what American intelligence does is handle the narrative, right? It's like the understanding was almost like there's gonna have to be somebody all over the world. People are critiquing U.S. foreign policy, and you know, saying it in Soviet aligned ways or whatever. So we need to give voice to that. We need somebody who could go on NPR and PBS, public broadcasting or whatever, and be the voice of that. But we need to make sure they do it in a way that's not too exciting and not too coherent. And we can say, look, that voice has been represented. And that's kind of the role that Noam Chomsky played. The other thing that I've noticed about leftism is that there's kind of like an aristocracy. So Noam Chomsky is very close to Amy Goodman, you know, Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! And he's very close to her. You know, and there's Jill Stein, who was like the Green Party candidate, who ran against Hillary Clinton and you know, has run in the elections. And that there's like a layer of people they're not really involved in activism. They're not organizing protests. They're not in part of any leftist group. But whenever the establishment needs like a Marxist or a communist, it finds them and it just, you know, here you are. Okay, you got your Marxist, and that's Amy Goodman, that's Jill Stein, that's Noam Chomsky. They all tend to be quite wealthy, and they all tend to be Jewish ethnically, you know, and it's kind of interesting. And they come from families that do this. You can say the same thing about Naomi Klein. You know, she's a similar figure, right? And they're kind of like almost on call. Like, you know, if the ruling elite of the United States needs to have, you know, give voice to these sentiments among the broader population, there they are. You've got them. And it's quite interesting to explore where they find them and why they are not part of any like movement, so to speak. They're just kind of on call. You know, it's kind of like, you know, an actor, you know, you have your call. Oh, time to get on the stage. And that's kind of the role that they play.
Out of interest, were any of these people Trotskyites? Trotskyites?
Well, that's interesting. Now, I don't know. I know Naomi Klein's parents quit the Communist Party of the United States and fled to Canada because they didn't want to fight in World War II, and they didn't agree with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact when Stalin signed the non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union, and so they fled to Canada. And Naomi Klein has just been this well-known, you know, Marxist, and she's like the voice of leftism in. You know, in a lot of cases. She wrote the shock doctrine and all of that. She was kind of the go-to intellectual for the anti-globalization movement. Amy Goodman, I know her family are from Long Island. Her parents have like a communist connection or something, but, you know, they were not in the party or whatever. And the other thing I've noticed, though, I mean, as far as Trotskyism, you know, I don't know of any direct connection. Chomsky would always fancy himself to be an anarchist. Amy Goodman doesn't seem to have any ties to any ideological tendency. I noticed that Amy Goodman, Noam Chomsky, during the Obama administration, they dramatically shifted. They were always like critics of U.S. foreign policy, but they echoed U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, but they echoed the Qatari line. Qatar, right? You know, that's where Al Jazeera comes out of. And in the Middle East, the Muslim Brotherhood has long been an ally of the United States. The Muslim Brotherhood is not a leftist organization in any conceivable way. They believe in capitalism, and they will even say things like America is more Muslim than the Muslim countries. In America, you know, we have the free market, and that's, you know, that's in line with the Quran. And, you know, they almost call them westernized Muslims. But the Qatari monarchy, Turkey, there was kind of an axis around Al Jazeera that had the line of like opposing Israel, but definitely opposing the Syrian government, definitely opposing Gaddafi, wanting to negotiate with Iran, but not liking Iran. And that was Noam Chomsky's line. And that was Amy Goodman's line. And that was also the line of the major Trotskyite organization in the United States, the International Socialist Organization that runs Haymarket Books. And that line of the Arab Spring line, that was the Muslim Brotherhood line, that was the line that they were espousing. And I remember my interaction with Chomsky, my one encounter with him where I I spoke to him directly was at the United Nations when the Arab League invited Noam Chomsky to speak against Israel, at the United Nations. And I asked Noam Chomsky about how Israel had assassinated Iranian nuclear scientists. And I jokingly, if you watch the clip, he answered my question with the 4 Ds of dodgeball: dip, dodge, duck, and dodge. Because I said, is this not a crime to murder peaceful nuclear energy scientists, by Israel? And he said, well, why focus on just one crime? Every time the USA threatens the use of force, that's a crime. And he just went on a whole rant about how there are all these crimes committed and all these violations of the UN Charter by Western powers all the time. And I'm thinking, why? But he knew what he was doing, right? He was invited there by the Arab League, which was at that point opposing Iran. He, as a favor to them, he was not going to give me my soundbite saying it was wrong to kill the Iranian nuclear scientists. So he knew how to answer my question in a way where he didn't give me a soundbite condemning what was very much an obvious U.S. crime, which was the fact that, Mossad teamed up with the MEK terrorists and murdered these peaceful nuclear energy scientists in Iran. And I thought that was like skilled on his part. He knew how to give me an answer that wouldn't be quotable, right? But he also, he was there very much working for the Arab League, working for, the U.S. aligned Arab states who were paying him to come to the United Nations and grandstand against Israel. And Amy Goodman was there with him on the stage. She was just there to accompany him at that event. And I noticed they followed the Qatari line. They were very much, and Chomsky would say weird things. Like during the Syrian war, he said that the USA was more afraid of the revolution against Assad than of Assad. And so the USA wasn't really supporting the overthrow of Assad. That's ridiculous. That's, you look back on that now, and that was his claim. Well, the revolution, the people's power of this, CIA color revolution against Assad is such a threat to the Western elite that they don't really want to see Assad fall. That's an absurd claim. And that's what he was putting out there. I mean, it was bizarre. So
while we're on this topic, Caleb, it's a little digression, but it's just something that I've wondered about. The Zionists have massively hammered Tucker Carlson with the accusation that he's working for Qatar. So I was interested to hear you say that. Do you think there's any truth to that? Like, do you see Tucker Carlson aping the Qatari line currently? Like, do you think he's secretly working for this Muslim Brotherhood and so on, or is there nothing to it?
Well, I see Tucker Carlson's foreign policy stuff doesn't match theirs. He's criticizing Israel, and it's probably, they may boost him or amplify him, right? And that there's a lot of that goes on, right? Of just finding people that say things that line up with you and amplifying and boosting it. But Qatar generally echoes the U.S. and NATO foreign policy on everything but Israel. And Tucker Carlson has gone beyond that, so I don't see him as working for them, no.
Another question I had along these lines, and I've been kind of having a look at how people on the left have been, and anti-Israel activists have been responding to the Chomsky news. And some of the people, Aaron Mate is one of the people who jumped out. And I'm not sure what Max Blumenthal and Grey Zone types have been saying, but I'm pretty sure I saw a couple of tweets of Aaron Mate saying, playing it down or saying, I really respect Chomsky and, we can't read too much into this and all this sort of stuff. What's going on there, in your view?
He's kind of this sacred cow that you're not supposed to touch. And also, he's a kingmaker. If he decides to highlight you, that's a boost. And that's kind of why he's been put in that position, right? If Chomsky were to decide to highlight and wave around or, endorse, somebody, that would make their career among leftists. And so I think that's part of it. And part of it is also just for a lot of people. He was the only one that they ever heard, right? A lot of people who kind of went down the rabbit hole of criticizing U.S. foreign policy, the first voice they ever heard saying very obvious things was Noam Chomsky, because no one else was allowed to say it. So I think there's part of that also. But it's also, again, that kingmaker phenomenon, right? And again, this is part of controlled opposition. It's not simply that they control the narrative, but people who want to advance their careers saying similar things have to negotiate with them, right? And there's a lot of that nonsense that I'm sure you've seen on the right as well, of somebody gets boosted. They're the famous internet, dissident on the right or on the left. And then everyone who wants to advance has to kind of kiss their ring and get their approval. And that's how these people are able to control the narrative. And Chomsky was able to control the narrative around 9/11. He was able to control the narrative around JFK assassination, around a lot of things. And part of the way he did it was that if you wanted to become a respected or get the credibility of being a leftist critic of foreign policy, you needed to, act in a way that Chomsky would approve of and amplify you. I mean, that's kind of how the game is played. So that's what I
wanted to begin today's session by honoring 3 people, none of whom were CPI members, but were great anti-imperialist activists who passed on. There's a tradition that comes out of the Cuban Revolution that I guess in the military, when they're taking roll, they say the person's name, and then the way to say present in Spanish, they say presente. And a way of honoring the deceased is to you then say their name, and everyone shouts presente because they're still with us, our comrades are still with us. The first person I would like to honor was a guy named Marty Goodman. Marty Goodman was a man who was born into a communist family in New York City. He got involved in the struggle against the Vietnam War as a young man, and he was really involved in building peace demonstration. He was in the Socialist Workers' Party, and he was in some other organizations that came out of that. He was a transit worker. He drove the subway train in New York City. He actually saved someone's life on the subway. So a woman had tried to commit suicide and jump in front of the train, and he jerked the train to a stop and saved the person's life. And so the city of New York gave him an award for this, and he turned down the award in protest of the way the transit workers were having their treatment cut, and he kind of embarrassed the MTA authority, turning down their award. But the reason that I know Marty Goodman is because in the final years of his life, he was dedicated to freeing Julian Assange, and that became the cause that he was obsessed with. And every week they had a protest in front of the British UN mission, every week. And I worked near there at the RT studio that used to be there, and I would walk by him, and sometimes he would be the only one there with a sign, "Free Julian Assange." He'd be the only one. And sometimes there'd be 5 people, sometimes there'd be 10 people, and sometimes it was just Marty. And I would run into Marty on the subway, and I would run into Marty in my neighborhood. And he always wanted to give me a newspaper, and he was always dedicated to freeing Julian Assange. And he died 3 months before Julian Assange was freed. And so when Julian Assange got his freedom, I thought of Marty Goodman and how happy Marty Goodman is in the next life to see that the cause he dedicated himself to in his final years finally had fruition. Julian Assange was able to return home to be with his family. And so Marty Goodman is a great comrade. Marty Goodman, presente! Marty Goodman, presente! I wanted to talk about another comrade, another friend who died this year, was a guy named Paul Gilman. Now, Paul Gilman was an activist in New York City, and he ran for Congress and for various offices as a member of the Green Party. Paul Gilman's story is fascinating. Paul Gilman, in the early 1980s, he was convicted of something related to marijuana. And he was a young man who smoked a lot of pot, and he ended up going upstate to prison in New York State. And in prison, he read every book he could get his hands on. And he learned about Mao Zedong and the Chinese Revolution. He learned about the civil rights movement, the black struggle, and he came out of prison as a dedicated activist. And he was at every anti-war demonstration and every rally in New York City. He was somebody that I just found to be very, very amusing. One time I gave a class on the history of Mao. He came with a stack of books because he was just so excited to share the information. But one story about Paul Gilman that I want to share is that he had a son who was disabled, who was kind of special needs son. And one time he took his son to a film screening, and his son, who was disabled, was kind of, being loud and making a scene or something like that. And he was very embarrassed, and he was very apologetic. So he apologized to the party leaders and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And they said, "It's no big deal." And he said, I'll never bring my son to an event again." And they said to him, "No, it's no big deal. You'll know if your son is ready for it." And every time I saw Paul, he would tell me that story, because that shows you how much an act of kindness like that, an act of compassion. They could have said, "Never bring your son to an event again," but they said to him, "No, you'll know." And they were very kind in response to his son being a little bit disruptive at the movie showing. And every time I saw Paul, he would mention that to me, because that shows you how much an act of human kindness can go with people. And I would run into Paul on the streets of New York City, kind of like I ran into Marty. And sometimes Paul was in a homeless shelter. Sometimes he was homeless because he was an ex-con. He had a criminal conviction. It was hard to get a job. Other times he was doing well. But yet, despite struggling to keep a roof over his own head, he would still run for office as a Green Party candidate every time. And he was with the Palestinians. The last time that I saw Paul was at a pro-Palestine rally in May. And Paul went up to me and he gave me condolences on the death of my wife's mother. He said, I saw on Facebook that your wife mentions that her mother just passed. I'm so sorry to hear that. He gave me a big hug, and that was the last time I saw Paul because he died a couple weeks later. And I think about Paul, who, you know, from a prison, from a dark place, discovered a life of struggle and came out. And I think about the glow that he had in his eyes and the hope that Paul always had. Every time I saw him, he was full of optimism and energy. That's what we need. Paul Gilman, presente. Paul Gilman, presente. Paul Gilman, presente. And the last comrade I want to give a tribute to is someone who died quite a long time ago. I think he died in 2011. His name was Artie Rosen. And Artie Rosen was a member of the Workers' World Party, and he'd been a founding member of the Workers' World Party. And he was actually quite wealthy because he was an expert on economics, and he'd started a currency trading company on Wall Street. He was very good at trading currencies. He'd made quite a bit of money, but communism was his life's goal. And he was a Jewish American, but everywhere Artie went, and I knew him at the time he was retired, he went with a Palestine baseball cap on his head and a stack of communist newspapers in his briefcase. And everywhere he went, he was wearing his Palestine baseball cap, and he was giving out the newspaper to everyone he could. And every time you saw him, he would tell you about, you know, I was on the subway and, you know, someone saw my Palestine hat and they gave me a thumbs up and I just got them a subscription to the newspaper. Or I was walking through a neighborhood and there were a group of Arab American teenagers and they saw my ball cap and they gave me a thumbs up. And every time you saw him, you heard from him good news, positivity, hope for the movement. And, you know that as a Jewish guy, an older Jewish guy in New York City wearing a Palestine ball cap, he must have gotten a lot of negativity. There were probably a lot of people that gave him a thumbs down or told him to go F himself or something like that, but you never heard about that from Artie. I think about Artie, the reason I'm bringing him up, even though he passed, you know, quite a few years ago, is because I think about, you know, in the next life as he looks on us now, he's got to be so overjoyed to see all the pro-Palestine demonstrations that are happening now, that people all over the country are marching for Palestine, and people like him that are of Jewish descent are also marching for Palestine. He's got to be just absolutely overjoyed. Artie Rosen, presente. Artie Rosen, presente. Artie Rosen, presente. And the reason that I'm opening our session talking about this is because movements are made by people. Movements are made by people who give their lives to it, people who are active organizers. And part of what we've been trying to transition out of in CPI is we don't want to be an online organization. We very much want to be an in real life organization. And in real life means getting to know people. It means getting to struggle along people. And there are so many beautiful people who've given their lives to anti-imperialism. And we need to honor them and we need to know them because they're a model for what our lives can be, right? You know, the revolution is not podcasts. The revolution is not tweets. The revolution is people who give their life to the struggle. And so we want to keep these comrades with us and look at them as a model of people who lived for a higher purpose, believed in living in the sake of others, and sacrificing for something that they believe in. We want to hold them in our hearts as we go out and build a movement in our time. So Marty Goodman, presente. Paul Gilman, presente. Artie Rosen, presente.
It's not easy. All these other little groups are doing is easy. They've been doing the whole Donald Trump is the KKK, like they have the posters, they haven't upgraded stuff for the past 10 years, you know, so I always tell Caleb, like, I almost joined one of those groups back then, but I'm glad I didn't, so it's just like, you know, we're doing the honest work, and that's going to take longer. In the long run, it's rewarding, so I enjoy kind of the reward I get afterwards, because the whole Kamala book, passing out the book, people are unaware about the whole thing with Kamala, and it's like we were the ones that, or Caleb's book gave all of us awareness of what she's about in her life and everything. And I gave a book to a family friend. She's conservative, and she was surprised, and she's like, "Who's Caleb?" And she saw him in like right media and all this stuff, and she was like, wow, like, this is crazy. And like, she told my aunt, like, watch out, tell Gabby to be careful and everything. And she went all like kind of berserk with that. But I mean, I kind of just wanted to say that what we're doing is we're on the right track. It's going to take a long time to accomplish what we want to accomplish.
There's going to be a reaction in the market because you're going to have a disruption to trade. You're going to have a disruption to the crude oil movement. That's going to make things a lot worse. So Americans want nothing to do with this. They're not going to benefit. There's a tiny little group of people that we know now as the Epstein class. They are the ones perpetrating this war.
Video of the Francis Scott Key Bridge near Baltimore collapsing. Tell me, did the Iranians collapse that bridge? No. That bridge was collapsed because the public budget doesn't have enough to maintain the infrastructure of America. You look around this country, they are literally unpaving the roads in 27 different states. Municipalities cannot maintain paved roads. They don't have enough money. They're unpaving roads all across America. Our life expectancy has gone down by 2 years. Is Iran the one doing this to us? No. This is being done by big corporations, vultures, bankers that are looting the public budget to serve an international system. They sink their fangs into Africa, they sink their fangs into Latin America, they sink their fangs into Asia, and they have U.S. military bases to accompany the corporations to extract huge profits from across the planet, while we, the American people, the American working class, American working families are left behind.
Do you feel like Americans are waking up?
I hope they are, because Israel totally controls both political parties 100%. There is no representation of Americans in this government. It's all Israel. It's all Israel. And Israel is using America.
Innocent men, women, and children in Iran. Just remember, those same people have no problem doing that to us. And the Epstein files are a perfect example. Let me tell you something. War is coming. You know why? Because half of this country isn't working. The same is true in the United Kingdom, in England. The same is true in Germany. People are not working. There's no work because of robotics, AI, and mechanization. You can't have a situation where 20% of the population is supporting 80%. War is coming.
Because of the way they want to structure the system that only benefits them and their friends and their financial bottom line. And we are really pushing for a win-win situation, which is how the world can function and thrive.
Iran is not our enemy. Please check out our website at cpiusa.org. Thank you.
CPI is here in Little Tokyo. No war with Iran.
No war with Iran. No more wars. No more wars to overthrow governments like Syria, like the CIA's attempts to overthrow Venezuela, their attempts to genocide the people of Cuba by the illegal blockade. And now they're trying for a third or fourth time in this administration to overthrow Iran. Leave the Iranians alone. We need to focus on the American people, and we need to demand a government of action for working families, for Americans.
We want this to end. We want to end U.S. support for Israel and end these imperialist wars. Now, join the CPI.
Remember Baal worship in the Old Testament? When the Israelites were worshiping Baal and sacrificing their children for a false god? Are we going to sacrifice our children for Baal, for Epstein? Hell no! My kid is not going to go to war for Israel and for Epstein. No war with Iran! No war with Iran! No war with Iran! Iran is not our enemy! Iran is not our enemy! Iran is not our enemy!
The U.S. needs to get out of Venezuela. We are here because, but the big reason people are here is because we don't want to spend money on wars. We want to spend money on, the people can decide. Jobs, education, justice, release the Epstein files. That's extremely important. And, a lot of people have a good head on their shoulders I've talked to.
And we know what happened in Libya, the most prosperous country on the African continent. Our government overthrew them for Israel, and now the most prosperous country on the African continent holds open-air slave markets and is run by ISIS. We're overthrowing a very stable country that is concerned with sovereignty and developing the standard of living for their people so that ISIS can move into Iran. This war is not about preventing terrorism. This war is going to create more terrorism than you could ever believe. You can read about the Oded Yanan plan that Israel implemented to incite the people of the region against each other. And that's what's happening right here in the United States. They're trying to polarize us into this false political polarization. Red state versus blue state, religious versus secular, conservative versus liberal, urban versus rural. It's fake. The American people on all sides don't want this war. 81%. That's a really solid majority. The American people on all sides want to protect their civil liberties and their free speech. On all sides, solid majority. The American people want our economy to get strong again. On all sides, solid majority. The only people benefiting from the policies that our leaders are implementing are a small, wealthy elite. And we need to get over the fake polarization of woke versus MAGA and have a real polarization of the 99% versus the 1% of the American people in their millions standing up to the war makers and the international bankers that have seized control of our country.
Like you were saying, Caleb, this country, you've been paying 40 years of triple rents in New York. You've been paying. What they have is a system of high rents and low wages. Their system of high rents and low wages is being exported around the world. That's what attacking Venezuela is about.
Iran has no ability to attack the United States mainland. They don't have a way of bombing this country. It is us that has the ability to hurt them. And they are trying to fear-monger you, fear-porn you into wanting to hurt this country. And for what? Iranians are not your enemy. When they say death to America, they don't mean death to you personally. They mean death to the system. And most Americans would agree. This system sucks.
How they rigged up pagers with explosives and blew up pagers. These are people with no honor. Back in the day, they talked about chivalry and martial virtue. How war was a test of one's masculinity. It was a way that people showed honor. There's no honor in what these people are doing. There's absolutely no honor in the way the Israelis fight. They fight dirty. They fight like cowards. And their assassinations of leaders, it's an absolutely cowardly thing that they do. There's nothing honorable, nothing honorable about the way the United States is attacking Iran, the way Israel is attacking Iran right now. And they would like to rob us of leaders that we can look up to.
So the only time that the Democrats applauded Trump in the State of the Union speech is when he said he was going to go to war in Iran. Then the Democrats applauded. They all agreed. They love it because the Democrats are owned by the Israel lobby. That you have no representation. These people don't represent the American people. They represent Israel. That's who pays for their campaigns. And have you noticed what Israel has done in the past 2 years? They slaughtered 100,000 innocent children. They slaughtered them with your tax money, with your blood, sweat, and tears. They have committed the worst genocide in world history.
We need an American government that invests in America and not in killing people around the world. We need a government of action that'll fight for working families. And we don't have that right now. We have a government that enriches a small, wealthy elite by death, destruction, and degrowth. And that is what we've got to stand against. The American people in their millions are unhappy. And they interpret it in many different ways. There are many different understandings of what's going on, but everybody knows it. They know in their bones that our government isn't loyal to us. It's loyal to a group of very, very rich people who do not care about us and have sold us down the river to enrich themselves. And they're getting us into a new war, a war that does not benefit us.
Very good.
People united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Yada, 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 yada. The people united will never be defeated.
In the 1980s, Iran was giving support to the ANC in South Africa. At the same time, the U.S. was calling Nelson Mandela a terrorist. This has been repeated again right now with the U.S. calling Palestinians terrorists, while at the same time Iran is fighting for them.
Iran is not the enemy, folks. Israel's the enemy. The Zionists are the enemy. Epstein elitists are the enemy. We should not go to war with Iran.
Why should Israel have hundreds of nuclear bombs, but somehow Iran cannot do that? It's hypocrisy.
There's a lot of discussion right now circling on X about, well, we should have backed Hitler in the war. Have you seen these discussions that have been happening all over? The question, did we side with the wrong side? Should we have opposed Stalin instead?
Well, those discussions were widespread in the lead up to World War II. Harry Truman said on the floor of Congress that if it looks like Stalin is going to win, we should back Hitler. And if it looks like Hitler's going to win, we should back Stalin so we can weaken both countries and we can dominate the world. And the America First Committee, which was a group of a lot of very powerful people that didn't want the USA involved in the Second World War. The German-American Bund had rallies in Madison Square Garden, and there were widespread discussions of that. And there was a divide, and it's interesting. It was the factory owners, the industrialists. They didn't like the labor unions. The labor unions were led by Marxists and communists, and they cut into their profits. And Roosevelt was friendly with the Rockefellers and with the British, that they kind of make their profits by selling oil to the world, by dominating international finance. So the factory owners, they were more sympathetic to the Nazis because the Nazis killed the communists and, got the economy going with all kinds of military spending. Whereas the oil monopolies and the bankers were more sympathetic to Roosevelt because they wanted to maintain their domination. And Germany was a rival that had been beaten down, a country that had been stripped of its colonies after World War I. And then Hitler came to power, and all of a sudden Germany was a power again, and it was seizing territory and claiming new colonies, etc. And so Germany was now a rival once again, and they didn't want to have a rival. And that underlying World War I and World War II was the tension between the economy on the European mainland and the American and British economy that is based on the ocean and global trade, right? The Atlanticist international order versus the economy on the European mainland. And the greatest fear of the British Empire and Wall Street has been the Germans and the Russians getting together. Because if they got together, then that would end British and American domination of the European mainland and possibly of the whole world. A torpedo hit the front of his ship, blew the front of the ship off. And then, as he was right there getting his hair cut, he gasped as a torpedo came through the wall and didn't explode. Right there as he was getting his hair cut, and it didn't go off. And in that moment, he thought he was going to die, and a couple men had died when the torpedo hit the front of the ship, and he survived. And my grandfather, the visceral hatred he had for the U.S. Marine Corps, that was a result of seeing the very same things that motivated Joyce Kilmer, the very same things that Rosa Luxemburg wrote about and was describing when she wrote about socialism or barbarism. She said that imperialism, left unhinged up to its natural capacity, would lead to desolation, degeneration, depopulation, and a great cemetery in Europe. It would lead to civilizations coming apart. She was describing what Friedrich Nietzsche talks about when he talks about the blonde beast, and how by becoming a colonizer and an imperialist, the Western man was losing any pretense of being civilized, any moral code. And it was becoming the law of the jungle once again. Might makes right, cruelty, the thriving of the most sadistic and vicious elements. That's what imperialism was leading to. And in imperialist wars, we see that ugliness come out. And that's what drives a lot of the pessimism that we saw in the lead up to the First World War. But Marxism is the opposite of that. Marxism is a celebration of human creativity. Frederick Engels, he said, "The animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by its presence. But man, by his changes, makes it serve his ends, masters it.
And this is the final distinction between man and other animals. And it is labor that brings about this distinction. What's he saying there? He's saying that ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 5, 6, 7, 8,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones, and we are constantly reinventing our relationship with our environment. We are constantly expanding our population, expanding our living standard, providing a more comfortable life, and that this is what makes human beings unique, is that we are constantly reinventing our relationship with nature to build a better life. And no other species that we're aware of anywhere in the universe is capable of doing what human beings are capable of doing. This is a godlike creative power that other species do not have. And that's something to celebrate. And that's something to be optimistic about. And Marxism teaches us that hunter-gatherer civilization was around for a long time, but we got too good at hunter-gatherer civilization. With our sticks and rocks, we were killing animals pretty effectively. With our ability to track plants grow, our ability to gather fruits and nuts, we got good at it, so there was a scarcity. So we reinvented our relationship with nature, and we started growing our own crops and domesticating animals. We reinvented our relationship to get to a higher mode. And feudalism was an outmoded system. And so, again, we had another social revolution to get us to a higher mode of existence so we could create and build better things. And Marxism has us understanding what the problem that we're in right now is, because we need to be very clear about what is driving the crisis. This is one thing that it's basic Marxism. If you read old pamphlets from the 1930s, if you asked Anna Louise Strong or William Z. Foster or Huey Long or even Fred Hampton, they would tell you this in a heartbeat. They knew this stuff. They knew it like the back of their hand. But no one talks this way anymore, except for the Center for Political Innovation. We're the only ones that talk about this. The communist parties around the world that make up the World Anti-Imperialist Platform, they say in their documents that the crisis facing society is a crisis of overproduction. That's what it is, and it's pretty basic, which is that the capitalist is constantly trying to produce as many goods as he possibly can and pay the worker as little as he possibly can in the process of doing it. And then the worker doesn't have enough to buy back what he produces. And in a rational society, self-driving cars would be a great thing, because this job called driving wouldn't be necessary and human labor would be much more productive. But in capitalism, self-driving cars would lead to, as Andrew Yang put it, riots in the streets. It would be a society-wide crisis. And the fact that we're just a couple years away from self-driving cars is hanging over our economy as a curse. This isn't rational. In systems of the past, you've all heard me say it before, people were homeless because there wasn't enough housing. Only under capitalism are people homeless because there is too much housing. Systems of the past, people were hungry because there wasn't enough food. But only under capitalism are people hungry because there is too much food. The little boy says to his father, "Why is it so cold?" He says, "Because I lost my job at the coal mine." He says, "Why did you lose your job at the coal mine?" He says, "I got laid off." And he says, "Why did you get laid off from your job at the coal mine?" He says, "Because there's too much coal." That's capitalism. That's the problem with capitalism. And the artificial intelligence computer revolution, the great dynamic breakthroughs in human intelligence that we've created, they have outstripped the narrow limits and restraints of the capitalist system. Human creativity and human ability to reinvent our relationship with Mother Nature, to strive for a higher and more efficient mode of production, is no longer able to fit into the narrow restraints of an economy where profit for private owners defines production. And that is what is driving the crisis that is leading to dropping living standards around here. That is what is causing the crisis of global migration. That is what is causing the capitalists of the United States to become more aggressive and push for a new world war around the world. That is what is causing the capitalists of the United States to fight with each other like they've never fought before in generations. It's all rooted in this problem of overproduction and the tendency of the falling rate of profit. And the answer isn't degrowth. The answer isn't to go backward. The answer isn't to say there's something inherently wrong with human progress. The answer
is to say that we need to liberate the creativity of the next generation from the artificial restrictions and the narrow restraints of the profit system. One thing that we see a lot of now is frustrated, creative youth. Young people, young men, young women, who know that they're capable of doing something great. There's probably a young person right now sweeping the floor at McDonald's or doing some other job where they're miserable, and they're saying to themselves, I'm miserable because I know I could be doing something beautiful right now. I could be designing something, I could be studying engineering, I could be studying science. I have something to contribute. But all my society has given me is a low-wage, short-term service sector job. It's given me a phone to dazzle me. It's legalized all kinds of drugs that I can use and screw myself up with. And my potential is not being utilized. And that is a frustration that so many young people have in this country right now. They say young people are lazy, they don't want to do anything. Bullshit. When people are 19 years old, 20 years old, 22, 23, that's when they want to go out and do things. But because some boss can't make a profit hiring them to do it, they don't get to do it. And they exist in this state of frustration, going, I'm capable of something more. I have potential inside of me, and my society isn't letting me get it out. And that feeling is all over this country. And if you want to talk about all the problems that we've got with opioids and suicide and shooters and all of that, you look at that frustrated creativity. When people want to go build and create and build into the future, and they're told, no, just go the other way, it's the worst feeling in the world. I'm a little older now. I'm not officially a youth anymore. Did you know that? I'm going to be 36 in a few days, and I'm not officially a youth anymore, but I know what it's like to be a frustrated, creative young person. And that's how I found out about this guy. So, I was a frustrated, creative teenager in Ohio. I was 13, 14 years old, and I was bored, and so I got on the internet, and I thought that I would look and see if in the little town in Ohio that I grew up in, it's called Orrville, it's where Smucker's jelly comes from, you can look it up, right? Home of Bobby Knight, the basketball coach, that's the celebrity that we claim. I'm from Orrville, Ohio, and I just thought I would Google on the internet to see if there had ever been another communist from Orrville, Ohio. And I thought, has there ever been anyone in the history of my little town of 10,000 people who was a communist? And I Googled and I found out about Carl Geiser. And that's this man, Carl Geiser. And Carl Geiser was born in Orrville, Ohio. And he went to Orrville High School, and he was a pretty high achieving student, so he went to Cleveland State University and he studied electrical engineering. And he graduated and he became an electrical engineer. But the United States was having, at that point, a Great Depression. There weren't many jobs for electrical engineers. But there was another country where there were a lot of jobs for electrical engineers. And that was the Soviet Union. And he went over to the Soviet Union to help Stalin set up those new hydroelectrical power plants that they were building and help electrify parts of the country that had never had it before. And he was over there in the Soviet Union building and constructing, and he was blown away by what he saw. And he came back to the United States from the Soviet Union, and he joined the Communist Party of the United States of America. Carl Geiser joined the Communist Party. It's a guy from my town, because he saw what socialism was achieving. A lot of people joined the Communist Party back in that time, right? I mean, it wasn't something, he was the only one to have done that. But what made Carl Geiser unique, the reason he's got a Wikipedia page and he's remembered, is Carl Geiser signed up to join the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. Woo! When fascists were looking to overthrow the Spanish Republic, the communists of Spain called for their comrades around the world to come and volunteer to fight fascism in Spain. And so thousands of young American men went to Spain and fought. And Carl Geiser was actually taken prisoner. And he was a prisoner of war in fascist Spain. And he almost died. If they had found out what his rank actually was, they would have shot him. But his comrades concealed his rank and did not reveal how high up he was, so they didn't execute him. And eventually Roosevelt got him traded back to the United States in a prisoner exchange. And he came back to the United States, and he's a hero of the Spanish Civil War, a leader of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. When you think about the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, that points to an aspect of our movement that it's really important to understand. There's a famous writer named Sherwood Anderson. You ever heard of Sherwood Anderson? He wrote Winesburg, Ohio. He was a novelist. And at one point, Sherwood Anderson was asked, what's the difference between a socialist and a communist? What's the difference? And he said, I don't know the technical difference, but it seems to me like the communists, they're the ones who mean it. And what he was pointing to was the fact that when we do something, we really do it. In the early 1930s, the understanding was that the Social Democrats and the Reformists, the sellout leaders who had sold out the revolution in Germany, that were leading workers to oppose the Soviet Union in the name of socialism, that they were the main threat. And it was necessary to expose the Social Democrats and the Reformists. And so when that was the line of the Communist International, we didn't just half-ass oppose the Social Democrats. We didn't just sort of oppose the Social Democrats. We went all in. We really opposed the Social Democrats because we understood that that was what was necessary. And so all over the world, communists went into class against class mode to expose the Social Democrats and build a united front from below because we understood that that was the correct tactic. And then we know that after the rise of Hitler, and as the situation changed, the line changed, and it became correct to align with the Social Democrats in a united front against fascism. And when that line changed, we didn't just half-ass align with them against fascism. What did we do? We built the Abraham Lincoln Brigade and went and fought in Spain. We had the Battle of Cable Street in London. We built huge anti-fascist mobilizations. We are the reason Roosevelt won the 1936 presidential election. When we do something, we do it hard. We do it hard. There was a labor leader who once remarked, he said, if it's 3 in the morning at your labor union hall and there's 2 guys running the mimeograph machine, you can bet at least one of them is a communist. And the people who criticize our movement, right, this is a really common critique from Trotskyites, is they'll say, well, hey, they zigzag, you know, they're always reversing themselves. You know, they do this and then they do that. Yeah, if the situation changes in 24 hours, the tactics must also change in 24 hours. And sometimes what's correct on Monday is not correct on Tuesday, and it's not correct on Wednesday, and you have to change your tactics. And when you're as dedicated as we are, and when you never half-ass these things, when you take it very seriously, when you are fully committed to achieving what we aim to achieve, it can look a little strange to people who don't get it. And they can go, well, one day you're running this way, and the next day you're running this way. Yes, and every way that we run, we're running hard because we understand that it's necessary and that it must be done. And that brings me to a story or a bit of wisdom that was passed down to me. You know, we can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, you know, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets, and a couple of years later they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do, and we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life, and they're taking on a contribution. And that you know, if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is, you know, not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't you know, they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. You know, they see that they you know, they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever, and then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. But those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going.
So we knew each other. And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing, in the stairway. And I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's a small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space. And he said, "Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran," very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, and then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that, it's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is. But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI will say that they stopped that because they wanted to have turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into. But there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. And I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
no, I don't think you are.
Because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public, that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel donors. And again, we know Charlie was advocating to President Trump against this war with Iran.
You know, Belgium might export tires, but you know, under the new system, they exported the company itself, right? It might be in a time where America exported French fries, but now we export McDonald's all over the world, right? That the export of capital, the spreading of corporations and big monopolies all across the planet, backed up by military force, keeping countries as captive markets and have to buy our products, that's imperialism. The British Empire, they went to India. The people of India had been weaving for thousands of years, and they burned down the looms, and they forced the people of India to import their cloth from Britain. And what was Gandhi arrested for, right? If you know the history of, if you know the history of Gandhi, what was it that he was arrested for? And Gandhi went to the ocean, and he got salt water, and then he got a pot, and he lit a fire, and he boiled the salt water to make his own salt. And that was illegal because the Indian people were forced to buy their salt from British salt and sage and seasoning importing companies. They had to buy from British companies, right? And yes, sounds like IMF policy. And a more recent example would be Mexico. People in Mexico have been growing their own food for thousands of years. But now if you go to Mexico, if you go to a grocery store in Mexico, you're going to find food that comes from American corporations because the big agribusiness capital of America has exported itself and dominates Mexico's food sector. All the Mexican farms were put out of business by NAFTA, and now American agribusiness, the export of capital, they've gone there. That's imperialism. Yeah, Monsanto. That's imperialism. Imperialism is the export of capital, the spreading of huge Western corporations all over the world. And it's rooted in the problem of overproduction, in that, they need to sell their products because they're not paying enough wages to people here at home. Plus, it's rooted in the fact there are people at home here who need jobs and they need a living standard. And so making them soldiers, making them part of this global financial apparatus is a way to stabilize things at home. All of this, imperialism was the first effort, you know, and was it conscious, unconscious, planned? I mean, it just kind of developed. The Western countries became imperialists in the 1890s with the scramble for Africa. They became imperialists as a way to stabilize capitalism from this crisis of overproduction. However, it didn't work, right? And, you know, the USA seized the Philippines. You had the Philippine-American War. And, you know, for decades, we occupied the Philippines, killed hundreds of thousands of people in the Philippines, right? You had King Leopold that seized Belgium and set up rubber plantations, and King Leopold that seized the Congo and set up, you know, rubber plantations in the Congo and worked people to death, genocidal conditions. And there's just so many examples of this. The Opium Wars against China. You know, just the French colonized Vietnam. You know, the people in the Caribbean were colonized by the British. There's just many, many examples of this. It was just a brutal, brutal process. You look at what was done, but it was an attempt to stabilize capitalism, but it didn't work. And there continued to be crises of overproduction. And so the imperialists began fighting with each other. You know, they needed new markets. They needed to push each other off the markets. Germany and Austria and Turkey became colonizers very late in the game. The British and the Americans and the French were ahead, and the Germans and the Austrians, they wanted to get in on the game. And so the Germans and the Austrians and the Turks teamed up to fight the British and the French and the Americans in World War I to redivide the world. And World War I was a fight between the colonial powers over who got the right to dominate the world. And the Western colonial countries battled each other in a horrendous event known as World War I. And what was crazy was at this time, the Western colonial countries were saying, we're civilized. You know, there was this poem, The White Man's Burden. The idea was, well, we're civilized Western people. The people that we're colonizing are savages. They're inferior, so we're civilized. Then World War I happened. And in World War I, 20 million people in Europe killed each other, right? It was white men killing white men, white German men killing French German men, British men killing Germans, Germans killing. It was white. It was the most civilized people in the world, according to the racist propaganda of the time. The whites that were the most advanced and the most refined and civilized people, killing each other with poison gas and chemical weapons, dropping bombs on each other, digging trenches where they, you know, were in the trenches in the rain and got infections in their foot and, you know, trench foot. You know, you look at the horrendous conditions of World War I. There was no way to say that Europe was civilized. World War I was barbarity, man's inhumanity to man on a scale no one had ever seen before. It was the first war that had widespread machine gun use. The American Civil War, you had the Gatling gun, and some of the colonial adventures in Africa, the British settlers were using primitive machine guns. But World War I was the first time you had just people just being mowed down, you know, with bullets and machine guns, and you had poison gas attacks, and you had aerial bombing, and you had trench warfare, and it was just an utter display of brutality. And it was rooted in the breakdown of capitalism. And it was these colonial powers needed to seize new markets. There was a rivalry between the German and Austrian up-and-coming imperialists and the long-standing American, British, and French imperialists that had dominated it, right? They say that, you know, America, Britain, and France ran the world, and the Austrians and the Germans wanted a piece of it for themselves. And so they had World War I. But it was rooted in the economic problems of capitalism. They couldn't keep expanding. They needed new markets to dump their products on. And so they had an economic crisis. And during that crisis, a woman who I continue to bring up on these streams because she was brilliant, a woman named Rosa Luxemburg, she said the following: "This war is a regression into barbarism. The triumph of imperialism leads to the annihilation of civilization. At first, this happens sporadically for the duration of a modern war, but then when a period of unlimited wars begins, it progresses towards its inevitable consequences. The triumph of imperialism and the collapse of all civilization, as in ancient Rome, depopulation, desolation, degeneration, a great cemetery." That was her quotation, and we actually just reprinted the book that she made that in, the Junius pamphlet, her very famous Junius pamphlet that she composed that in, that quote comes from. But what she was saying is basically, you know, that the capitalist system was breaking down because of overproduction. And because of that, right, first they were going to engage in colonialism, and then that wasn't going to solve it. So you had World War I, and she said it begins sporadically for the duration of a modern war, but then when the period of unlimited wars begins, this is basically like drug addiction. If someone's addicted to heroin, right, at first, they're taking heroin because it's fun. They take it and, for a little bit, they get high. They feel like, wow, I'm taking heroin. It's a lot of fun. But after a while, and then after a little while, they take it again and it's fun. And then after a while, it gets to the point that they're taking it and it's not fun anymore. They just need it to feel normal, right? That's addiction. It starts out as something that just happens every so often as a recreational habit. It's fun. It's entertaining. It gives you a thrill. But after a while, it's not a thrill anymore. It's something you need, right? It's not something that you just do every so often. It becomes something you need. In order to feel normal, you have to take the drug. And then it gets to the point that the normal that you're feeling as you're taking the drug gets worse and worse and worse. And it's like you're taking the drug to feel normal, but normal is a sickly feeling where you've got a headache all the time, and it becomes this normal that gradually just deteriorates. And that's what she was describing, that basically capitalism was breaking down, right? And so they gave themselves they gave themselves a shot in the arm to get going again with a giant war. And then, it was over. But then they started to have the problem again. They got another shot in the arm, and then they got it going again. And it got to the point that they had to have constant war. It was going to get to the point that you have to have constant war just to keep the system going. And it would get to the point that society would just break down because it was so dependent on these destructive mechanisms to stabilize the system. So, what happened after World War I, right? 1920s, you had a period of economic expansion called the Roaring Twenties, where the slogan was Ford has overtaken Marx, right? They said that Henry Ford had developed this new form of capitalism that was just so efficient, there would never be an economic crisis again. Oopsie daisy. That didn't work out too well. 1929, the stock market crashed. And when the stock market crashed, you had the Great Depression. And during the Great Depression, the Malthusian League, they set up shop in America, and they became what was called the Birth Control League. And this is interesting. I think I have a graphic I can put on here. In America, the Rockefeller family and a lot of wealthy British people funded the Birth Control League. And it was started by Margaret Sanger. Margaret Sanger was a member of the Birth Control League. And Margaret Sanger had been a communist, a socialist. But then when the Soviet Union came into existence, she went over to the Soviet Union, and it wasn't the free sex, free love paradise she'd hoped it would be. It was actually a very kind of somewhat conservative society, rather authoritarian. And because of that, she didn't like it. And she was a socialist because she was a very, very wealthy woman, an Irish-American woman in New York City who had loads and loads of money. And she was in it because she believed socialism would bring about free sex and free love. And when the Soviet Union was not that, when the Soviet Union, outlawed abortion and outlawed homosexuality and was quite a conservative society, she wasn't interested in that. She traded socialism for sex, and she met with the Rockefellers, who she had once threatened to kill. She'd actually threatened to kill the Rockefeller family. But in Britain, she met with the Malthusian League, and they gave her millions of dollars. And she came back to New York City, and she set up the Birth Control League. And they opened the first birth control clinic in Brownsville in New York City. It was the first birth control clinic. And her slogan that she used was the cruelty of charity. The cruelty of charity. It was the idea was the Great Depression was happening because we feed the poor people. And if we would just stop feeding the poor people, they would stop reproducing and there wouldn't be an economic crisis, right? That we need to degrow the population to stabilize capitalism. At the time, the communists formed these mass unemployment councils and demanding that the government provide housing, provide food to the hungry people, right? The unemployment protests were the big things that communists were organized. Well, Margaret Sanger had been a communist, but changed her mind, and she wanted the opposite. She said to stop the Great Depression, we got to stop feeding the poor people. We got to starve the poor people, and if they just die off and we reduce the population, that will stabilize the crisis, right? She advocated degrowth, right? And then in Germany, the Nazis took power. And the Nazis took power, and their chief economist was a guy named Hjalmar Schacht. Hjalmar Schacht. And Hjalmar Schacht stabilized the German economy. Germany's economy was the hardest hit by the Great Depression because Germany had been an imperialist country that had been stripped of its colonies at the end of World War I. And Germany was on the brink of having a communist revolution. There was all kinds of instability and stuff. So the Nazis took power, and they took 4 dramatic moves to stabilize the German economy. And the first thing that they did was they restarted military spending. They had been forbidden by the Versailles Treaty to have their own army. However, the Nazi government came in and they repudiated the Versailles Treaty, and they started spending loads and loads of money on militarism, the world's first military industrial complex. But then on top of that, right, there had been all these communists in Germany leading protests, and there were all these people that didn't like Hitler and didn't agree with him. So they created mass imprisonment. They rounded up hundreds of thousands of people and put them in prison camps. That was the first thing that the Nazis did when they took power, was there was a number of people that they put into prison camps, right? And it was interesting. They let most of them out after 2 or 3 years. But as soon as they took power, there were hundreds of thousands of people that were put in prison camps. Well, all those people that were put in prison camps, they weren't looking for a job anymore, right? They weren't out there competing for jobs. On top of that, a lot of people got jobs being guards in the concentration camp, being people who built the concentration camp, etc. And on top of that, they rented out the concentration camp inmates as slave laborers and gave them to corporations. Volkswagen, the car company, they had a whole bunch of concentration camp inmates work in their factory, and that saved them loads of money. They didn't have to hire law-abiding citizens. They had, people in the concentration camp that would work in their factory for free. And so it was a way to reduce unemployment. You have all these people that are in prison, they're not looking for jobs. You have all these people that are slave laborers. You have all these people that get hired to be guards. It's a jobs it reduces unemployment. On top of that, they canceled the foreign debts. Germany had to pay all these debts, reparations to Britain and France and America, and they canceled the debts. They stopped paying it back. On top of that, they reduced the workforce by shaming women out of the workforce. Basically, there was a huge public relations campaign in Nazi Germany that if a woman had a job, she was a bad mother, that she was a bad person. And they shamed women out of the workforce. There were posters of, a woman in a factory. This woman is taking a job away from a good German man, and she's not home with her kids feeding them. There was a huge effort to push women out of the workforce, and they increased the marriage bonus. When you got married in Germany, if you were an Aryan, if you were a white Aryan, if you were not Jewish or not of another race, if you were a German non-Jew, they would give you a big stipend when you got married. They would give you like a marriage bonus. And because of that, all of that eliminated unemployment in Germany, right? And there was no unemployment. By the time Hitler had been in office for about a year, there was zero unemployment. And that had been Hitler's promise. He didn't take power promising to kill all the Jews. He took power saying, I will eliminate unemployment. And that's what he did. He put half the country in military uniforms, half the country in concentration camps, sent all the women back home, canceled the foreign debts, spent loads and loads of money on prisons, building prisons, spent loads and loads of money on...
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
obviously politics. The politics of the greater Israel project at play here.
A president who will put America first, not Israel first. Who will put America first, not Ukraine first. Who will put America first, not Taiwan first. Who will put America first and not the people who are making profits off of death and destruction all around the world. We need peaceful development with Iran, not war and death and destruction.
We occupied Afghanistan and turned it into a heroin farm, a giant heroin farm, and now children are dead on our streets from heroin. That's what that war got us. It got us lots of dead Americans from opioids. You look at what they did to Iraq, all the refugees created. You look at all the refugees created by U.S. military intervention in Syria, U.S. military intervention in Libya. We don't benefit from these wars. We are not getting wealthier. We are being robbed by the same people that start these wars and the same people that want us to hate Iran. The reality is these wars serve a global international system. And our leaders might wave the flag and beat the podium, but they're not loyal to America. Trump said America first. He should have said Israel first. That's what he meant. Because this war doesn't benefit us. Just like the invasion of Iraq didn't benefit us. Just like the destruction of Libya and the destruction of Syria didn't benefit us. These wars are not benefiting the American people. They're benefiting the international monopolies and huge corporations that are looting this country. And the American working people are against this war.
How many thousands of American troops are going to die so that we can occupy Iran, so that we can get regime trained? How many millions and millions of dollars are going to be spent on a war with Iran? It's absolutely disgraceful. When 1 in 5 Americans is effectively illiterate, but we're not spending money on education. We're not spending money on colleges and housing or education or healthcare. 1 in 4 American children goes to bed hungry every night. 1 in 4 American children is chronically food insecure, but we don't have a government that is focused on making sure that American children are fed. Instead, we have a class of people who are focused almost exclusively on exploiting children, on the Epstein class, on going to war with Iran, murdering 134 little girls in Iran this morning. It was just on the news on purpose. Just prove how brutal and disgusting they are. They don't serve the American people. They don't serve the interests of the American people. The 80% of American citizens who are against this war, who want justice and education and housing and healthcare.
What country has not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty? Israel. What country continues to get U.S. aid in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty? Israel. Iran has peaceful nuclear energy, but they gave it up. In 2015, they shut down almost all their peaceful nuclear power plants in exchange for the USA lifting sanctions. And then what happened? They got their top general killed, the sanctions were reimposed, the USA stabbed him in the back. The Iran nuclear deal was betrayed. So what are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do if you give up all your power plants in exchange for the USA not attacking you and the USA lifting your sanctions? And then they go around and do exactly what they promised not to do. What is Iran supposed to do? They made a nuclear deal and it was ripped up and betrayed. So now they're going to build peaceful nuclear energy. They have the right to peaceful nuclear power plants. They have the right to it. And until Israel gives up its 200 nuclear weapons, nobody in the Middle East, nobody has the right to make any demands on any Muslim country. Israel has not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. They have a huge stockpile of nuclear weapons. We shouldn't be supporting them. That's illegal under the Non-Proliferation Treaty. They violated it. And so they want to tell us that Iran shouldn't be able to get one nuclear bomb, which they don't even want. But yet Israel has a stockpile of nuclear weapons. It's absolutely ridiculous.
And we need to rebuild our country. In order to do that, we need to stop the wars. Trump has lied about the intentions of these wars. He's lied about the fact that Iran was opposed to building a nuclear weapon. He abandoned the JCPOA.
The majority of Americans who voted for Trump because they felt that maybe he would be more anti-war. They thought that maybe he would put America first. And instead, he's cowered before the Israel lobby. Oh God, please don't impeach me. Oh please, I'll do whatever you want, Mr. Netanyahu. I'm not a sovereign country. I don't care about the American people. I'm just gonna go murder 100,000 children in the Middle East.
In 2007, you had General Wesley Clark come out and say that the U.S. was trying to overthrow 7 countries in 5 years, which included Iran. It also included Libya. It also included Syria. And we see what happened with those countries.
This is a desperate call to reject the war in Iran right now. And we're out here to demonstrate that we cannot afford a war. We should worry in our own infrastructure in our own country, worry about our people, but Trump has not done that so far. So MAGA voters, you guys need to worry about what he's doing. He is not putting Americans first. He wants your kids to die. He wants to send your children in a war that's not ours. But yeah, we have a homeless crisis in America where we're not putting Americans first. America's last. So MAGA voters, you guys need to start waking up. You guys need to start putting your foot down. When is enough enough? Enough with the nonsense, Trump.
And Franklin Graham, I'm calling you out right now, Franklin Graham. You spend your days on Facebook giving Trump a blowjob for Epstein regime, saying.
And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation. I remember the first time I went to a big anti-war rally, and it was in New York City, and I'd never been to New York City. I was 18 years old. Me and my high school buddy, we went up to Cleveland, and we got on a bus from the American Friends Service Committee, the Quakers, and we went to New York City. It was in April of 2006, and it was one of the last anti-war marches before Obama took office, right, the last years of the Bush administration. And we walked around, and it was a huge anti-war gathering. The Democrats were mobilizing people to march against the war in those days, and this huge anti-war rally. Me and my friend were just in awe. I'd never been to New York City, and I'm looking up at the skyscrapers, and I'm seeing this communist group over here and this communist group over here. And as we got towards the end of the march, I'll never forget, I will never forget, there was a group of old men in wheelchairs on the side of the march. Not a big group, probably only 5 or 6 of them, if that. They had a big banner. You know what it said? Veterans of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade against the war in Iraq. I was so happy to see that sketch that you all did about the story of Mr. Grosset. You know, that was a beautiful innovation. I think Noah and Killian thought of it on their own, right? You heard it on the stream, and the two of you, whose idea was it? It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It was amazing. It was beautiful, right? And it was a beautiful little sketch to show how this guy, who had backward reactionary ideas, was, you know, mugged by reality, by the reality of capitalism, and became a socialist and a revolutionary. And it was a beautiful story, and we need to recreate that sketch at different conferences and different events. We need to do it for different audiences. And we need to come up with different sketches like it, articulating that message. Now, in my History of the Communist Party, I quote from Angelo Herndon's autobiography. He wrote a book called You Cannot Kill the Working Class. And in that book, he talks about, as being a black organizer in the US South, about how the Communist Party dealt with the racism that was deeply entrenched in the communities. He wrote, I remember one white worker, a carpenter, who was one of the first people I talked to in Atlanta. He was very friendly to me. He came to me one day and said that he agreed with our program but something was holding him back from joining the Unemployment Council. I said, "What's that, Jim?" I asked him. Really, though, I didn't have to ask because I knew the South, and I could guess. He said, "Well, I just don't figure that white folks and black folks should mix together. It won't never do to organize them in one body." And I said, "Look here, Jim, you know that the carpenters and all the other workers get a darn sight less pay for the same work in the South than they do in other parts. Did you ever figure out why?" He hadn't. "Well," I said, "I'll tell you why. It's because the bosses have got us split up and down here. We Southern workers are as good fighters as anywhere, but we haven't been able to get equal wages with the workers in other places. We haven't gotten any rights to speak of, and that's because we're divided. When the whites go on strike, the bosses call the black people in to scab. And when the black people strike, the bosses call in the white people to scab. Did you ever figure out why the unions here are so weak? It's because whites don't want to organize with black people, and black people don't trust the whites. And we haven't got the simplest human rights down here. We're not allowed to organize. We're not allowed to hold meetings except in secret. And we can't vote, most of us, because the bosses are so anxious to keep the black people from voting. They make laws that take away the right of white workers to vote as well. And we Southern workers are like a house that's divided against itself. We're like an army that goes out to fight the enemy and stops on the way because the men are too busy fighting each other. Take this relief business now," I said. "The commissioners tell the whites they can't give them any more relief because they have to feed so many black people. And the black people ought to be chased back to the farms. And then they turn around and tell the black people that the white people have to come first for the relief, so there's nothing they can do for the black people. And that way they put us off, getting us scrapping with each other. But now suppose the white unemployed and the black unemployed all go down to the commissioner's office together. And they say, 'We are starving, we are all in need, and we've decided to get together into one strong, powerful organization to make you come across with the relief.' Don't you see how foolish it is to go into the fight with half an army when we could have a whole one? Don't you think that an empty belly is a pretty punk exchange for the honor of being called a superior race? Can't you realize that as long as one foot is chained to the ground, the other can't travel very far?" And Jim didn't say anything to me that day. I guess he went home and he thought it over. He came back a week later and he invited me to his house. It was the first time he'd ever had a black person in his house, as a friend and an equal. When I got there, I found 2 other black workers that Jim had brought into the Unemployment Council. And about a month later, Jim beat up a rent collector who was boarding up the house of an evicted worker. And then he went on to organize a committee of black and white together to see the mayor about the case. "Today it's the black worker across town, and tomorrow it'll be me," Jim said to the mayor. And there are a lot of Jims today all over the South. That's Angelo Herndon. And that's why these people who talk about class reductionism, don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because the picket line and class solidarity has been the most effective battering ram against racial division. And they've rewritten the history of the anti-racist struggle to ignore all of that beautiful history. And we have the tough job of putting forward the line that built the tenant unions of the South, the sharecroppers unions, that built the labor movement, right? This kind of class solidarity, putting the needs of the oppressed first so that the whole class can advance, that was the line that created industrial unions in this country. Communists around the world have deep roots in communities. They don't here in the United States. I always tell people, if you want to study the history of American communism, there's 2 groups you can study. One, the Communist Party before World War II, before McCarthyism, right? In the 1930s, when they were big, when they were with Roosevelt. 2, the Black Panthers, right? In the 1970s, they had deep roots in the community. Everybody else, you know, they haven't really accomplished much, right? You know, maybe you can go back to Eugene Debs or folks that came before the Russian Revolution, but post-1917, there's really only two groups in American history that had significant impact on society. One group might have done something here or something there, but really those are the only two groups that ever had deep roots among the community. But when I go to global communist youth gatherings, I see parties that have millions of members, that have deep roots in communities. I've told this story before, and I'm going to tell it again, because there might be somebody here tonight who hasn't heard it, so I'm going to tell it again. The first time I ever went to a global World Youth Festival, the Global Communist Youth Festival, was in 2013. I went to Quito, Ecuador, and our plane landed in Ecuador, and I was with 5 communists from the United States, and we're there, and they moved us to a special section of the airport where the different communist groups from around the world that were there for the festival were gathering. They had buses that were picking us up, taking us to the festival. And we're all there sitting in the airport, we're trading newspapers, you know, the communists from Vietnam are over here, the communists from Angola are over here, the communists from Sri Lanka are over here, the Venezuelans and the Vietnamese are over here. We're talking with each other, and then the airport starts to get quiet. It gets quiet for a minute. People start whispering that the plane from North Korea has just arrived. And then the whole airport goes silent. And a door flies open. Bam! And they march in perfect unison. And the men are wearing suits and ties, and the women are wearing traditional Korean gowns, and they march in perfect unison. And that whole airport is dead silent. And one person starts clapping. And then another person starts clapping. And then pretty soon I was standing in an airport with thousands of communists who were on their feet cheering for the Kim Il-sung youth of North Korea. And in that moment, tears poured down my face, and I thought about all the Korean people who have died at the hands of our government. And I thought about how I am an anti-imperialist in every ounce of my being, and this is where I belong. That was a great moment in my life I will never forget. I am so happy that we have been selected to attend the World Youth Festival in Russia in 2024. And I'm really happy to have Chris Halali on the National Preparatory Committee working on it with us. And honestly, folks, I expect it won't be as easy as it looks, right? I totally expect the American government to try and outlaw the World Youth Festival, to try to say it's illegal. Now, we are prepared to have a press conference at the United Nations with lawyers and attorneys and others there to say we have the right to attend this festival. We have the right to go meet the youth, not just from Russia, but from Vietnam and China and Cuba and People's Korea and Africa. We have the right to go to that festival just like any other country that we would want to visit as Americans. Because I know what those festivals have meant in my life. I deeply know what they have meant in my life, and I want other people to see it for themselves. I want people to see what real communists look like. Communists who have millions and millions of people in their organizations. Communists who have seats in parliament. Communists who have deep roots in their community. Communists who are standing with Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela against the imperialists. I want people to meet that movement. That is my movement. That is our movement as CPI, and that is the movement that I want everyone in this room to meet and embrace and become the American expression of. And get ready for this one. So at that World Youth Festival that I was at in 2013, I was talking with communists from Japan, right? And I did not know a lot about communism in Japan, but the Japanese Communist Party is a pretty large communist party. Now it's become Euro-communist and reformist in recent years, but I learned a lot from these communists from Japan. One thing I learned from them is that, in Japan, the communists don't talk a lot about Hiroshima and Nagasaki because the people who do talk about it tend to be apologists for Japanese fascism. So, they try not to talk about it as much. Another thing I learned from them is that during the Second World War, the majority of the members of the Japanese Communist Party were Korean slaves. Did you know this? They were Koreans that had been taken from the Korean Peninsula as slaves and forced to work in Japan. And do you know what the Japanese Communist Party, that was majority Korean at that time, do you know what they did? They were making weapons, making bombs and torpedoes and all of that. Do you know what they did? They went out of their way to sabotage, to make sure that some of those shells didn't explode, to make sure that some of those bombs didn't go off, to make sure that some of those torpedoes didn't go off. When I heard that story, I had to think of my grandfather.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Think about it. Think about it. I might not be standing here if it wasn't for some amazing Korean communists. And it's realizations like that, and weird coincidences like that with Carl Geiser over the years, that have gotten me to realize that there's a reason I'm doing this. I'm here for a reason. I'm doing this. I think God put me on this earth for a reason. I'm here serving a purpose. And you know, I mean, we can tell the stories, but do you know why all those people are so great and so remembered? It's because of what they did, what they accomplished in the real world. Fred Hampton built a free breakfast program. He organized the people of Chicago into a rainbow coalition, and for that, he was such a threat to the American status quo that he was murdered. Huey Long. At the time the Vietnam War was happening, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., this is the holiday in his memory, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he came out against it in 1967. And he was condemned by the NAACP for coming out against it. They told him not to come out against it. It was hurting the civil rights movement. He should just focus on civil rights.
Estimated that we spend $322,000 for each enemy we kill in Vietnam, while we spend in the so-called war on poverty in America only about $53 for each person classified as poor. The promises of the Great Society have been shot down on the battlefield of Vietnam, making the poor, white and Negro, bear the heaviest burdens both at the front and at home.
And he went to Riverside Church in Harlem in New York City, and he gave a very powerful speech condemning the Vietnam War. And in that speech, he said the following thing: "These are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression. And out of the wounds of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up as never before. People who sat in darkness have seen great light. And we in the West must support these revolutions." That was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. a year before he was assassinated. And what he was really saying there was that the Vietnam War wasn't about capitalism versus communism. It was about Vietnam, which is a deeply impoverished country historically, fighting in order to industrialize, fighting to take control of its country and build itself up. That they were under the domination of the French, they were under the domination of American and British corporations, and they wanted economic independence so they could build themselves up. That was really what the issue was. And Noah and I, we got to attend the World Youth Festival in Sochi, Russia. And we actually got to meet people from Vietnam, representatives of the mass youth organizations of Vietnam. And right now, Vietnam is experiencing what the World Business Forum has called an economic miracle. They have given their country a high-tech upgrade, internet access all across the country. They have provided education on massive scale. Since the end of the Vietnam War, they've seen their life expectancy go up by 17 years, and it just continues rising. The Vietnamese government has proceeded to raise people up from poverty. And it's not just Vietnam. I mean, you go to another part of the world, part of the reason we're pushing this bridge is because there is an economic expansion happening very, very rapidly. The rise of the BRICS countries. There's whole sections of the globe that we're were taught about in school that they just kind of glossed over. It was like they weren't even important. Big sections, big land masses in Russian Far East, Mongolia, Central Asia, all these places that they just didn't used to matter. They're becoming electrified. And there's railway going through them. And there's people rising up from poverty and getting running water and electricity and modern technology. And what is happening in the Far East is very, very exciting. Meanwhile, here in the West, our economy is getting worse and worse and worse. I tell people that they're unpaving roads in the United States while they're paving roads in the most rural, isolated parts of China. They're literally unpaving the roads here in the United States. 27 different states have situations where local municipalities can't afford to maintain paved roads. They pull up the asphalt. We saw the Francis Scott Key Bridge that collapsed. Remember that? That was in this part of the country. More recently, we saw the wildfires raging in Los Angeles. And then we found out part of the reason that the wildfires got so bad is because the local Democratic Party, Samantha Power and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent a bunch of the fire protection equipment to Ukraine. And that, and so rather than having it there to provide and protect people, the fires were raging because they didn't have the proper equipment. Absolutely outrageous. And it seems that our leaders in the United States are not loyal to the United States. They're loyal to an international financial system. They're loyal to defending this British Empire, globalist, imperialist way of doing things. They're loyal to Atlanticism and the international financial system that concentrates wealth in great cities like Wall Street, New York, like the London Stock Exchange. And not only does it suck the life out of the countries under its domination, but it's sucking the life out of the heartland of America.
It's really a privilege to be here at this very important conference, and I thank you for giving me a few minutes to just make some brief remarks. It's not enough to simply be against racism or to say that you are against racism. Token anti-racist statements in the modern United States are everywhere. Though Martin Luther King Jr. was shot down and killed for his brave, dedicated work, after his death, he has been reduced to a harmless, patriotic icon. Even though the FBI tried to destroy him, school children throughout the United States are now taught that MLK is proof that the United States is, quote, the greatest nation in the world. Well, the truth is, as most people here are aware, the United States is not a nation. The U.S. is a country, and within its borders are oppressed and oppressor nations. African Americans brought to this country in chains constitute an oppressed nation within U.S. borders. A lot of people in the U.S. like to say they are revolutionaries these days, Bernie Sanders and others. I say you're not a revolutionary unless you recognize that black people constitute a nation, and that as a nation they have the right to self-determination, to choose separation or integration for themselves. Every time I come to this part of the world, I meet so many young people who have a completely delusional portrait of the United States. What young Iranians see on satellite television, this image of the United States as a kind of rich paradise, this image of the United States is completely false. If you watch U.S. media, 90% of the time you're only seeing Southern California or New York City. But the United States is far bigger than that. In the heartland of the United States, what Sarah Palin demagogically called the real America, there are millions of young people who are very unhappy. The U.S. economy has been wrecked by deindustrialization. The steel mills, auto plants, and other good-paying industrial jobs have been eliminated. The public sector in teaching, libraries, post offices, and such has also been gradually eliminated. Young Americans in service sector jobs are stuck in a low-wage economy, making a mere fraction of what their parents made in the much-heralded American middle class that once existed. Young Americans watch the same garbage propaganda that is as what is broadcast into Iran, and they see how Kim Kardashian, the Real Housewives of New Jersey, and other wealthy people on American television live, and they then contrast it with their own lives. The rates of suicide, mental illness, and drug addiction among young Americans are rising. Young people in the United States are told that unless they are rich, they are worthless. And then they look into the future and see that they're going to spend their lives with a much lower income level than their parents and possibly spending it poorer than they expected. U.S. society, born in racism, slavery, and the slaughter of the indigenous people, is now entering a deep political and economic crisis. Now, what's true is not always obvious, but in some instances it is. And this is very obvious. The United States, in which there seems to be another mass shooting every time you turn around, is not a healthy, moral society. It's not a model or an ideal that any country should aspire to become. The most hopeful period in the history of the United States was the direct aftermath of the Civil War. The Civil War was really the Second American Revolution. Abraham Lincoln led a beautiful coalition. It included Christian abolitionists, labor unionists, industrial capitalists, and most importantly, the enslaved African people themselves. When the war broke out, enslaved African people stopped working in a general strike all throughout the South. Harriet Tubman became the first woman to lead U.S. soldiers into battle as she organized guerrilla bands freeing slaves along the Combahee River in South Carolina. The slaveocracy, aligned with the British Empire, was also supported by the Wall Street financial elite. They saw cotton exports from slave plantations as a way to make profits. But Wall Street, the British Empire, and the slave-owning aristocracy was defeated, and they were defeated by an amazing alliance. The Republican Party during the 1860s, far different than what it is today, was a revolutionary party. It took its name from the French Revolution. It represented the small farmers, the African Americans, and the labor unions. After defeating the slave owners, they continued to move ahead as a coalition. And for a brief period in the South, there was even land redistribution, where the land of the slave owners was being redistributed. Calling themselves the Populists, the small farmers and free blacks called for public control of railroads, guaranteed education for all, and the overthrow of the monopolists, the wealthy bankers that have so much power. The progressive coalition that came out of the Civil War was broken apart by Wall Street. What did they use to destroy the progressive anti-capitalist mass movement that emerged in the aftermath of the Civil War? They used racism. The Ku Klux Klan used terrorist tactics very similar to what the Israelis are doing, very public, violent acts of terror with brutal violence, forcing the formerly enslaved persons out of political process. U.S. troops were pulled out of the South, and it was handed over to the racists. Since that time, the white people of the United States made a deal with Satan. As the big bankers have plundered the world, using bombs, sanctions, and cruise missiles to beat down those who assert their independence, we went along with it. We waved flags, we were loyal and obedient, and in exchange we got houses, cars, and TVs. We were taught to identify with Wall Street and to look at the people of the world, as well as the black and brown people within the United States, as our enemies. But the devil does not keep his promises. The middle class, the bribe given to white Americans to buy their obedience and loyalty to empire, is gradually being eliminated. The standard of living in the United States is rapidly dropping. The civil liberties often bragged about by U.S. leaders are being stripped away as the U.S. is gradually transitioning to becoming a low-wage police state. The U.S. economy has become centered on destruction. Prisons for profit, police on every corner, empty foreclosed homes, rampant aggression, and war around the world. As we face the ruins of U.S. society, now it is time for white people to change how they see themselves. We need to understand that the satanic cabal of bankers that has committed so many crimes around the world is also our enemy. The people of Iran, Venezuela, Russia, China, Palestine, Yemen, and anywhere else who are standing up and trying to break free from their system of global usury are our friends. A new revolutionary coalition must be forged, an alliance of those within U.S. borders who reject the rule of the globalist bankers and can function almost as a U.S. division of the global, gradually emerging axis of resistance. Every day, the U.S. government provides $18 million to the Israelis as they escalate their genocidal crimes and provocations. A mass people's movement could demand that the money instead be spent on providing health care, education, and jobs for the next generation of youth within the United States. The U.S. currently has thousands of troops stationed in military bases throughout this region. A mass people's movement could demand that instead these soldiers be brought home and put to work rebuilding the crumbling bridges and roads throughout the United States. The United States is currently facing very hard times. However, as has often been said in the past, hard times are fighting times. The moment is approaching when a real people's movement against the racist Wall Street financial elite, their wars, their racism, their police state, and their global system of usury and poverty can broadly expand within U.S. society. Such a people's movement will require unity of political forces, concrete political demands, and a clear vision of an entirely new society on the continent of North America. And as I end, I just wanted to touch on, we're constantly told in the U.S. to think of people who are fighting for their independence around the world as terrorists. But there's a real difference between a revolutionary and a terrorist. If you want to know what a terrorist is, go see the next Hollywood superhero movie, right? What is the most American movie genres, these ideas of superheroes? What is it? It's a white man, usually, who thinks the police aren't doing enough. So what does he do? He puts on a mask and he goes out to fight the bad guys with isolated acts of violence. What is this? This is the Ku Klux Klan. That's what that is. That's the mentality that comes out of it. What the Israelis are doing, their violent attacks the settlers are carrying out, what ISIS is doing, what the police of the United States are doing, this is the terrorist method. Extreme acts of violence designed to terrify people. The Supreme Leader, Khamenei, when he says that they oppose the crimes of both Daesh and the police of the United States, that they're both the same, he's pointing to the fact that they're both using the terrorist method. But what's a revolutionary? A revolutionary is completely different than a terrorist. If you look at revolutionaries like Imam Khomeini, like Malcolm X, like Eugene Debs, these are people who weren't great because they committed isolated acts of violence and terrified people. They were great because they pushed people forward. They empowered people to do things they never believed that they were capable of doing. That's what the essence of revolutionaries are. The U.S. is facing a crisis, but it's also a time of great opportunity. I think the world is rapidly changing. The rule of the big bankers, the global elite that runs the United States is changing. There's an emerging axis of resistance in the world, and I think we're entering a period of great opportunity for those who seek justice, peace, and equality. Thank you.
Military stuff, and he got rid of unemployment. What's the problem, though? The productivity of society was not increasing. All of these methods that Hjalmar Schacht, who was Hitler's economist, utilized were degrowth methods. These are degrowth methods of stabilizing the economy. And one of the people who studied Hitler's economic policies the most was a guy from Planned Parenthood, Lothrop Stoddard, national board member of Planned Parenthood. Lothrop Stoddard, who was a Ku Klux Klan member, and he was a founder of Planned Parenthood along with Margaret Sanger, and he went to Nazi Germany and he studied their economy. And this is what he wrote. How did the Nazis actually finance their ambitious projects without currency nor price inflation? They did it in a number of ways. Fluid capital was regimented and either invested according to orders or diverted into government loans. Profits were skimmed off by basic taxation. Above all, consumption was kept down, and living standards were lowered by what was called a process of reverse inflation. The upshot has been that the German people have financed astounding expenditures by literally taking it out of their own hides. So basically, Hitler made Germany poorer. Germany was already poor, and he heavily used the government to heavily regiment the economy and basically lower the productive capacity of Germany, make Germany a poorer country, and reduce the amount of wealth and consumption that went on, and make everybody poorer, and in the process, stabilize the economy, get rid of unemployment. So it was using degrowth methods to stabilize the economy. That's Malthusianism. That's what Margaret Sanger, that's why Lothrop Stoddard on the National Board of Planned Parenthood liked Hitler so much, because it was the same thing that they wanted to do, the cruelty of charity. You save capitalism by destroying the productive forces, just like World War I, just like imperialism, right? The only way out of the crisis for the imperialists is mass destruction of productive forces. It's just like Marx said back here, right? And how do they get over these crises? On the one hand, by enforced destruction of the mass of productive forces. On the other, by the conquest of new markets and thorough exploitation of the old ones, right? Degrowth methods, right? Saving capitalism with destruction. Now, Lynn Marcus, or also known as Lyndon LaRouche, he expounded on this in his book, Dialectical Economics. He studies and he analyzes the Nazi economy. And he said, the two principal bases for the Nazi pseudo-recovery of 1939 to 36 were fixing of wages at the lowest depression levels and the depletion of previously idled German capital of German industry. Not only were wages reduced, but their real content was further reduced by exacerbated inflation, while the intensification of exploitation of labor was accelerated. By 1936-37, the success of Nazi full employment recovery was obviously moving to the point of crisis. In the means of production, the quality of German labor power was being depleted by intensification and lower standards of material culture. Simultaneously, the expansion of Nazi production has been based on massive issuance of fictitious value in promissory notes. The ability of the Reichsbank and other agencies to refinance their cancerously growing mass to cover the growth of debt service obligation beyond the scale to available product for its payment was eminently undermined. The Reichsmark faced the prospect of an early national bankruptcy. So basically, they're making the population poorer and poorer and poorer. But it goes on, right? And then as World War II was going on, what was driving World War II? They needed slave labor, right? During 1941 and 1945, particularly, the intensification of the auto-cannibalistic primitive accumulation proceeded along the following general lines. The working conditions of forced foreign guest labor were markedly worse. The standard of living in the occupied territories generally lowered to prop up the Reichsmark. The depopulation of large sections of Slavic regions occupied by the Nazi occupying administration, emulating the salvaging of tire carcasses by recapping firm as part of the slave labor system. Human bodies were squeezed of their accumulated wealth by slave labor conditions of production, and the depleted hulks have returned to the SS for replacement parts. A further measure of capitalistic economic, the welfare rolls within the concentration camps were successfully reduced by the mass extermination practices applied to the weak, the aged, women, children, depleted slave labor, and other unemployables. So basically, they were, having more and more slave labor. That's really what they were doing as they were seizing parts of the world, seizing, different regions. They were taking people as slave laborers to keep their economy going. It was auto-cannibalistic, right? So what is fascist economics? Fascist economics is rebooting the economy with destruction, right? When the capitalist system enters a crisis of overproduction, you have to start destroying things and driving down the productive forces in order to keep the economy going. And the first attempt to do that was imperialism, destroy and seize markets in the third world. And then you had war, massive military spending and destruction of society. And then you had Nazi economics, massive military spending, slave labor, reduction of the workforce. Now, after World War II in America, we adopted one of the primary Nazi methods of stabilizing the economy. We built a military-industrial complex. And in the 1950s and 60s, we had a very strong economy in America. But a big aspect of that economy was that our government dumped millions and millions and millions of dollars onto buying all kinds of tanks and bombs and weapons that we hoped we never had to use and wasn't even really necessary to use. It was an economic stimulus. They called it military Keynesianism, right? Spending lots and lots of money on war and lots of money on preparing for war and selling weapons around the world, making all the European countries buy our weapons in NATO, and that kept the economy going because we were, money was coming into the economy from all the military spending. And that worked for a while, but in the 1970s, the post-World War II economic expansion came to an end. You started to have economic crises again. First in the Nixon administration, you had the economic downturn of 72, but then especially during the Carter years, 78, you had a really big economic downturn. Well, in 1980s America, we found a new way to solve that. We adopted another Nazi method of stabilizing the economy, the prison industrial complex, right? Just like the Nazis had used slave labor in the concentration camps, what did we do? There was mass unemployment among African Americans. And so we put them all in jail, and the mass incarceration, and those people that were looking for jobs, those African American folks that were out looking for jobs. Well, if you locked them in jail, they weren't looking for jobs anymore. And we used them as slave labor, right? They had slave labor in the jails. They still do. It's a big part of it. Victoria's Secret makes their underwear in jails. Often, if you answer something on the, on the phone, right? That's a prisoner who's working in a call center in a jail, right? And we set up a military-industrial complex. And the military-industrial complex in America, we had slave labor. People weren't out looking for jobs. It stabilized the economy. Mass incarceration. So what are we going to do next? We've already done the military-industrial complex. That's going strong. We've already done the prison-industrial complex. That's going strong. Capitalism is still breaking down. And the computer revolution and artificial intelligence is making this irrational problem of poverty created by abundance worse than ever, right? Human labor power is more productive than it's ever been. We can do almost anything. Very little human labor power is necessary, but yet our ability to spend, our spending power is lower than ever before. So it's easier than ever to create wealth, but we can't buy what we produce. And so the spending power has been diminished. The productive capacity is higher than ever before. And so we have a crisis of overproduction like we've never seen before. And we don't know what to do about it. Well, it looks like we're trying to have a war with Iran. We're trying to have a war against Iran, right? This is, again, what did Marx write about? What do they do amid a crisis? They enforce destruction of productive forces. That's war. Conquest of new markets. Again, seizing new markets. That's war. More thorough exploitation of the old ones. So here we are, right? We're in the middle of this crisis of overproduction. But why does that mean that we have to attack Iran? So what is Iran? Let's talk about Iran. Iran had a U.S.-backed dictatorship. They had the Shah of Iran. It was a U.S.-backed dictator, and he was toppled in 1979, right? 1978, there was a world economic crisis, and Iran had a pretty brutal authoritarian government that was backed by the United States. They had a brutal secret police called Savak that tortured people. But the Shah, he built some airports and highways, and he had to, develop the economy a little bit to stay in power, to stabilize things. But 1978, 79, the economy really went down, and oil workers were laid off, and there was oil workers strikes, and pretty soon people were out in the streets. And in 1979, the whole population of Iran was revolting against the dictator, the Shah. So amid that dictatorship, Khomeini, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, he was a religious leader who had been in Iran, who had fled to France because he had opposed the Shah for being too secular, being too modern. The Shah was too Western. And so Ayatollah Khomeini was this Islamic leader who had fled the country. He flew back into the country from France, and there were generals in the Iranian military who were followers of Khomeini, who were deeply religious Shia Muslims. And the military basically put Khomeini into power, and they declared the Islamic Republic of Iran. And Khomeini became the leader of Iran, this exiled religious leader, Khomeini. Now, when he came in, there was some level, most likely, of Western support for Khomeini because Khomeini was not a communist, right? And when Khomeini came in, if you listen to the early speeches of Khomeini, he made very, very clear, we are not communists. We are against America, which we consider the great Satan, but we are also against Soviet social imperialism, he called it. And they oppose both. And his slogans were neither East, Soviet Union, nor West, capitalism, right? Neither East nor West, not for the Soviet Union or for America, right? Not capitalism, but Islam, saying that they weren't capitalist, but they were Islamic. They were religious. They weren't Marxists. And he was going to wage a war of poverty against wealth, right? And that's part of the Shia Islamic tradition. The imams that came after the Prophet Muhammad, they rallied the poor and the oppressed. Shia Islam talks about the oppressed. They rallied the poor and the oppressed against the corrupt ummads, the corrupt Islamic leaders that were seceding, came into power in the caliphate after the Prophet Muhammad, right? After the death of the Prophet Muhammad, the corrupt ummads came into power. And so the imams, Imam Ali, Imam Hussein, rallied the poor to fight against the rich. And Imam Ali said, I have never seen great wealth without great violations of rights all around it. And that many of the slogans and the teachings of Imam Hussein or Imam Ali have, they talk about standing with the oppressed, they condemn the rich, the decadent rich, etc. So Khomeini's in power, and he's making clear he's not a communist, but he's also not for America, right? He calls America the great Satan. He's against communism. It's not capitalism, but Islam. Iraq invaded Iran with U.S. support. Iraq was a country right next to Iran, and Iraq had a secular government led by Saddam Hussein, Ba'athist Arab socialism. And a lot of the Shia Muslims in Iraq, because Iraq is 60% Shia Muslims, a lot of them were inspired by Khomeini, and some of them wanted to have an Islamic revolution in Iraq, and they didn't like Saddam Hussein because it was a secular government, because he was aligning with the Soviet Union, which was atheistic, etc. On top of that, there is a long-standing ethnic rivalry between Arabs and Persians. They just don't like each other historically. And Iraq is an Arab country, Ba'athist Arab socialism, Arab nationalism. Iran, had an Islamic revolution. It was a religious movement that was not ethnic nationalist. It was rather religious. And so there was a rivalry between the two countries. The USA backed and supported Iraq to invade Iran, and 1 million people died in the Iraq-Iran war. And the USA, at the beginning of the war, for the first 4 or 5 years of the war, the USA supported Iraq because it saw Khomeini and Iran as the main threat. And chemical weapons that were provided to Iraq by the United States were used, and Iranians were killed. It was an awful war that went on and on and on, 1 million deaths. However, during the war, Khomeini, he had to stabilize, and Iran, they just had this destabilizing revolution. There were various communist factions that wanted to overthrow Khomeini, and so he had to stabilize the country. So he launched the construction jihad, where he basically, at the same time they're being invaded, he said, we're going to build all these hospitals, we're going to build all these highways, we're going to electrify the entire country, we're going to bring telecommunication and phone service to the whole country. And it was a lot like Stalin's 5-year plans. We're just going to build. So at the same time they're having a big war and fighting for their lives, they also at the same time have a construction jihad, and they industrialize Iran. Iran, the cities were very prosperous. They had a very big middle class in the cities, but the rural areas were very poor. But he industrializes Iran, and he forms these network of community groups called Basij councils. They're called mobilizations of the oppressed, community organizations to enforce the revolution. And the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, that's this military group that Khomeini creates. They become the biggest economic entity in the country. They own hundreds of factories. They build highways and bridges, and they are still to this day in Iran the biggest economic entity. And what is all this being paid for with? It's being paid for with oil money. The oil of Iran is nationalized, and it's in the hands of this Islamic government of Khomeini. So he's using the oil money to create the Islamic Revolutionary Guards, to industrialize the country. They're selling oil, and etc. Now, they wage this devastating war with Iran, but they basically build up the economy centered around the state. It's the government that builds up the Iranian economy with oil money. The Islamic Revolutionary Guards and the military are running the economy. And Iran, builds up its economy in the middle of a war. Iraq is losing the war. And about halfway through the war, the USA switches sides. And, Saddam Hussein had been aligned with the United States against Iran, but about 1988, it becomes clear that the United States is supporting Iran against Iraq. And, it was revealed that the USA, there was the arms for hostages deal where the USA was giving arms, weapons to Iran in exchange for them releasing hostages that had been taken in Lebanon by Hezbollah. And that Iran basically made a deal with the United States, and the USA switched sides. And, in 1988, there were a lot of executions of leftist political prisoners, and that was kind of seen as a gesture to the United States. They executed a lot of the communists who had opposed Khomeini. There were a lot of executions, and Iran was pivoting into the U.S. camp in 1988. And in the 1990s, Iran pivoted even further into the U.S. camp because of the fact that Iraq was America's main enemy. The USA had supported Iraq against Iran, but, 1991, you had the Gulf War. You had the Gulf War, and the Gulf War was, the USA fighting Saddam Hussein. And so Saddam Hussein was the main target, and Iran had lost 1 million people in the Iraq-Iran war. So Iran, they were friendly with the United States because the USA was opposing Iraq. And in the 90s, Iran had built this state-run, economy, but they started their private sector started to blossom. And you had a lot more private businesses that were flourishing. And Iran was pivoting into the U.S. camp because they hated Iraq, etc. And Iran's, market sector was flourishing, and et cetera. That was the 1990s. And the global economy was doing quite well in the 1990s. After the fall of the Soviet Union, so there's a lot of Western investment, and Iran was, it was still a revolutionary government that was opposed to the West, but they were pivoting into the U.S. camp. And there were still incidents where the USA dissed Iran. For example, the U.S. government shot down an Iranian civilian aircraft, and President George Herbert Walker Bush refused to apologize for killing hundreds of Iranians that were just flying on a civilian airplane. And that they always kind of hated the Iranian government, but Iran was seen as a country that, okay, maybe they're backing Hezbollah.
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.
Pray for Trump! Pray for America as we bomb kids in Iran to free them from the evil Islam. You're the evil one, friend to Graham. Bombing kids, giving Trump a blowjob for Epstein. You should be packing Christmas presents for those kids and sending humanitarian aid, not bombs. That's what Samaritan's Purse is.
You're not getting safe subways because we bombed Iran. The price of going to a Knicks game isn't going down because we bombed Iran. You're not going to Madison Square Garden for free because we bombed Iran. Enough! Enough wars! They lied about Iraq. They lied about Afghanistan. They're lying about this. We're done. No more.
Would you like to say no war with Iran? You can be in it.
Oh, yeah.
Here you go.
Iran, the people of Iran are not our enemies.
Yeah.
And we had no reason to bomb them.
But there's no way this economy can continue the way it is. It can't continue by going to war with Iran or any nation, including Venezuela. Because every dollar that we spend in war means one less dollar that can be spent here. It's one less dollar to feed a hungry child. One less dollar to make sure someone has a roof over their head.
Iran is not a threat to us. Iran is not a threat to America. Iran has a long record of standing not just with the Palestinians, but with the people on the African continent, with the people in Ireland fighting against the British Empire. Iran has a long record of standing with oppressed people. Yeah, right. That's absolutely. There's a street in Iran named for Bobby Sands, the Irish freedom fighter. Yeah, fuck the British Empire. Fuck the British Empire and what they did. Fuck Wall Street imperialism. Fuck imperialism. I've been to Iran and I've seen with my own eyes how they have pictures of Malcolm X. America first, not Israel first. America first, not Wall Street first. America first, not the role of international bankers and corporations. Iran is a country that has stood with oppressed people around the world. They stood with the Black Freedom Movement. There are pictures in Iran of Malcolm X, big murals. I've been there and I've seen it. I've seen how they stand with the Irish people. I've seen how they've stood with people on the African continent. Our government called Nelson Mandela a terrorist. But Iran gave funding and support to Nelson Mandela when our government called him a terrorist. Iran is not our enemy. Israel first, is not how it should be. It should be America first. America first, not Israel first. America first, not Israel first. Iran is not our enemy. Iran is not our enemy. No more wars for Israel. No more wars for imperialism. No more wars for Wall Street. Build up America. Build up the American working families. Invest in this country, not in killing people around the world.
Today we really hit a nerve with people here down at Union Square.
A lot of people resonate with the message. I think they like seeing the American flag in conjunction with this anti-war movement because that's the majority of Americans' thoughts. You don't have to be any particular political, follower. You don't have to be left or right or anything to be anti-war. Most Americans are anti-war.
People were very open and very receptive to our message about anti-imperialism and really connected with why we shouldn't be at war with Iran or any other country that chooses to be sovereign.
And this particular war, we made it very clear, we had no interest in a war with Iran. So I think it resonates with people here and all across the country.
People think that, there's some benefit to war. There's no benefit to war if you're a working class person. And like I said, those same people have no problem harming us as well. They have no problem throwing bombs at us if they have to in order to reset this economy. People, we need to wake up and we need to have a conscience. So many people call themselves a Christian. Well, do you think God is going to forgive you when the bombs come here?
You would need a mass movement of people demanding an economic program that would require them to move away from.
Do you think they're any less than you are or I am? They're not.
Well, I think religion is a big
People,
part
we
of
need to have integrity. Please join us.
To help the world. You're not helping your family by doing nothing. I understand we need to go on with our lives. We all have things to do. But you can set aside some time and connect with your fellow citizens about why it's wrong to sit quietly and do nothing. We need a movement to demand a government of action for working families because there is abundance for everyone, not just for the people at the top that obviously want to stay in control of what's happening now. Peace, now. No war with Iran, now.
The U.S. has been trying to overthrow any sovereign government of Iran that thinks the oil of Iran and the resources of Iran belong to the people of Iran. And that's what we believe at the Center for Political Innovation. We believe in the sovereignty of all countries. We say no war with Iran. We say bring the troops home, spend the money at home. We need to rebuild infrastructure, healthcare, and education. We need to improve the job market and the U.S. economy, not worry about what other countries are doing and not try to destabilize them on behalf of the oil monopolies.
How do you think it went?
Oh, I thought it was great. We had some great chants and music, no war with Iran, and also other people joined in that they cheered as they were walking by, and one guy actually wanted to jump in the video and say no war with Iran, so
yeah,
reaching out to people.
Yeah, that was cool. And across the street at the gas station, there were people coming out of their cars. They looked like they were Somalis, and they were cheering, and they were fist up, and they were so excited. And a gal walked, two girls walked by, and they were chanting with us, "No war with Iran, no war with Iran." Yeah. It was cold too, and it was dark, but we did it.
Yeah,
we did it. Good job.
One of the reasons why I'm excited that your book has kind of caught on is for exactly this reason. It's not just about Kamala Harris. It's about a much deeper analysis of politics and the class forces behind and all those interests. But I did just want to ask you in general about anti-imperialism. Why has anti-imperialism historically been such a core component of class politics? And what is the difference between being anti-war and being anti-imperialist?
Well, my understanding is that imperialism refers to a system, capitalism in its monopolistic stage. And it's very interesting because that is the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, right? Lenin talks about imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism.
And what really defines imperialism is holding back economic development. It's preventing countries from being able to take control of their own economy and resources, and instead having what he calls the export of capital, where instead of, it used to be we exported tires or we exported cars. Now we export the corporation, right? McDonald's is spread all over the world. We don't export French fries, we export McDonald's, right? And it's about the export of capital and preventing countries from developing their own industries and keeping countries in poverty, holding back economic development. Now, that was the understanding that the Bolsheviks and the Soviet Union had. And that's why right after the Bolsheviks took power, they gave military support to the Emir of Afghanistan. And he was a conservative monarchist, but he was fighting the British Empire. And they said, that works for us. And they convened the Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku. And they said, hey, if you're going to fight the British Empire, we're with you because imperialism is the enemy. And when you talk about being a component of class politics, you can even go back to Marx, right? In Marx's day, Ireland was fighting for its independence. And Karl Marx, he wrote a very important letter where he said the duty of working class radicals and Marxists and socialists in Britain is to support the Irish freedom struggle everywhere and to get the English workers to see the victory of the Irish people against the British Empire, not as a question of abstract justice, but as a matter of their own liberation, right? I think A.J. Muste, who was a kind of a Christian socialist pacifist, he would say our real enemy is at home. And that is what anti-imperialism is. It's the understanding that these countries around the world that are struggling against the domination of big banks and corporations from the West are our allies in the struggle against the big corporations here. Right. And that ultimately, we don't have an interest in helping, ExxonMobil, BP and Bank of America take over the world. And in fact, we're getting screwed by Bank of America and ExxonMobil right here. And so we have a common interest with people around the world that are struggling against them. Now, that was the classical Marxist-Leninist understanding, but I've been to Iran where they are definitely not Marxists. They are very religious. But, they study Lenin in Iran and they study the economics of imperialism. And, Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic, he talked about American economic imperialism. And the Bolivarian countries, they are socialists, but they incorporate Roman Catholicism, indigenous ideology. They have this understanding. And you go around the world today, the classic Soviet-style Marxism is not really in fashion anymore. But this understanding of what imperialism is and that it's a system, that is very much the global understanding. And I do maintain that understanding. I'm at the point where, it's funny, I wrote this book 4 years ago. I don't call myself a communist as much now because, I know what I believe. My beliefs haven't changed. But if you say communist now, people think you're woke. And I'm not. I'm not woke. And I've been to communist countries. They are not woke. But if it used to be in America, if I told people I was a communist, they would say, how could you be that? And I could say, well, let me tell you all about it. Nowadays, if I tell people I'm a communist, they go, oh, I know what you are. You're 17, you have purple hair, and you think all Republicans are Nazis, and you're obsessed with the trans thing. That ain't me. That's not what I believe. And it ain't what they believe in Venezuela. It's not what they believe in Vietnam. It's not what they believe in China. It's not what the countries around the world struggling against imperialism believe. So the term that I've started to use to describe myself, I say that I am an innovationist. Because if you look at the world, right, the underlying question, and this is what that last 10 pages that you didn't get to, Russell, are about, is that human beings...
That's what I said, the reveal.
Yeah, human beings are creative creatures. We are constantly reinventing our relationship with our environment. And human technology, we're constantly moving to a higher plane. Ants have been building their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 7,000 or 8,000 years, we've gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, to iPhones, to artificial intelligence. We constantly reinvent our relationship with Mother Nature to make it serve us in a more efficient way, to expand our population, to increase our life expectancy, to make life more comfortable. That is the nature of what it means to be a human being, as we're constantly trying to expand. And right now we are in a crisis because human brilliance has outstripped the narrow horizons, the narrow limits of production organized for profit. And what we need is a rationally organized economy so we can keep inventing, keep expanding, keep having our life expectancy grow, keep expanding our population. Well, taking it back to that Eastern establishment, the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, the British Empire, they say that the solution right now is that we have to degrow. We have to reduce consumption because the problem is that there's too many people. They are not Marxists. They are Malthusians. right? They want, they blame the economic crisis that we're in the world on overpopulation. And that their solution to save the global economic system and conveniently let them stay at the top of it is to prevent growth around the world. And they see anti-imperialist countries, countries that have broken out of their system, as the main target, because what are they doing? They're growing. That's what they do. When countries break out of Western domination and imperialism, they start growing and building and electrifying and wiping out illiteracy and bringing their people up. And that is seen as a threat to the environment. And Biden openly said so when he was running for president. If you read his essay, America Must Lead Again, he said, we're going to stop China from building power plants in Africa, right? That's what they want. To save their system, they want degrowth. And that is what fascism is. And that is what fascism has always been. Fascism is not an aesthetic. Fascism is not being racist. People have been racist before. People have been militaristic and authoritarian before. Fascism is when, in a long-term economic crisis, the government kind of locks down society and forcibly degrows, right? They created a slave labor underclass in Nazi Germany. They forced women out of the workforce to get rid of unemployment. They rebooted the economy by creating, lots of military spending. Fascist economics is trying to save the capitalist system with forcible, heavy-handed degrowth. And I must say, I agree with a lot of what Trumper folks say, but they seem to think that this Malthusianism from the World Economic Forum and all of that is Marxism and communism. And I have the painful and difficult task of saying, well, actually, it's not. And if you go to any Marxist or communist country, that's clearly not the case. But that is what the woke people believe. And a lot of them think they're Marxists. So I can understand why you're confused, right? And I can understand why it's confusing. And also, let me add that socialism in our time and anti-imperialism, a really big part of it nowadays is small business owners, right? Vietnam, the way they've had their economic miracle is with their enabling people to start their own businesses. They call it a socialist-oriented market economy. Nicaragua, I've been there. I was an elections monitor there. They have what they call a micro entrepreneurship program where the government loans money to people to start their own businesses, worker cooperatives, and that is the strength of their socialist economy in Nicaragua. And that 21st century socialism is all about enabling people to start their own business and be creative and all of that, and subsidizing them in doing so in coordination with an overall planned economy. So the state is kind of making sure there's constantly growth. And then what is the ultimate goal? Is a world with so much growth and so much wealth that the need for a government can fade away, that people can just do what they feel like doing. Labor becomes life's prime want, meaning people work to entertain themselves, to get joy from being creative, not because it's a necessity. A society where there's so much wealth and abundance that there's really no need for anyone to hoard anything, and everyone's pretty much equal because there's enough for everybody. That's the ultimate goal. And Marx talked about the higher stage of communism. He's talking of a world of vast wealth and vast abundance, right? And so I tell people I'm an innovationist because I believe innovation is the essence of what I'm for. I believe in human beings and our creative power. And I believe that we can revolutionize our relationship with the environment and get to a higher plane. And, I think that's what it means to be a socialist or a communist in our time, but that's not what it means to most people. So I now, my organization is called the Center for Political Innovation, and I'm saying I'm an innovationist. In Lebanon, and they're definitely against Israel, and they definitely support the Palestinians. But, our main threat is Iraq. Well, 2002, what happened? The axis of evil speech, right? And in the axis of evil, after 9/11, George W. Bush said, there's an axis of evil facing the world. And it's Iraq and Iran and North Korea. Now, Iraq and Iran hated each other, were enemies, but, that didn't really seem to matter. And that the USA then lied to the world, said that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, which they didn't, invaded Iraq, destroyed Iraq. And in that moment, Iran said, oh, shit, what are we going to do, right? The USA has put us on the list of countries to invade. But on top of that, the invasion of Iraq drove up the oil prices. The oil prices were the highest they'd ever been, $120 a barrel. And so because of that, the Iranian state sector of the economy had more money than ever. And the USA was threatening them, and the oil prices were very high. So the government sector, the Revolutionary Guards, they had a lot of money. And so Ahmadinejad was elected president. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who is still alive. It was reported widely that he was killed a couple days ago, but he's actually still alive. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was elected president. And when Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was elected president, a lot of Iranian communists who had fled the country went home. Very interesting. And Mahmoud Ahmadinejad immediately embraced Venezuela and Bolivarianism and Cuba, even though Cuba is a secular Marxist country. And Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was the first president they'd ever had who was not a cleric, right? He didn't have a beard. He had not gone to an Islamic university. He was an engineer by trade and a philosophy professor, a college philosophy professor. And he was a member of a political party called the Alliance of Builders. The Alliance of Builders. And to be in that political party, you had to be an engineer. You had to be somebody who was involved in construction. You couldn't just be a regular politician. And the Alliance of Builders took power, and Mahmoud Ahmadinejad became the president, and he started condemning capitalism very, very loudly in his speeches, and he started expanding the peaceful nuclear energy program because the USA was putting sanctions on them. And he said, well, you know what? We want to sell more of our oil, so we're going to make electricity with nuclear power rather than with our oil. We're going to sell our oil to make more money. And so they started expanding the peaceful nuclear energy program, right? And then what happened? 2006, Israel invaded Lebanon. And in Lebanon, you have an organization called Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is a Shia Muslim organization funded and backed by Iran in Lebanon. And they were prepared. And it was almost like Israel got tricked, right? They thought they could just go into Lebanon and destroy Hezbollah. And instead, Hezbollah destroyed them. And they had snipers on the rooftops, and they had booby traps, and they kicked Israel's ass epically. Absolutely epically, they kicked Israel's ass. The 2006 war was a moment where Israel was just handed one of the most epic defeats Israel's ever gotten. They were driven the hell out of Lebanon. They went in and they were kicked out. 13 days later, they went back to Tel Aviv with their tail between their legs. And it was a wild war. For example, one thing that Israel did is during the war, they hijacked all the TV stations in Lebanon and put porn on TV because they were convinced, they had this stereotype in their head that Arabs are all a bunch of perverts, right? You know, that Arab men are, you know, all horny, and that's the Islamic culture. They're so socially conservative that all we have to do is we're just going to put porn on the television in Lebanon, and all the Arab soldiers are just going to see the porn, and they're just going to be so turned on by the porn, they won't be able to fight and we'll win. Well, it didn't work. People just turned their TVs off. It was the stupidest thing ever. But, you know, that was what Israel did during the invasion of Lebanon. They just put porn on all the TV. That didn't work. That was a dumb strategy. There's many other examples of why Israel was like epically defeated in 2006. But at that point, Hezbollah were the heroes of the entire Muslim world. The Muslim world hates Israel. And Hezbollah, a Shia Muslim organization, right? They kicked Israel's ass. So Iran is riding high, and Iran's ally is the hero of the Muslim world. That's Iran. And so that's why they hate the Islamic Republic of Iran, right? Now, I want to talk about this, right? Because this kind of gets to the point, right? This is a question that used to come up a lot on my streams, right? And I'm going to answer it a little bit differently than I used to answer it. Because I want you to all understand why I don't even consider myself a socialist or a communist anymore. I'm an innovationist, right? Is Iran socialist? Is Iran socialist? Well, they don't think they are. They say the Islamic Republic is neither capitalist nor socialist. It's not capitalism, but Islam. So they don't think they're socialists, number one. They maintain they are not socialists. Number two, they reject Marxism as an ideology. They say Marxism is atheistic. Marxism doesn't believe in God. They are very, very opposed to Marxism. However, it is worth noting that if you read, and I have been to Iran and I've read Iranian, literature about American imperialism, there is a very, very heavy Marxist-Leninist influence when they talk about the economics of imperialism. They talk about the export of capital. They talk about all of that. There's a heavy Marxist-Leninist influence, but it's unstated. They're never going to say we got this from Lenin, but it's just, their revolution happened in 1979 when communism was riding high. I believe the height of world communism was 1978. So the next year they had their revolution. So they're heavily influenced by Marxism, but they formally reject Marxism. What does Iran have? They're a state, a government, rooted in an anti-colonial revolution, and that state controls the economy. And they have 5-year economic plans, and they have community organizations enforcing the revolution. They have full employment. They have a state that oversees economic growth. They have a massive state sector, and they have a lot of private corporations that are controlled by the state. That you have a lot of private companies that are making money. But I saw when I was in Iran, I saw with my own eyes how those private companies have no freedom. At any point, the Revolutionary Guards or the government can come to them and say, "You're doing this," and they do it. Right? The private sector of Iran is not free to do whatever is in its interest. It's controlled by the larger state sector. So is Iran socialist? My answer is, who cares? Who cares? This is what Iran is. I don't care what you call it, right? A rose by any other name is just as sweet, right? If this is what you think socialism is, that's what Iran is. If that's not what you think socialism is, that's not what Iran is. This is what Iran is, right? Is that socialism or not? I don't know, and I don't care, right? What is socialism? All right. Well, Marx said socialism is when the industrial workers in the Western countries seize control of the government and nationalize the industries. That never happened. That has never happened. Never did the factory workers in the West take control of the government and use the government to nationalize the industries. Never happened. And in the 1890s to 1914, the Second International that Karl Marx created watered down socialism into being a welfare state, right? You had Edward Bernstein. The movement is everything. The goal is nothing. It just means the government gives people free stuff and, has a progressive income tax, and it's AOC and Bernie Sanders. It's a welfare state. Well, is Iran a Western capitalist welfare state? No, right? 1916, though, Lenin comes along and he says that they're not fighting against regular capitalism. They're fighting against the imperialist monopolies, right? And when the Bolsheviks seized power, they said communism is Soviet power plus electrification. And the Bolsheviks had this spin-off interpretation of communism that said, we're not fighting capitalism, we're fighting the Western imperialist monopolies. They said nationalism of oppressed countries can be a good thing because you're fighting the imperialists. And they offered military support to the Emir of Afghanistan, a conservative monarchist, because he was fighting the British. And they offered military support to the Egyptian merchants and their uprising against the British Empire. And they said, we'll support anybody who's fighting the West. And if Western countries have socialist leaders, if socialist groups in the West are supporting imperialism, they're on the wrong side. We don't care if they're socialists or not. So the Bolsheviks and Marxism-Leninism comes along and it says, well, we're fighting against Western imperialism. That's what we're fighting against. And that it's not really socialism unless it's against Western imperialism, and that nationalism can be good, right? So that's Leninism. Stalin comes to power, and Stalin built the Soviet Union into a superpower with 5-year economic plans, right? So they had an anti-colonial revolution. They have a government that comes to power that is opposing colonialism, and that government then nationalizes the industries and builds up a huge industrial base with state power, Soviet power plus electrification. And that's called really existing socialism. And that was the model. That's what we called communism during the Cold War, right? That's North Korea, Cuba, that's all the Eastern Bloc countries. They have this model that they call really existing socialism. It's a one-party state, 5-year economic plans, very charismatic leader who goes around giving people awards all the time for all the hard work that they do, right? Stakhanovism, they called it, or emulation, they call it in Cuba. And everything's run by the government, 91% state ownership, almost no private industries, and the government is building up the country. And that model, really existing socialism, is very effective. There are many countries in the world that would not have running water if it wasn't for really existing socialism. There are many countries in the world that wouldn't have electrification, right? It was really existing socialism that made, Russia a modern country. It was really existing socialism that wiped out illiteracy in Romania and Czechoslovakia. Really existing socialism, Arab socialism under Abdel Nasser in Egypt, built the largest power plant in electrified Egypt with the Aswan Dam. Really existing socialism, there's many corners of the world where, it industrialized countries. But after that, after you pave the roads, after you wipe out illiteracy, after you electrify the country, it has a problem, which is consumer goods, the stuff that makes life fun. Really existing socialism, state-run economy is really, really good at power plants, heavy industry, steel. It's really good at educating people with literacy. It's really good at building hospitals, but children's toys, forget it. Clothing, forget it. You know, things that make life fun, right? You know, consumer goods, not so good, right? They're not so good at consumer goods. And, what happens later is, starting with Deng Xiaoping in China, you develop a socialism that includes the market. And in China, right, they have the socialism with Chinese characteristics, where you have a heavy private sector, but the state still plans the economy, right? And all kinds of private companies are making profits, but at any time the government can show up and tell them to do whatever it says. The government controls banking and the lending of money. The government controls the natural resources. The government controls like major industries like steel and electrification and things like that. But the market flourishes under the context of a planned economy. That's what 21st century socialism in Venezuela, Nicaragua, Vietnam, China, that's what they think socialism means there, right? That's very different than what Stalin meant. Stalin meant 91% state ownership. That's very different than what social democracy and Marx meant. So what does socialism even mean? I don't know, and I don't care, right? But according to this definition, if you're following the definition of socialism that China uses, you look at it, Iran has an anti-colonial revolution, and the government that comes out of that anti-colonial revolution controls the economy. So what is that? I don't know, but that's what they have, right? They have a government that is against imperialism that controls the economy. And it's worth noting that like North Korea and Cuba are the two countries that probably are the closest to the really existing.
The leader in Louisiana, who Huey Newton, the founder of the Black Panthers, is named after, said, "Every man a king." He built roads and highways all over the state. He was so loved for the programs that he provided. He built the Share Our Wealth movement all over the country, and he was shot down. William Z. Foster, the leader of the American Communist Party, who organized an organization with unemployment councils and trade unions, and amazing dynamic leader, writer. I always encourage people to study his works, but he was a brilliant trade unionist and organizer. Anna Louise Strong, I just read you her beautiful work. They're all great because of what they did. They're not great because somebody came along and gave them a title. They're not great because somebody came along and put a crown upon their head and said, "You are the one." That's not how it works. And folks, one of the saddest things I've seen in our movement is that there are people that have been doing this for a long time that know that it's time for somebody to step up to the plate, right? When AOC got into office, remember that? I remember when AOC got in there, and I met so many older folks who went on delegations to Cuba and went on delegations to Nicaragua, and they tried so hard to like AOC. They wanted to like AOC. She's young, she's good looking, and she says she's a socialist. Maybe she can be good. Maybe she can be good. Well, she wasn't good, was she? No. But they tried. They wanted there to be somebody that they could believe in. And look, I have to say this, and it's not what people like to hear, and I've heard a million excuses from people about why it's not the case, but you just have to acknowledge it. People who've been waiting for years for a real socialist movement that is really trying new ideas and really expanding and really building deep roots among the community and really aiming high and not just in the same old, hamster wheel of doing the same old thing. Those folks shouldn't be waiting any longer, because that organization is right here in this room. You're the ones you've been waiting for. This organization is what you've been looking for, and you can make so many excuses about why we're not it. I'm sure that we're all not the right kind of LGBTQ, XYZ. We're the wrong nationality. We're from the wrong part. We have the wrong words, whatever. But you cannot deny that we are here, and we are doing it, and we're getting better at it, and they have thrown everything they can at us to make us stop, and if we were going to stop, we would have stopped by now. Yeah. And if we were a fraud, if we were one of their plants, they'd be making it a hell of a lot easier for us, wouldn't they? They have thrown everything they can at us, but we keep coming back, and we have proved that we won't back down. We won't go away. We won't fade away. We are what people have been waiting for. And it's time that folks came forward and just recognized that
We are the organization that they've been waiting for, and maybe we don't sound the way they thought we would sound, we don't look the way we thought they would look, but here we are. Yeah. We are here.
Yeah!
I want to say this. The reason that we're the ones cut out for this task is because we love our country. And there are some people, when we talk about patriotic socialism, they get kind of a clever look in their eye. And they're like, oh, people think socialism's anti-American, so you're going to be the patriotic socialist. I get it. No, we actually love this country. We don't love the government. We don't love the big banks and corporations, but we actually love this country. We love the people of this country. We love the optimistic glow of hope that flows through this society. We love the fact that people have come here from all over the world in all kinds of different circumstances. Some people dragged here in chains, some people jumping over fences, some people the generations past. There's people from all over the world, different corners of this planet that have all been dragged to one spot by the imperialist system. We've come here. And we've come here because we have a will to survive. I talk about why are there so many amazing black musicians and black athletes? Well, think about what the black community has been subjected to. Genocidal conditions, the transatlantic slave trade, millions of people slaughtered. You think about, the death camp they had in Angola, Louisiana, where they were working people to death. And the reason that the black community in America, the reason people, Michael Jordan is known about all over the planet, the reason that jazz and R&B is listened to all across this planet, that's because there's a beauty in the American black community because it represents those who had this amazing, unbeatable will to survive. Right, yeah. They survived all of that horror. Yeah. This is a strong people. And when you think about other nationalities that have come here, people have come to this country because they want to build, they want to grow, they believe that their kids could have a better life, and they go through all kinds of hardship in order to get onto these shores from different corners of the planet, all because they want to grow, they want to build, they want to construct. And now we're all gathered here, white, black, Arab, Asian, Latino, we're all here gathered in this one little tract of land between the Atlantic and the Pacific. And now the imperialists are telling us, well, we got to accept being poor. In order to save our system, you've all just got to be poorer. So, that American dream thing, turn that off, and just accept being poorer. It's for the environment, it's for COVID, whatever. Just accept being poorer, look at your phone and be dazzled. And they think this is going to work. Well, it's only a matter of time before they realize that they have been the stupidest imperialists in history. What they've done is they've gathered millions of people from all over the planet and they've dragged them all into one place so that we can all come together and kick their ass! I'm almost done, don't worry. 2024 is coming up. Yeah. Woo. So we're going to the Youth Festival in March, right? Woo. Between the beginning, January and March, we're going to be focused on the Youth Festival. Yeah. But then after that, our friends in PCUSA are having a convention, and we're going to do our best to participate. But in addition to that, so we all know about this. This is the manual, the educational manual of the CPI. And we have a series of classes now called the Saxton Lectures that are a basic introduction to anti-imperialism and socialism, right? And we've done them throughout the country, and we're doing them here in Portland next weekend, by the way. December 8th, 9th, and 10th, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A week from today, we're going to be doing those classes here. So if you're local, or if you're around, or you want to drive back, or whatever, we're doing it. And it's available to anybody, free. You can come, and we're going to do these classes. But this is just the introduction. And this was the basis. This book is the companion volume that goes with the Saxton Lectures. And that's the introduction to what we're all about. Marx, Lenin, the synthetic left, etc. However, it's been realized that the wisdom of this organization and the intellectual project that we've created together has produced a lot more wisdom. This was just basic. We're past this now. So what we need is another volume. We need volume 2, and we need a second level of classes. So after the World Youth Festival, we're going to be gathering.
I think it was Xi Jinping, the president of China, or maybe it was a different Chinese diplomat, said that the world is big enough for everyone to do well. Said something like that. I'm paraphrasing it. Listening to a song the other day, and by a guy called K. Reno, and one of the lines he said, Lord, save us from excuse making and false blaming, and restrain the anger-filled thoughts that we're entertaining. Block all the dangerous engagements that render us brainless. Refrain us from selling our souls just to be famous. And I think that we have to cultivate the positivity because, you know, as the cliche goes, another world is possible, and that's pretty much all I wanted to say on that.
Well, great. Thank you so much, Gavin. And your talk that you gave yesterday was amazing. It was beautiful and very deeply meaningful. And the fact that we as a group workshopped, you know, both you and Noah's talk, that had a huge impact on the success of the event. You know, both your talks were phenomenal because we workshopped them. And I think in the future, we need to do that for all the talks. We need to workshop and learn to workshop and teach each other. And it was also really great how David Fox, who's a Toastmaster extraordinaire, was able to step in, and he knew how to do a public speaking workshop. So that was really awesome as well. And as far as what you said about positivity, look, there is no limit to growth. There is no limit to human creativity and growth. You know, there's a limit to how many trees there are, that's true. And if we were all still heating our homes with firewood, we would have deforested the planet many times over. But we reinvented our relationship with nature. We started burning coal and fossil fuels and having electrical heat. And because of that, we have grown and we've continued to grow. There is no limit to growth. And the scarcity mindset, this idea that there's only so much, and so if somebody else has, I better take, it's what I could have. We should have the attitude that there's an unlimited supply in the universe. If we can be creative, if we can reinvent, if we can innovate, there's an unlimited supply, there's enough for everybody. And that so much of the evil in the world flows from the mindset that there's only so much, and in order to get what I have to take it from somebody else. And that's why we need to get rid of this phrase redistribution of wealth, right? Now, we're not opposed to taxing to provide social services, but socialism is not the redistribution of wealth. If all Stalin had done in the Soviet Union was redistribute what was already there, the Soviet Union would still be deeply poor, right? They changed property relations in order to enable economic growth. If all the Chinese Communist Party had ever done was redistribute wealth that was already there, China would still be a deeply poor country. We're for creating an economic system that enables human innovation and growth to expand greatly so that wealth and abundance can be there for all. And that ultimately, you can't have equality and poverty, right? The only way to create a society of equality is a society where there's enough for everybody. There's enough to go around. And as long as there's scarcity, some will have and some will have not. And the biggest ugly things and failures in the history of communism flowed from the mistake of trying to create equality and poverty. Pol Pot, what he did in democratic Kampuchea was a nightmare because he was trying to make everybody equal in poverty. And the Chinese Cultural Revolution was a nightmare because they were trying to make people equal in poverty. These countries were surrounded, they were attacked, and in that isolation, they fell into the trap of, okay, well, we're gonna stay poor, but we're gonna make everybody equal. And that does not work. You can't have equality and poverty. You can't. And that you can't create an egalitarian society with willpower, by just wishing it hard enough, by just punishing people enough to make it come into existence. You can't do that. The only way forward is growth, but we understand the market has inherent flaws that prevent that. And that is an understanding that used to be universal. You read any old communist pamphlet from the Great Depression, it's just 101, right? This is the only system in history where abundance makes people poorer, which shouldn't make sense. Why should self-driving cars be a bad thing? Self-driving cars could lead to a world with so much wealth and abundance because the human chore called driving is no longer necessary. But on our deeply irrational system, it would lead to riots in the streets and etc. So that's our message. Wallace D. Wattles. We are probably going to republish some of Wallace D. Wattles, the great Christian socialist who was a friend of Eugene Debs. He mastered this concept, and he was a good friend of Eugene Debs. And his books, The Science of Being Great, The Science of Getting Rich, Jesus, the Man and His Works, they were socialist books, but they have kind of a self-help spiritual message that's all about growth and abundance. So, and that's what makes CPI unique, and that's what makes innovationism unique. You know, we hold on to certain aspects of Marxism-Leninism, but we also, you know, have gone into dipping from other wells. We are eclectic, we are syncretic, and that's the way you got to be. You know, anything that works, we'll use. Deng Xiaoping said that if a cat is black or white, it doesn't matter as long as it catches mice, and that's our attitude. If we can create the more peaceful world we need, if we can create more abundance, if we can lead to a society that's not marching toward World War III and a low-age police state, we'll do it, and we don't care what ideas it is. It's not a matter of being right and not changing the world. It's about being right so we can change the world. That's my attitude. Yeah.
You know, Stalin model of socialism, and they want to be more like China, and they want to be more like Vietnam. They want to be more like Iran. So what does socialism even mean? It doesn't even really matter at this point. It doesn't matter. Nobody knows what socialism even means. And the point is that Iran is an anti-imperialist country that is building, and that is why they're under attack. Why do they hate Iran? The first reason they hate Iran is because it's a competitor on the oil markets. Oil is the most valuable and important commodity in our world economy, right? All the electricity, right? Most electrification in the world comes from oil, from burning oil, number one. Two, if you drive a car, that's oil. You fly in a plane, that's oil, right? Ships on the ocean, oil, right? You have anything made out of plastic. The plastic in this pen comes from oil. Oil, 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 oil. And the way the West runs the world is by control of oil markets, right? Oil is the main commodity in the world, and there's a monopoly on oil. 4 corporations dominate almost all the oil in the world: ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron. They dominate the world. ExxonMobil is the Rockefellers, the Malthusians I was telling you about, the Neo-Malthusian Society, the Rockefellers, right? BP, that's the Rothschilds, and that's also HSBC Bank, Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation, a bank used to dominate the British, by the British to dominate the Chinese economy, a bank that was heavily involved in the drug trade and the opium trade and the opium wars. HSBC Bank, Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation, right? Royal Dutch Shell, what is that? Royal Dutch, what is that? Think about Royal Dutch, what is that? Right? That's an old royal family, right? That's an imperialist colonizer, right? And ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron. You got Chevron. It's just an American company. And they control the international oil markets. Well, Iran is a country that controls its own oil, and they sell oil, and every barrel of oil that they sell is oil that somebody didn't buy from HSBC Bank or from the Rothschilds or from the Rockefellers, right? They're a competitor on the international oil markets. And when people buy oil from Iran, they're not buying it from a Wall Street corporation or a London corporation, right? For example, what did Trump just do to Venezuela? Trump forced Venezuela to stop selling their oil to China and forced them to start selling it to America, right? He did not want China to be able to buy oil from Venezuela. He wanted China to be more dependent on these corporations. Iran sells oil to China, and Iran is not under the domination of the West. And so China, by buying Iranian oil, is independent of the West. And China is reliant on oil imports to run their economy. That's why they've heavily militarized the South China Sea, because that's where the oil tankers come into the ports of Shanghai. They need oil. China needs oil desperately. They have the world's largest industrial machine, the world's largest telecommunications corporation, the world's largest steel manufacturing. They need to import oil. And when they can get it from countries like Venezuela and countries like Iran, those are countries that Wall Street and America doesn't control. And so that that loosens the American leverage over China. So China is a competitor on the oil, Iran is a competitor on the oil markets, and selling oil to China, makes China less reliant on America. So that's the main reason, is they're a competitor on the oil markets. But the second reason is they're a funder of the Palestinian resistance. And it's not just the Palestinian resistance. Iran gives lots of money to the Palestinians to fight Israel, but they're not the only ones. Saudi Arabia funds them. Most of the Muslim world gives some money to the Palestinians. And the Palestinian leadership, Hamas, are not Shia Muslims. They actually consider Shia Islam to be apostasy. They're formerly the Muslim Brotherhood of Palestine. They don't like Iran. There is a Shia Muslim organization in Palestine. It's called the Islamic Jihad in Palestine, the IJP, and they are aligned with Iran. And I think they're actually Sunnis, but they are the Iranian-aligned Palestinian resistance group. But Iran supports the Palestinian resistance. But it's not just the Palestinian resistance. They fund Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is a revolutionary anti-imperialist group in Lebanon. They fund the Houthis, right? The Houthis. We have a book we published on the history of the Houthis, right? In Yemen, this anti-imperialist group in Yemen that has taken control of Yemen and was blocking ships to support the Palestinians. There are organizations in Iraq. Since the overthrow of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, the Shia Muslims of Iraq have formed all kinds of militias to control their neighborhoods, etc., and they're funded by Iran as well. In Pakistan, there are Shia Muslim groups. And Bahrain. Bahrain is a country that hosts U.S. military bases. The population is overwhelmingly Shia, and the dictator, the king that's imposed on them by the United States and Saudi Arabia, he's a Sunni and he doesn't like Iran, but the population there that goes out and demands democracy are Shia Muslims, and their protests against the government, the U.S.-backed dictatorship in Bahrain, their protests are funded by Iran. Iran is a fountainhead of resistance. There is even a part of Africa, Nigeria. There's a region of Nigeria called Zaria. You can read about Zaria in Nigeria. I met people when I was in Iran from Zaria, right? Nigerians from Zaria. And they have an organization called the Islamic Movement of Nigeria. And they are Shia Muslim Islamic revolutionaries. And they have a section of Nigeria that they control called Zaria. It's particularly wild, right? Sheikh Ibrahim Zakzaki, they have their own militias, their own army. Zaria in Nigeria, there's a chunk of Nigeria that is under control of revolutionary Islamic forces that are aligned with Iran. And when I was in Iran, I spoke at a conference dedicated to the Black Liberation Movement. And at that conference, there were a number of men and women that are in Iran learning Shia Islam at Islamic monastery or at Islamic seminaries in Iran. I mean, Iran has a global network of revolutionary forces. In addition to that, they are the key Middle Eastern hub for the BRICS economy. Iran's part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Eurasian Economic Union. They're part of the new economy in the world that the West doesn't control. So they hate Iran for that reason, right? That is the main reason that they hate Iran. Now, in dealing with Iran, there are two strategies. There's a division in the ruling class about how to deal with Iran. All of the imperialists want to destroy Iran, but there's a question about how do you destroy Iran? The main strategy, in the United States has been the Obama-Brzezinski Europe strategy. And this is what Iran, what Obama and this is what the European mainland and the British want, which is they want to insert Western influence into Iran. It's a long-term strategy, right? Most of the population of Iran were born after the Islamic Revolution. So they don't remember the revolution. Young people in Iran, a lot of them, especially the wealthier ones, look at Facebook and Twitter. And, with modern technology, they live in a very conservative society, but they can see that in America, we have, and that there's a lot of propaganda broadcast into Iran over satellite television. A lot of young people in Iran, unfortunately, I saw it myself, really do believe that America is a happy, happy fun land of, the streets are paved with iPods and we're all super wealthy and we just go out and drink and dance and party all day long. And there's a lot of young Iranians that just don't like the Islamic Revolution and they feel sheltered, right? It's kind of like how, Iran is a very conservative society where women have to cover up, where pornography is illegal, where, it's pretty conservative and the internet is heavily censored, but then everyone has a VPN. They can get around that. And there's a lot of young people that feel like they're being controlled and they don't like it. They don't want to be controlled, right? And so they have this kind of like forbidden fruit feeling that America is this great place where you're allowed to drink and you're allowed to look at porn and you're allowed to dance and you're allowed to, and so there's kind of a feeling that, that the Islamic Republic is too strict and conservative and restricting them. And a lot of the younger generation have come under the influence of Western propaganda. So the feeling that Obama had was, let's make a deal with Iran and make them give up their peaceful nuclear energy. And we'll start investing in Iran. We'll start, we'll put American corporations in Iran. We'll send American activists and American LGBT activists to Iran and American feminists to Iran. and will boost the reformist wing of the Iranian Islamic leadership that doesn't believe in anti-capitalism and anti-imperialism so much. And after a while, we'll just have a color revolution in Iran, and we'll overthrow the Islamic Republic. And that was actually the Libya strategy. That's what they did in Libya, right? The USA made friends with Gaddafi, right? They returned the Lockerbie bomber. They lifted all the sanctions on Libya. They brought all kinds of American investment into Libya. Gaddafi called Obama his little African son, and they made friends, and they were all just waiting to have a color revolution and overthrow the government. And it was the young people, the wealthiest young people in Libya who, grew up under Gaddafi, but, felt like, oh, if it wasn't for evil Gaddafi, we could have a happy, fun Western American life. And Gaddafi is mean and censors the television and won't let us look at porno. And, it was the young, wealthy people. And they were mad that Gaddafi was employing Black Africans. That was a big part of the Libyan conflict, right? Is that Gaddafi provided free employment to all Africans who came to Libya. And so during the so-called revolution in Libya, the Libyans that are lighter skinned North Africans were going around lynching dark skinned Africans because they were angry that Gaddafi was using, quote unquote, their money, the oil money of Libya to employ so many Africans. And so they were lynching dark skinned Africans. That was a big part of it. But, that was the Libya strategy, is we just gradually sink our influence in there, where we pretend to be nice to Iran, but we sink our influence in there. And we wait for the older generation to die off. We get more of these young people in there. We boost the softer wing of the government, and eventually we'll overthrow the Islamic government. It's a long strategy. You can't do that immediately. It takes a long time. Whereas you have the Trump and Netanyahu strategy, which is they don't care. They really don't care, about really necessarily overthrowing Iran. They just need everyone to be really, really mad at Iran so they can spend lots of money on the military. And they need to make lots of money selling weapons, and they need to maintain political power. Netanyahu needs to maintain power in Israel by playing up the idea that Israel's under threat. So he wants as much chaos throughout the region as possible. They're not interested in any long-term strategy. They just want to create chaos and spend lots of money. And they're not playing a long chess game about overthrowing Iran. They just want instability, right? And that's the division here, right? Or is it going to be a long, gradual process to overthrow Iran, or do we just attack them? And right now they're attacking them. And this short-term strategy is that right now, they're bombing Iran. It's mass murder. I mean, they're just saying they're raining death and destruction. They blew up an all-girls school, but now it's like they're just see all of that being about. And I will say Gray Zone, they've at least Max Blumenthal has been very critical of Chomsky, especially in the aftermath of Epstein, and the way it looks like Chomsky was very much opposing BDS on behalf of Epstein. I mean, he was opposing boycott, divestment, and sanctions at the behest of Epstein. And he was advising Epstein about, how to handle his public relations. I mean, it's pretty awful what we're seeing. I mean, it's pretty inescapable.
Well, just before we finish up here, the book that stayed with me of Chomsky's was Manufacturing Consent. Now, as we discussed before, I was and still am influenced by and interested in Louis Althusser, right? Louis Althusser and ideology and the ideological state apparatus, and Gramsci and that whole strain of what you might call structural Marxism, or because I think that's one of the bits that they got quite right. That's one of the strains in Marxist thought that I think is kind of useful, because consent doesn't need to be manufactured. My question is, because it's been 20 years or more since I read that book. Is there actually anything in Chomsky that isn't already there in some of those, greater thinkers in the Marxist canon? Was it just a York notes on what came before, or is it still worth reading in your view?
I mean, it's worth reading in the sense that it will highlight to some degree how thought is controlled and how the gatekeeping is done. But again, there are actual movements out there. I mean, people who built organizations, the Communist Party of the United States, when it was aligned with the Soviet Union, when it was echoing, the Soviet line during the Stalin years, put out lots of great material. And that in the process of, when you talk about Althusser, you talk about Adorno, you talk about the Frankfurt School, all of that, a lot of what those folks were doing were kind of watering down that message and making it less dangerous. I mean, for example, one of the main points of the Marxist, or the what you call the cultural Marxist trend, right, that was funded by the CIA, was redefining fascism, right? Marxism and the Stalin-aligned communist movement. There's great books like R. Palm Dutt's Fascism and Social Revolution that show capitalism having this problem of poverty amid plenty and needing mass destruction of productive forces to stabilize itself, and show that fascism arises from the irrational nature of the capitalist system. And fascism is essentially degrowth, right? It's, you know, it's mobilizing to destroy productive forces, to drive down the population, to reboot the economy with mass destruction in an economic crisis. And the Frankfurt School and all of them have said, well, no, fascism is some problem inherent in the human spirit. It's this authoritarianism deep within people that, you know, and they've completely obscured the economic understanding of what fascism really meant, right? So is it true that there's authoritarianism within our souls? Sure. Is it true that that academic institutions and other things are set up in a way that punish people for their thought? And yeah, all that's true, but you're obscuring the much bigger reality, which is that we have an economic system where poverty is created by abundance. Like, that doesn't make sense. People shouldn't be homeless because there are too many houses. People shouldn't be hungry because there's too much food. But we have an economic system where the more wealth that's created, the poorer people get. And the more technology advances, the more unstable our economy becomes. And that out of that economic system, then there becomes a need to just forcibly destroy the population with war, destroy the population, drive down living standards and all of that. And that largely leftism has become Malthusian. Right? I mean, leftists want depopulation. Their critique of capitalism now, if you listen to a lot of leftist material, their critique of capitalism is they think it produces endless growth. They just think that's somehow bad. And they think growth is bad. They want depopulation to save the planet. And that Marxist economics has been almost, you know, replaced by Malthusian economics, right? And this belief in overpopulation, this belief in driving down living standards. And so by talking about fascism as just a problem of conformity, you're obscuring the bigger issue. And that's what I feel like a lot of this kind of soft left, you can call it soft left or manufactured left material, is. It's not that manufacturing consent doesn't say true things. It does say true things, but it says them in a way that you're obscuring bigger realities, right? I think, if I remember correctly, that book really makes a big deal out of East Timor, for example, right? The genocide in the island of East Timor. Well, that was carried out by the government of Indonesia. The government of Indonesia came to power in a coup in 1965. Indonesia had a Marxist president, right? And the USA overthrew the government of Indonesia, and just the government of Indonesia, the military overthrew the government, and they killed at least 500,000 people. What started out as the CIA gave the list of all the communists in Indonesia to the military, and they just started killing them. But then pretty soon they just started killing whole neighborhoods. It turned into a genocide of ethnically Chinese people. Well, that's not just one little island of East Timor. That was all of Indonesia. So what, I mean, East Timor was one island that, yes, the Indonesian US-backed government targeted in one way, but like the bigger crime was the atrocities there. And Barack Obama's stepfather was a leader of all of this, was carrying out the genocide, was a leader of the Indonesian military. And Barack Obama was living there as a child. Like, he grew up in the Indonesian military, in the household of a military general who was slaughtering entire villages of ethnically Chinese people. There's a much bigger story there. So why is it, okay, it's great to highlight what happened in East Timor. I'm glad that we're acknowledging that the USA backed Indonesia in committing this atrocity on one island. But all of Indonesia, there was a coup. And prior to that, there was a Marxist government in Indonesia that was aligned with Russia and China that was doing amazing things to raise the living standards and all of that. And the CIA overthrew it. And that story doesn't get told. We just get told, well, our leaders in America are hypocrites. They say they're against crimes against humanity, and they backed the Indonesian government in committing an atrocity in East Timor. Well, that's all true, but like, there's a much bigger story there that we're not getting.
That was Suharto, wasn't it? Or Sukarno. I always get Suharto.
Yeah. One or the other. Yeah. I think Sukarno was the Marxist who was overthrown, and
Suharto was just for my own notes. You mentioned that book by the Marxist on fascism and so on. What was the name of that book again?
It's called Fascism and Social Revolution by R. Palm Dutt. I've got it here, actually.
It's online. You can get it for free online many places. It was the economic understanding of fascism. A British communist of Indian descent named R. Palm Dutt. He wrote this very, very good book that just shows that fascism is rooted in the breakdown of capitalism. Very, very important text. Yeah.
Yeah. This is why I get Caleb on for friends. I can learn from him. Okay. Well, I think we can kind of tie a bow on it there. There's obviously, I mean, do you think that the Epstein stuff has kind of given some receipts for this notion that you already had of Trump's being controlled or being compromised in some way? I mean, he's clearly engaged in very capitalist activity with Epstein, wasn't he? So,
yeah, I think that there's no question that Trump was compromised to some degree or other. The point is that Trump said very good things, and Americans wanted to vote for him because he said those very good things about opposing U.S. foreign policy, about ending the wars and all of that, and about demanding that the economy be improved, and that the left has stopped saying things like that, which again, if I had been running the Palestine protests, that would have been that just seems like the obvious message of money and jobs for America, not for Israel. And Trump was more or less saying that. He was saying America first, we're done meddling around the world and all of that. And that's what Americans want to hear. Build a movement based on that. That's what we need overwhelmingly. Trump was, a part of the establishment, and he was allowed to emerge, but that dissident MAGA is really, really important, and that's who we need to speak to. And there may have been a time in U.S. history where the left sounded that way, but that time is over. The left is totally controlled, and the way they ran the Palestine protests was just, it was like they were designed to not reach average Americans. They were designed to alienate Americans. So,
just two things before we wrap up here. I mean, one person I've been very disappointed by from the Epstein stuff has actually been Steve Bannon, because to me he was the figurehead of the dissident MAGA. He was someone who I actually thought was an authentic and genuine expression of what we've been talking about, but he was like in like daily contact with him almost. So that has been very disappointing. The next question I've got is, I mean, it seems to me, reading the tea leaves, that I think MAGA's done. I think we're going to get a Democrat president.
Yeah.
Do you see any prospect? Because I checked Gavin Newsom's timeline, not a single tweet about Epstein. He was still talking about ICE and stuff like that, the last I checked. Do you see any prospect of the Democrats like changing course or coming good, or dropping this unconditional support for Israel, or any, like, do you see like a more sensible Democrat Party emerging, or are they just hopeless?
The annoying thing about this whole Epstein thing is that there are all these Democrats now talking about it that a year or 2 years ago, if you'd have said Epstein to them, they would have rolled their eyes and said, that's a conspiracy theory. I bet you got that from RT, didn't you? Oh, yeah, Epstein. Oh, yeah, this Jewish guy was bribing everyone, had this mysterious island. That sounds like a crazy conspiracy theory. But now it's something they can use against Trump. And so suddenly Epstein is real, right? And it's like, I'm not here to defend Epstein. I'm just annoyed by the hypocrisy of the whole matter, right? Epstein is real. He's been real the whole time, but there's a layer of people that the Democratic Party is run by, this layer of people that they're afraid to think. They're what the Bush people used to be, during the Bush years. They are in the Democratic Party where it's not a matter of if something is true or not. It's a matter of, am I allowed to think this? And arguments can be debunked by saying that sounds like something the bad people might say. Well, that shouldn't be the question. Is it true or not? Right. But until recently, they had the orientation that Epstein didn't exist, that anyone who mentioned it was spreading conspiracy theories and was a right-wing propagandist. But then all of a sudden they were told from the top, oh, Trump is part of Epstein. So now Epstein is real. And it's infuriating to watch. But there's similar things on the right, I'm sure. I mean, there are people in the Trump camp that were concerned about it, and then we're told, oh, don't be, because, we're cheering for Trump. So it's frustrating there. At the end of the day, it's all about the balance of forces. There won't be Democrats wanting to break with Israel until there is a real
mass movement really opposing Israel that has real roots among the population that is actually demanding that. At the end of the day, any leader, it's about the balance of forces, and that we need a real anti-imperialist movement with real roots and community in this country. And we don't have that. We do have an expression of the Muslim community, and we do have about a lot of woke protests, but none of those groups really have a base among the population. And if you want to see Democrats or Republicans start to oppose Israel, you need to see some kind of mass movement that has root among the population. That's really the only way it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the best tweet I ever saw on this was by Shoe on Head. Now, Shoe on Head was this kind of baby-faced girl who was like just a typical anti-woke, anti-SJW type. But she made this tweet sometime last year saying, I've become a single-issue voter, right? Anyone who kisses that wall, I'm not going to vote for them, right? Anyone who speaks out against it, I will vote for them. To me, that has to be the way at this point.
Yeah,
because it's beyond a joke at this. I mean, watching all this stuff come out and watching our media say, all of the evidence in their face and say, oh well, obviously it's the Russians. It's just embarrassing. It's just embarrassing at this point. It really is. But anyway, this was a fascinating conversation, Caleb, and you're going to be back pretty soon. I'll send you a new link in a second. All
right.
Where can people find you again?
Caleb Maupin, books.net, and cpiusa.org, Center for Political Innovation.
I'll just remind people, do buy courses at the Academic Agency, Trivia and the bestseller there. Buy it now. I'll catch you all next time. If you like this video, be sure to like and subscribe. You can join the channel for thousands of hours of past shows in the archive and hundreds of videos. If you have any questions, you can leave a super chat or a super thanks, and I'll be sure to pick it up during my weekly office hours, which run every Tuesday afternoon. I also provide courses at the Academic Agency, which I encourage people to buy. Thousands of students now have taken the Trivium to improve their skills in writing, logic, and rhetoric. Just 3 of many courses available. Buy it now. But most importantly of all, friends, get out.
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America. Hey folks, so this is Caleb, and I wanted to do this video because I wanted to ask the question, why is it that the USA and the leaders of the USA don't seem to like Russia or China? What's that really about? Now, some people say, well, it's about human rights, right? These governments, the Russian government, the Chinese government, don't respect human rights the same way that US leaders do. We have, just a different perspective. We feel like the people of Russia, the people of China are being oppressed. But that's a pretty flawed answer to the question, because if you look all over the world, there are governments that violate human rights very, very openly and are on very friendly terms with the US government. Take Saudi Arabia, for example. It's a country that still cuts off people's heads in public. Most of the country are guest worker slaves with no human rights. You can go down the line. Saudi Arabia, is an absolute monarchy, no even notion of democracy or human rights. So we can just throw that one out there. It's not about human rights. And then some people will say, well, you know, we just have a different culture. You know, those people in Russia, those people in China, they think differently than we do. We have our way, they have theirs. We're a big country, they're a big country. We just don't get along. I don't think that's correct either. But if you look at what's going on now, with the fact that we just put a huge economic tariff onto China, China's responding. You look at the fact that these diplomats were just expelled from the United States. You know, there's this whole history. But what is it about Russia and China that Western leaders don't like? Well, you need to look at the history of the 20th century. When the 20th century began, Russia and China were both very, very, very poor countries. They were just deeply, deeply poor. They used to call China the sick man of Asia. Huge amounts of poverty, huge amounts of drug addiction. Russia was an agrarian country with very little industry, very little manufacturing. You know, mostly just an agrarian country, and it was, you know, it had control over Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan was selling oil to the rest of the world. It was where, you know, these big oil fields that were controlled by the Rothschilds and British bankers and the Dutch, you know, so that was Russia and China at the beginning of the 20th century. However, both countries had earth-shaking revolutions in which, you know, there was an upsurge in which a government came to power that took control of the economies and essentially turned the countries into superpowers. You know, Russia, you had the revolution in 1917, but ultimately it didn't start becoming a superpower until 1928, when Stalin launched his 5-year plans. And all of a sudden, you know, Russia, which had no steel industry before, was suddenly producing huge amounts of steel. Eventually got to the point they were producing more steel than any other country in the world, more tractors than any other country in the world. They were, you know, it was just this huge, huge leap, and pretty soon they were defeating the Nazis, and they were in outer space. They were the first country to conquer outer space, and, you know, the Soviet Union just became this world superpower. And then you had World War II, and they were even stronger, rebuilding the country, you know, modern housing, modern electricity. You had a very impoverished agrarian, you know, semi-feudal country turn into a world superpower. China, 1949. You have a revolution, the Communist Party comes to power. They start building steel mills, they start building highways, they start building railway, they start, you know, constructing modern universities, wiping out illiteracy. They have a falling out with Russia, but gradually, and then finally with the rise of Deng Xiaoping, they really, really start growing. And China, another deeply, deeply impoverished country, another, you know, country that was the sick man of Asia, full of mass poverty, malnutrition, hunger, you know, illiteracy. All of a sudden it's turned into a gigantic superpower. And that's what it's about, because when Russia and China were deeply, deeply poor, and when their economies were dominated by British bankers and Wall Street bankers, and the people lived in just extreme poverty, they weren't competitors. But now that these countries have become, you know, just these huge, huge, you know, superpowers in the global market, now that they're doing that, they're competitors on the international market. At this point, Russia is producing huge amounts of oil and huge amounts of natural gas. In the 1990s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, their economy was just in a complete, utter wreck. And then Vladimir Putin came in, and he had written, you know, academic papers about the concept of what he called national champions. These are corporations or super corporations built up by governments and controlled by governments for the purpose of raising up the entire economy. He drew from Adam Smith, he drew from different economic theories, and he talked about creating Rosneft and Gazprom, which already existed, but transforming them and utilizing them as national champions. And essentially, you know, Putin has turned Russia into an economic superpower once again. I mean, they were during the time of the Soviet Union, and he restored them to their level of being an economic superpower by controlling the oil and natural gas markets, you know, using the state to plan out the economy. You know, China, you know, at the time of the revolution, 1949, they did not have a single steel mill. There was not a single steel mill in China in 1949. Well, today, China produces half the steel in the entire world. At this point, China has the biggest telecommunications manufacturer in the world, Huawei, the cell phone manufacturer that's making those phones. You know, China is cornering the market. It's 26% of the global car market at this point. They are pushing electric cars like crazy. And you know, you see the fact that now people can buy their oil and their natural gas, people can buy their steel, people can buy their cell phones from somebody else. And that both Russia and China, by lifting themselves out of poverty, by coming together, seizing control of their economic resources and rising up from nothing, and transforming what were previously poor countries into global superpowers, by doing that, they have cut into the market. They've cut into the profits of Wall Street mega corporations, right? Every ounce of oil and natural gas that the Russians sell is an ounce of oil and natural gas they did not buy from ExxonMobil. They didn't buy from BP or Shell. Every ounce of steel the Chinese export around the world is an ounce of steel that somebody did not buy from an American corporation or a Japanese corporation or a German corporation. That's what's happened. That imperialism, people think imperialism is about imposing culture. It's, imperialism is the fact that these countries have McDonald's in them, or the fact that people, around the world practice Christianity, not their indigenous faith. That's not the essence of what imperialism is. If you read Lenin's book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, imperialism is the dominance of the market by mega corporations and monopolies, financial powers in Western countries that carve out spheres of influence and keep countries as captive markets to sell their products to, whereas these countries are kept from ever developing, ever selling their own products. All that happens is their resources get stripped away, and the Western monopolies control the country and keep it in a state of chronic poverty and underdevelopment. That's what imperialism is. It's an economic relationship in which countries are kept chronically poor so that Wall Street bankers can stay rich. And Russia and China have both broken out of that system, and they've broken out of that system by having state control over their economies. And, the same reason that the U.S. government hates Russia and China, they hate other countries, who've done this on a smaller scale. You can take, for example, Venezuela, right? Venezuela has essentially done what Russia did in the 1990s. Their oil was nominally nationalized, but it was basically controlled by Wall Street bankers. But when Hugo Chavez came into office, he changed the laws around how the oil company worked, so the proceeds of the oil resources were going into the government budget, and he basically transformed Venezuela into a state-run economy centered around oil. And he then used that, to fund all kinds of social programs and to essentially, create a state that was independent of Western capitalism. They eventually set up an independent bank, the Alba Bank of Latin America, that was providing loans to different countries. Then they built huge amounts of housing. I've been there, I've seen it, right? So Venezuela also has taken control of its resources, restructured its economy in order to develop and raise people up out of poverty. Now, they've had some problems in recent years, but, Ecuador, take Ecuador, another country that did roughly the same thing. You can look at Bolivia. All these countries around the world, and they don't all have the same ideology, mind you. People will say they're all communist. No, the Russian government, absolutely, they do not consider themselves to be communist at all. They practice Orthodox Christianity. They're quite socially conservative, but at the end of the day, they control the oil and the banking sector. It's all under the control of the state. The state sets policy in the economy. Iran, there's another country that, of course, Western leaders just can't stand, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Well, what did Iran do? 1979, they took control of their oil resources, again, nominally nationalized, but then they seized control of them and started utilizing them to build up the economy. And I'll tell you, the Iranian government has done huge things for the economy. You look at some of these highways they have in Iran. You look at some of these power plants that they have in Iran. You look at the measures they've taken to provide electricity and housing to people in these rural areas, running water, the Human Development Index of Iran. They've done some really, really amazing things, and that's been through controlling their resources, through having control over their economy, through nationalizing their oil, centering the economy around the state, and planning to raise people up from poverty. Any country around the world, if they take control of their economic resources, they start planning their economy and start lifting themselves out of poverty, and they don't become just a captive market. They stop being a sphere of influence and start having a gravity of their own. If that happens, they're going to be targeted. And it doesn't matter what they call themselves. The Wall Street bankers are not sitting there thinking about ideology. They're not like, oh, this guy, he thinks about, this ideology. I do not agree with that, The Iranians, they call themselves Islamic revolutionaries. It's Shia Islam. But it has resulted in them taking control of their own economy and developing independently. Venezuela, they talk about Bolivarianism, Ecuador, Bolivia, Nicaragua. It's Bolivarianism. You know, the Russian leaders are nationalists and Orthodox Christians. The Chinese are communists. They follow the teachings of Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping theory. They just added the new president Xi. They added his thoughts for a moderately prosperous socialist society to their constitution. But these are just words. This is ideology. But what the Western leaders are threatened by is a threat to their profits. If these leaders were extolling these ideologies, but their countries remain deeply impoverished in captive markets, they wouldn't be attacked by the West. But when countries take control, and when they start building up from poverty and developing, that's when they become a threat to the global financial elite. Now, why am I talking about this, right? I'm here in New York City in the United States. Who cares about this? Well, it matters to me because I'm an American, and I'm from Ohio. And if you look at what these Wall Street billionaire elites have done to different parts of the world, if you look at, you know, what they did to Latin America, if you look at what they did to Africa, you can read, there's a very good book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, about how they've destroyed any notion of economic development in Africa. If you look at all of that, you'll see that the same thing that they did to the developing world or the global south or the third world or whatever you want to call it, the same thing they are now doing to parts of the United States. Deindustrialization, crushing small businesses, crushing development, and driving into poverty. You know, there's been this controlled demolition of the American middle class by this, you know, financialist elite based in, you know, Wall Street, New York, based in London, and they have essentially demolished the domestic economy of the United States and absorbed it into this global financial system. And if you look at this, this is what it's about. It's about beating people down deeper and deeper into poverty so that you can maintain a monopoly for Western corporations, for certain corporations. And for a while, we Americans, we had some skin in the game. Hey, you know, if they beat down all these other countries, we were here in the USA, so we got a good lifestyle. That's ancient history. With the computer revolution, you don't need industrial workers anymore. You know, there's no place at the assembly line for us Americans anymore. We don't have a place in this global setup. You know, what they've done to the rest of the world, they're now doing to the United States. You know, for a while it was, you know, Western nations colonizing third world nations. We're at the point where these, you know, these billionaire financial elites don't have any domestic loyalties. I mean, you look at the Carnegies, the Morgans, you know, these financial elites, they're not patriotic to the United States. They're not loyal. If you read, you know, the Council on Foreign Relations, they talk about the open international system. You know, they talk about, you know, this kind of international capitalist system that doesn't really have any borders, doesn't really have any, you know, domestic regulations or nationalism. It's all just kind of one globalist system where we're all seeing ourselves ground deeper into poverty, and a small banker elite just continues to make lots and lots of money. That's the new global setup. And what are they most afraid of? Populism. That's what they're most afraid of. You read it, what is the enemy that this, you know, the folks, you know, like Anne-Marie Slaughter and the Council on Foreign Relations, what is it that they are so afraid of? What is it that they're just terrified of? Populism. And what is populism? Populism is when a government steps in and takes action on behalf of ordinary people against this elite. You look at all the great American populists, people like Huey Long, you know, William Jennings Bryan, Eugene Debs. These are leaders who, you know, who rallied the population against financial elite, against Wall Street, against the billionaire financialists, and they called for the state to intervene on behalf of ordinary people. That's populism. When the government takes action on behalf of the population against the globalist elite, against the financiers, against the wealthy, and on behalf of the population. That's what populism is. And there is nothing that this global financial elite is more afraid of than populism. And they call Putin a populist. And they call the Venezuelan government populists. And they call the Chinese government populists. Any leader around the world that they don't like, they call them a populist, because what they're carrying out is a program saying that we are going to control our economy and make it serve the people, not the interests of the profits. And that's the fight that's going on today. It's a fight between the open international system and the specter, the ongoing specter of populism, as people are completely unsatisfied with the emerging low-wage international police state that's emerging. People want a government that serves them, a government that serves basic interests, that starts providing, peace and starts working for peace in the world, starts providing jobs, starts creating economic opportunities. They want the state to do what the state historically has done, to do basic statecraft and make sure the people, the population has a good life. That's been abandoned in this open international system, but that's what people overwhelmingly want.
Just admitted they're just killing Iranians because they want Iranians to be really, really mad. They want there to be instability throughout the region. They're sending Kurdish forces to invade Iran. That's an ethnic conflict. Kurds don't like Persians, and they're sending Kurdish groups into Iran to, that hate Iranians and Persians on an ethnic level. They just want chaos throughout the region so Netanyahu can keep winning elections by saying, hey, look, we're under threat. They want lots of military spending because there's chaos throughout the region, and they don't care, right? They're not thinking long term about how can we make sure Western imperialism dominates the region. They're thinking, we just want to overthrow Iran. That's all they care. We just want to overthrow Iran. That's all they're thinking. We want to overthrow Iran. We also want chaos. We want to blow things up, etc. Now, the Trump Netanyahu strategy has got a big problem with it, which is that this is solidifying the loyalty of Iranian young people to the Islamic Republic, right? They call it the rally round the flag effect, right? That, you might be really, really mad at your country, right? Or no, I'll think of a better example, right? You as a parent might really, really not like your child, right? I think many of us were growing up, right? We had parents that were very, very frustrated with us, right? Very, very frustrated with us. Were saying to us, you're screwing up, you're not doing really well. But yet, if you're in a public place, right, and you're in a public place, and some other person starts picking on you or picking on your kid or down talking your kid, you immediately get defensive. Wait, you're talking about my kid there? It's the same thing. Well, wait a second, right? Your parent is always criticizing. I can criticize you, but if somebody else comes at you, I've got to defend you. They're attacking me. Right. And it's kind of like that, right? That, yeah, there's a lot of Iranians that maybe have a beef with the Iranian government. But when America kills their supreme leader, that's a little bit different now, isn't it? And it creates like that now they've personally been attacked. And when Qasem Soleimani was murdered, and now when the supreme leader was murdered, now it's they take it as an attack on themselves. It's one thing that, yeah, when we're at home, the parent might criticize their kid. But when they're out in public, if someone starts, yelling at their kid for the same thing, they're going to defend their kid because it's an attack on them. The attack from the outside is not the same as any internal criticism that you might have. And that's kind of how this is. This is obviously an attack from the outside. This isn't an internal fight between Iranians who just want reform or don't agree with the Islamic system. This is America murdering the leader of the country. And you can be sure there's a lot of Iranians who maybe they didn't like Khamenei, they didn't agree with his policies, but they sure as hell don't appreciate America coming into their country and killing their leader. And so now they're going to sympathize with Khamenei. That's our guy that America killed. And they're going to, when leaders of the Islamic Republic call America the Great Satan, they're going to hear the argument. They're going to sympathize because they're going to say, yeah, America killed our leader, right? And so in the long term, right, this Trump Netanyahu strategy is actually probably going to ideologically strengthen the Islamic Republic. The Obama strategy was to just work on the young people, just boost the reformist wing, etc., and then gradually just let the Iranian revolution kind of fizzle out and have a color revolution. Well, now this next generation of Iranians that have experienced this criminal murder of their leader, have experienced this bombing where they're just murdering Iranian civilians right now. I mean, they're controlling the airspace, they say, and they're just murdering Iranian civilians. I mean, at this point, a lot of people who maybe were critical of the Islamic Republic are going to support the Islamic Republic because they feel like they're under attack. If somebody is flying planes over your head and dropping bombs on you, and murdering, girls at an elementary school, 136 people in your country. At that point, you're not going to like that country. And that opposition in Iran is largely based on people thinking America is this great place. Well, people aren't going to like America if it's bombing them and killing them now, are they? Right. But again, Trump and Netanyahu don't care about that. They just want regional chaos. They just want to stay in power. But here's the more important question, right? And this is the most important question. And this is the last part of my presentation. We're getting towards the end. why is this unpopular war happening? Right? 80% of the US public opposes the war. Why is it happening? What's happening? Because there's no movement. There's widespread skepticism. There's distrust of the leaders in America. There's economic anguish. And so when the leaders tell us, oh, we're going to go have a war, yeah, a lot of people are going to say, no, I don't trust you. I'm skeptical. I'm suffering economically. I don't trust you. However, even though there is mass anti-war sentiment in America, there is no entity with which to make demands on leaders, right? You know, I mean, there's no union that can say, all right, to oppose this war, we're going to strike. That's not, how's that going to happen? Less than, even if the AFL-CIO met tomorrow, right? Let's say it happened. Say the AFL-CIA got together tomorrow and they said, we hate Trump so much, you know, we're going to go on strike to stop this war with Iran. What would happen? Well, less than 10% of the American workers are in unions. Less than 10%. And of that 10%, something like 8 out of 10 are public sector workers. They're teachers. They're government employees. It would not do a damn thing. Right? You know, and right now, sure, the Answer Coalition, PSL, they're having lots of protests. Whoop-de-doo, right? A bunch of woke teenagers who really need to take a shower and are really mad at their mom and dad and are going to quit next year. They go out in the streets and they scream and yell, we hate Trump, we hate our parents, fuck America, and then they go home. No one cares, right? There is no entity right now that can make any demands on the U.S. power structure, right? There isn't, right? There is no entity that can represent this sentiment and say, if the American government doesn't stop bombing Iran, we will do what? Go on strike? That wouldn't matter. Have big protests? Well, they're not very big protests. The protests are not really having an impact. There is no entity that can make demands. That is the issue. And why is there no entity that can make demands? Because there is an ideological problem. The right wing has no answers, right? They don't, right? They don't have any answers. They just have conspiracy theories, right? You listen to Candace Owens, you look into Tucker Carlson, they know that we don't control our government. And so they're talking about the Frankists, and they're talking about the Jews, and they're talking about the Illuminati, and they're talking about the thing high up on the thing. And we all need to be Catholic, and we need to, they don't know what's going on, right? They're alienated. They know things are not right. They're nostalgic for the way it used to be. They think the American government is communist, or they don't know what to believe. They're just alienated and looking for answers, but they don't have any solutions. On top of that, the left wing, we do have a left wing in this country. We have socialist groups, Democratic Socialists of America, PSL. They hate the working class, right? And they are dedicated to a hostile ideology of dialectical materialism. They want to tear things down. They want to break the country apart. And most Americans, the country's already falling apart because of capitalism. So they see these PSL people just want to destroy America. They're like, no, America's already being destroyed. I'd like this to not happen. And on top of that, the left believes in Malthusianism, right? PSL's electoral program when they ran for office was a Malthusian program. It was in their platform to get rid of all of the fossil fuel power plants in America and replace them not with nuclear power. They oppose nuclear power, but with windmills and solar panels. Well, what if you did that? If you got rid of all the oil power, all the coal power in America, you would be de-electrifying America. It'd be like maybe 30% of the electricity of America. And you know what that's called? That's called the Green New Deal. And you don't have to vote for PSL to make it happen, because that's what AOC already wants to do. It's degrowth. And that's what the Rockefellers want to do. And they don't even just want to get rid of electricity. They want you to own nothing and live in a pod and eat bugs and be happy about it. And they want you to never have children and never reproduce. And they want you to accept lower and lower wages. It's called degrowth. And if you go to PSL, meetings, they have books on the table that say degrowth, a new world beyond capitalism. And they promote the idea of overpopulation. Their electoral platform is about making America poorer. The left, whether it's DSA, PSL, whatever they are, they're just a hate mob funded by the Rockefellers, funded by Roy Singham, the billionaire, to degrow America. They're just a hate mob of, angry teenagers that are mad about America is racist, America is sexist, America is evil, and they just want to degrow America. And they are mad at the flag, and they're mad at the Bible, and they're mad at their parents, and they just want America to be poorer to save capitalism, right? They are Malthusians. So you can't listen to the right wing because they don't have any answers, and all the right wing wants to do is they just, they don't know what to believe, basically, and they've just got conspiracy theories and pessimism. You can't listen to the left wing because even though, in the past they might have advocated anti-imperialism and socialism, they're just basically a hateful, degrowth, cancel culture mob at this point. So what do? Well, you need ideology. What is ideology? This is in a lot of different lives. This question comes up. People ask me to answer this. Let me go ahead. A does not equal A. A does not equal A. There is no way this first A can be the same as this second A. No matter how close I drew them, they were going to be different, because nothing in the universe is exactly like anything else. Dialectical materialism is the philosophical basis of Karl Marx's beliefs. Right? Karl Marx began in philosophy, and then he moved into economics. And Karl Marx believed that all that exists is matter, but that matter is constantly in a state of motion. And that history is driven forward by contradiction, right? So Marx was a follower of Hegel, right? The philosopher Hegel, the German philosopher, who had this belief that history is driven forward through conflict, through contradictions. When there are things, and he was talking mainly about ideas, when there are ideas that cannot coexist with each other, they clash, they contradict each other. If you think one thing and I think something else, that's a contradiction. And that the first idea is called a thesis. The second idea is called an antithesis. And they contradict each other. They clash. When they clash, the result is called a synthesis. And the synthesis then becomes a new thesis, and then an antithesis emerge, and they clash. And you get a new synthesis, and then the synthesis becomes a thesis, and that's how history is driven forward. And that history is advancing, and the way it advances is through contradiction. Right? That is the dialectic. That's a Hegelian concept. Hegel thought that history was advancing, that the German nation state was the most advanced thing to come into existence. Christianity was the most advanced religion. Europe was the most advanced part of the world, but that the world was constantly in motion. That is the Hegelian dialectic, and that's the basis of Hegel's thought. And there were right Hegelians and left Hegelians. Karl Marx was a left Hegelian. But Karl Marx was also a follower of the Greek materialists. Right? In Greece, in ancient Greece, there was a big debate. The debate went on like this. Does the mind create reality, or does reality create the mind? Right? The idealists believed that the mind creates reality. Right? That our consciousness, our thoughts create the world. That's the belief of idealists, right? The most prevalent form of idealism is religion, right? That we exist as a reflection of God, right? That God said, let there be light, that human beings came into existence as the reflection of God's thoughts or wishes, right? That's idealism. Or, furthermore, right, there is, the belief that, and this is very widespread, that there's like the secret, right? People that believe if I just picture money and go, money will appear, right? They call it, the idea that thinking makes it so. You can do anything you want if you just try hard enough, that thinking, if you think it, it will happen. You can create things will happen because you think them hard enough. That's idealism. I believe Descartes, the philosopher, very famously said, I think, therefore I am. That's idealism. And Karl Marx was from the opposite school. He said, I am, therefore I think. Friedrich Engels, explaining Marx's beliefs, said, said that thought is inseparable from matter that thinks, right? And that rather than reality being a reflection of the mind is simply a reflection of reality, right? What we think is based on the world around us. Our ability to think is because we have this thing called a brain that thinks, right? And that all that exists is matter, right? That's materialism. Is the world made up of matter, or is the world a reflection of spiritual and ideal forces? That's the debate. So those are two big debates in philosophy: dialectics and materialism. Materialism versus idealism, dialectics, or whatever, right? That's the debate, right? Historical progress, change through conflict, and what is the nature of reality? And Karl Marx combines the two of them into one philosophy called dialectical materialism, which is the belief, on the one hand, he's following that materialism, right? That all that exists is matter in motion, and that thoughts and ideas are a reflection of matter, so materialism. But that matter is constantly moving and constantly in a state of motion, and that conflict drives forward history, dialectics. So it's dialectical materialism, right? Heraclitus, who was one of the biggest influences on Hegel, developing his concept of the dialectic, he said, you never step into the same river twice. I've quoted that many times before. You never step into the same river twice, right? This is dialectical materialism. That's the philosophical basis of Marxism. And for the most part, I agree with it. However, I would disagree. I do believe in God. I do believe that there are spiritual aspects to reality. I do believe human beings are not purely motivated by economic determinism, and that spiritual forces do exist. I'm not a solid materialist, but the dialectic is very true. And, that's where I'm at. And so I was asked to answer that question. I just gave you an answer to that question. So let's start with a question.
Então vamos começar com uma pergunta.
Who are the richest people in the world?
Quem são as pessoas mais ricas no mundo?
Often this question will be answered.
Muitos vão responder.
They'll give us names like Bill Gates, Carlos Slim, Warren Buffett, some Arab sultan or prince.
Algum sultão ou príncipe saudita.
Forbes magazine publishes a list of the 100 richest people in the world.
A revista Forbes, ela publica uma lista das 100 pessoas mais ricas no mundo.
This is all utter nonsense.
Mas isso tudo é bobagem.
Bill Gates, Carlos Slim, Warren Buffett.
Bill Gates, Carlos Slim, Warren Buffett.
The king of Saudi Arabia.
O rei da Arábia Saudita.
All of these men are poor compared to those who have the real power.
Essas pessoas, na verdade, são pobres comparadas com quem detém o verdadeiro poder.
These people are listed as the richest people in the world.
Essas pessoas estão na lista de pessoas mais ricas do mundo.
Because they are so poor.
Porque elas são tão pobres.
That they have to keep their money in their own name.
Que elas têm que manter o seu dinheiro em seu próprio nome.
Those who are really rich.
Agora, aqueles que são realmente ricos.
Those with the most wealth and power.
Aqueles que têm o maior poder e riqueza.
They have such astronomical amounts of wealth.
Eles detêm uma riqueza tão astronômica
that often their net worth can't even be calculated.
Que muitas vezes o seu valor líquido não pode sequer ser calculado.
The richest people in the world,
as pessoas mais ricas no mundo,
they can really be described with two words.
Podem ser descritas com duas palavras.
Oil bankers.
Banqueiros do petróleo.
The House of Rockefeller.
A casa de Rockefeller.
The House of Morgan.
A casa de Morgan.
The Carnegies.
Os Carnegies.
The Rothschilds.
Os Rothschilds.
The Mellons.
Os Mellons.
The DuPonts.
Os DuPonts.
These oil and banking dynasties sit at the center of a small network.
Estão no centro de uma pequena rede
of deeply entrenched and powerful influence,
de influência profundamente enraizada,
dominating the economies of the United States, Western Europe, and most of the planet.
Dominando as economias dos Estados Unidos, da Europa Ocidental e da maior parte do mundo.
Let's take as a case study the Rockefellers.
Vamos tomar os Rockefellers como exemplo. Quando
When Nelson Rockefeller, one of the many heirs of John D. Rockefeller,
Nelson Rockefeller, dos herdeiros de John D. Rockefeller,
when he was being questioned by the U.S. Congress in 1974,
em 1974, quando ele foi ao Congresso,
Some of the most brilliant investigators and journalists,
Alguns dos investigadores e jornalistas
economists, they all assembled
e economistas todos se reuniram
and they tried to determine exactly how much money he had.
para tentar determinar exatamente quanto dinheiro ele tinha.
And none of them could really figure it out.
Ninguém conseguia realmente calcular.
In his own name, Mr. Rockefeller had a few $billion.
E em seu próprio nome, o Sr. Rockefeller tinha alguns bilhões de dólares, uns 2 bilhões de dólares.
The rest of his money was tied up in an elaborate network.
Mas o resto do dinheiro dele estava todo seguro em uma rede muito elaborada.
Thousands of trusts, small corporations and foundations
Milhares de fundos, corporações, fundações
that he directly controlled.
que ele controlava diretamente.
When testifying before Congress,
E ao testemunhar no Congresso,
Nelson Rockefeller was asked about his control of Chase Manhattan Bank.
Nelson Rockefeller teve que responder sobre o seu controle sobre Chase Manhattan Bank, o banco Chase Manhattan.
He answered honestly.
E ele respondeu a verdade.
He said, I don't own a single share of Chase Manhattan Bank.
Ele disse que não tinha uma açãozinha sequer do banco Chase Manhattan.
He was telling the truth.
E ele estava falando a verdade.
He personally did not have a cent invested in Chase.
Pessoalmente, ele não tinha um único centavo investido no banco.
However, one of the trusts that he personally controlled
Contudo, um dos fundos que ele controlava pessoalmente
owned well over 325,000 shares of stock in Manhattan
tinha
Bank.
mais de 325 mil ações do banco Chase Manhattan.
And that was back in the 1970s.
E isso lá na década de 70.
Today, the wealth and influence
Hoje, a influência e o poder
of two of the most important oil banking cliques is combined.
de duas dessas dinastias de petróleo, dessas panelinhas de banqueiros do petróleo estão combinadas.
The House of Rockefeller holds control over the largest supermajor oil company.
A casa de Rockefeller tem o controle da maior empresa petroleira, uma super empresa.
ExxonMobil is their personal property.
É a ExxonMobil, né, que é sua propriedade pessoal da casa de Rockefeller.
In addition, this powerful family jointly controls an entity
Além disso, essa família tão poderosa, ela controla uma entidade
called J.P. Morgan Chase.
chamada J.P. Morgan Chase.
With the Morgans.
Então ela controla juntamente com os Morgans.
The Morgans are another powerful family in the United
Que
States.
são uma outra família muito poderosa nos Estados Unidos.
They're the owners of General Electric, the sixth largest corporation in the United States.
Proprietários da General Electric, a sexta maior empresa dos Estados Unidos.
If you look at the billions of dollars in the hands of the Rockefellers and the Morgans,
Quando você olha os bilhões de dólares nas mãos dos Rockefeller e dos Morgans,
as they exercise control over the biggest bank,
eles exercem controle sobre o maior banco,
the biggest oil corporation,
a maior corporação de petróleo,
the biggest electronics manufacturer,
o maior fabricante de produtos eletrônicos.
you can see that their money and their ownership has also bought them a large amount of power and influence.
Vemos que o dinheiro deles e essas propriedades também vieram junto com muito poder e influência.
There is no key aspect of the global economy
Não há nenhum aspecto único, fundamental da economia global
that the oil bankers haven't put their stamp on and tried very hard to influence.
que os banqueiros do petróleo não tenham deixado sua marca e tentado influenciar.
General Electric ranks 21st
A General Electric, ela está entre as 21
among corporations that are contracted by the US
maiores
military.
corporações contratadas pelas Forças Armadas Americanas.
This entity, controlled by the Rockefellers and the Morgans,
Essa entidade, que é controlada pelos Rockefellers e pelos Morgans,
has over 6,600 contracts with the
tem
Pentagon.
mais de 6.600 contratos com o Pentágono,
They bring in $2 billion a year in US military projects alone.
controlando mais de 2 bilhões por ano em termos de projetos militares nos Estados Unidos.
You can bet that the US military brass is very concerned
E a alta patente militar americana, naturalmente,
about making sure that the Rockefellers and the Morgans are very happy about whatever decision they make.
Quer que os Rockefellers e os Morgans estejam, né, satisfeitos com quaisquer decisões que eles tomam, claro.
A new property in Vermont that we have access to, and we are going to have class level number 2, the second installment, level 2, and we're going to have volume 2 of our educational manual. And there's another level that's been added. I want to clarify another point, which is that, Comrade Jyoti, she emphasized the issue of peaceful transition to socialism. And I know why she did that. Because she very much sees and has been a critic of what Khrushchevite revisionism and the Sino-Soviet split has done. And part of that was Khrushchev insisting on a peaceful transition to socialism and telling people in Africa and Asia and Latin America that they couldn't pick up a gun for their national liberation, right? That when Khrushchev came in after the death of Stalin, he said, well, America has the atomic bomb, so all you people around the world that are fighting for your freedom can't do it, it's too dangerous. And he tried to call off the world revolution in the name of the USA having the atomic bomb. And Mao said, no, we're not going to accept that, right? And Mao was very critical of Khrushchev and his statement about a peaceful transition to socialism. And, it's not that we disagree. We don't disagree with Jyoti at all. It's a matter of emphasis. Because it's one thing to say that a peaceful transition to socialism is unlikely, because the capitalists don't really believe in their democratic ideals. And that as the people organize, they will set up a fascist state and they will repress people. That's one thing. That's very different than saying that you advocate a violent revolution. We need to be clear on this, right? This is nuance. Nuance is something that people on the internet don't seem to be able to handle, but I know you all can handle because this is in real life. Is it possible that we could have a situation in the United States where our ability to peacefully organize is suppressed, where democracy is turned off, or we'll be forced to do what Abraham Lincoln did and defend our democratic rights and carry out a social revolution? Is that possible? And would that involve violence? That's possible, sure. But we don't want that, and we don't advocate that. We advocate a peaceful transition to socialism. The question is, will they allow it? And if a violent revolution happens, it doesn't come from us. We want a peaceful transition. It comes from them and their refusal to allow it. John F. Kennedy said those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. And we have to be clear about this, and this is important in our particular context. And the reason that it's important in our particular context is not simply because of this nuance, it's because of the fact, and it's not simply a legal question either. I mean, people, is it legal to advocate the violent overthrow of the US government? I don't know. I mean, technically no, but then the Supreme Court has ruled Brandenburg versus Ohio. We don't know, okay? It's legally questionable, but even if it weren't illegal, right? Working class people right now are having chaos brought into their communities by this system. They're having instability brought into their communities by this system. The ruling elite are fighting with each other. There's all this fear of civil war. And what working people want is stability. And if we approach them saying that what we want is civil war, what we want is violence, what we want is chaos, we're looking like we're on the wrong side. We want an end to the chaos. We want an end to the violence. We want an end to the instability. We want to bring order to the United States of America. And our 4-point plan that we've written out, that is much like the Bolsheviks. What did they offer? Did they offer chaos and violence? No, they offered peace, land, and bread. And that is what our 4-point plan is. 4 economic programs, 4 policies that would change the nature of U.S. society, that would empower the working class, that would weaken the power of the capitalists. That is what we advocate. And if those 4 points were implemented, that would be a huge push on the road to socialism and emboldening the working class. And we advocate that, those programs, those 4 points, as a way of bringing stability. And we have to be clear about this. However, I've always pointed out that all the great communist revolutions of history, they're not made by communists going around and advocating violence. They're acts of self-defense. And nothing is more American than the right to self-defense. This is what Henry Wallace said during the Second World War. He said, "The people's revolution aims at peace, not at violence. But if the rights of the common man are attacked, it unleashes the ferocity of the she-bear who has lost a cub. When Nazi psychologists tell their master Hitler that we in the United States may be able to produce hundreds of thousands of planes, but that we have no will to fight, they are only fooling themselves and fooling him. The truth is that when the rights of the American people are transgressed, as they have been transgressed, the American people will fight with a relentless fury. They will drive the ancient Teutonic gods back into their caves. The god of Damarung is coming for Odin and his crew. The people are on the march toward an even fuller freedom than even the most fortunate peoples of the world have hitherto enjoyed. The people's revolution is on the march, and the devil and all his angels cannot prevail against her." Woo! So I'm going to end with this. You can join CPI, you cannot join CPI. You can get involved in the work that this organization is doing, or you can choose not to. But this train is heading out of the station.
That's right.
So it's time to get on board, because we're headed no one knows where. Thank you very much. All right, now Killian's going to close us with Charlie Chaplin's great speech from the Great Dictator, and that'll be our closing ceremony. So take it away, Killian.
All right. I don't want to give much of an intro for this, but I'll say if you have not watched The Great Dictator, you can watch it for free on YouTube. Very funny for what it is, but this speech is something else. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be a dictator. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should want to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. And in this world, there's room enough for everyone. And the good earth's rich and can provide for everyone. And the way of life can be free and beautiful. But we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, a way to shut ourselves in. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. More than cleverness, we need kindness. More than machinery, we need humanity and gentleness. Without these qualities, life would be violent and all would be lost. The airplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness of man, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions across the world. Millions of men, women, and little children, all victims of a system that makes men imprison and torture innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say this: do not despair. The misery that is upon us now is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, who tell you what to do, what to think, what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke, it is written, the kingdom of God is within man. Not one man nor a group of men, but in all men. And you the people have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life a wonderful adventure, to make this life free and beautiful. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world that will give you men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us use that power. Let us fight for a new world. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
CPI! 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 CPI!
I just want to let everyone know I have a table back there. While I do maybe see some of my merch, I do want to make sure everyone is aware. I have a fundraiser for the Uhuru movement where I'm selling these Pan-African necklaces and some Pan-African flags. All of the money raised goes directly to the Uhuru movement to help with their legal funds.
Here in Rockford, Illinois, and we're here to say that Ibrahim Traore is right and AFRICOM is wrong.
Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Traore!
Today we're speaking about Ibrahim Traore, all the good things he has done. He is actually a leader that's provided true inspiration, not just for his people of Burkina Faso, but for everyone around the world.
Are in the belly of what is happening around the world. We get up, we go to work, we go home, we get online. We pretend like we don't know, but we do know. We feel the crushing imperialist boot on our necks, and can we get it off? Yes, we can!
Yes, we can!
Fuck yeah!
Fuck yeah!
We can!
Yes, we can!
Don't let them stop you.
Ibrahim Traore is the captain, president, Ibrahim Traore, the traditional president of Burkina Faso.
I think he's a remarkable leader for the whole world. Whenever I see him, I'm really compelled by him.
Taking hands off of Ibrahim Traore. And we're representing the Center for Political Innovation because we want economic development. We don't want degrowth.
People are liking it, huh?
Yeah, a lot of people are receptive or at least curious.
And I think if we take an example like this, and stand up for countries like this and learn from it, we too have a better prosperity, not just for ourselves now, but for generations to come.
So unique and so different from the various other leaders of the world. He's amazing to me.
Down with NATO!
Down with NATO!
Hands off Africa!
Hands off Africa!
Down with NATO!
Down with NATO!
Hands off Africa!
Hands off Africa!
We are an energized group fighting for working families. We are an energized group fighting for the world. We want this message to get out to everyone, far and wide, to get off your butts, to make it happen. We are one because we are in this fight together.
We've got Africa's Flame, the Ibrahim Traore, the current president of Burkina Faso, who's doing beautiful, amazing things, building up the country for his people.
They kicked out the French. They formed an alliance with Mali and Niger. Security defense, economic defense. Traore is leading an agricultural revolution. They are training soldiers to be farmers. They're training farmers to be soldiers. And he's a Muslim. And it is now a crime in Burkina Faso to stir up religious division that undermines the unity of the country.
So we're supporting a real role model here.
Let me tell you a little bit about this man, Ibrahim Traore. This man is not only a leader for Burkina Faso who cares about the people of Africa and the people of the world, who's standing with Russia, who's standing with the people of the world against U.S. imperialism. And it's because that he's doing that they've made so many attempts on his life.
I would be willing to put my life on the line for him, to protect him, because he's, you know, he represents hope. He represents true hope and progress in this world, and you know, I pray to God that nothing happens to him.
And my question is this: where does value come from? Where does value come from? They want you to think value comes down from the sky. They want you to think value comes from Wall Street derivative ripoff schemes. They want you to think value comes from Facebook likes and shares and hits. They want you to think value is magical. But the answer to where value comes from is within you. It is within you. It is your human labor power and your creativity. That is the source of all wealth in this world.
Yes.
And if we want to have a strong economy, we need to invest in human beings, invest in people, invest in children so they grow up and get an education and become strong and powerful and effective and smart. We need to invest in communities. We need to invest in families. That is the future.
Freedom. I think of economic growth. I think of someone who truly cares about the needs of the people and not the top 1% or the top 0.01% or whatever it is, you know, which is the rest of the world seems to be focused on in the West anyway. We need economic development for everyone, not just for the people at the top. And that's the kind of system we're living under, why people are struggling so much.
We are here to proclaim that we will not be stopped. We will not let the imperialists threaten us. We will not let them intimidate us. We are CPI, and we are here to fight for Africa.
Yeah. Like you guys in the US, ourselves in Australia, we're being held back by big finance, and we need to have a government of action that fights for working families and ordinary working people.
Investing millions and millions of francs to revamp stadiums and hold games for youth sports so they can be healthy and strong and they can build an identity of their own in working together. Abraham Traore was a soccer player himself, and he just held a very friendly game with other professional soccer players, and he won 3 matches. How about that? Go Traore!
Go Traore!
Let all nations have self-determination and develop peaceful relationships, peaceful trade with each other, and innovate and share that innovation with each other so that we can live in peace, prosperity, and harmony, because there is plenty to go around.
This is the model of what can be here. You must fight. You must get up. You must be brave. Don't let them tell you that your words have no meaning, that they'll throw you in jail if you speak up. The more of us that speak up, what happens? The more speak up, and more speak up. Don't let that frighten you. Get off your butts, do something about it. Fight for a future that you want.
We need a world where people refuse to take advantage of the downtrodden. We need to take an alternative road, because the road we're going is leading us to nowhere but to oblivion.
And this leader in Africa is a leader who understands that. And that is why he is investing in his people. He is providing free health care to mothers in the hospital. He is providing university education to his people. Not only is college free, but while you're there, you get a stipend, a paycheck, so you can focus on your studies. You don't have to work. Imagine that. The young people of Burkina Faso, in a way, are richer than all the young people in America. You go to college in America, you're going to be in student debt for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years. In Burkina Faso, not only do you not go into student debt, but on top of that, you get a paycheck while you're there so you can pay your bills and focus on your studies. He is enabling millions and millions of people to rise up from poverty, to launch their own farms, to pave their roads. Fisheries are opening up. Pineapple orchards are opening up. This is a pro-growth president. who invests in human beings and invests in his people.
There's nothing more important right now happening in the world than what's happening right here in the belly of the beast, in the belly of imperialism. Can we make this happen? Yes. Yes, it can happen.
What we need is a win-win situation where we can find an economic system where deals or contracts whereby what makes America prosper also makes our trading prosper.
Better world is possible, but understand, if we don't believe that, if we listen to those who tell us that nothing is possible, then that's what we will get. We will get nothing.
Hands off Africa! Hands off Africa! Hands off Africa!
What can I say about imperialism other than the fact that it is a crushing force that is now taking its way from the tentacles of the United States and around the world, sucking the resources from other countries, impoverishing them, degrowing them, crushing them, making sure that they can't become everything that they have dreamt of being.
Organizations such as the Center for Political Innovation is critical to spreading the awareness, the knowledge of leaders such as Ibrahim Traore.
And right now we don't have a government that invests in people. We have a government that invests in destroying people. A government that invests in bombs and tanks and weapons and prisons for profit. A government that defends drug cartels. A government that arms terrorist groups. And that is not the way forward. There's a small group of very, very rich people who sit at the top of the world. And they've decided that the only way they can keep their throne, keep themselves at the top, is to stop human progress. And they're wrong, because there is no limit to growth. There is no limit to growth. Human creativity and brilliance is unlimited. And we can build and we can construct.
We got books! We got books!
I saw two cars pull up at the stop sign, and then they had their lights, they were flashing to get our attention. And then I saw a fist come out, and then I was like, oh yes, there's somebody who absolutely understands what we're doing. And then I saw a woman come out, and she started honking her horn, and then I didn't know there was a car behind her, and then we just started cheering. They were just honking. I heard them say thank you, because now they know what we're about, what we were doing, what we're standing for, why we're out here on this road, getting the attention of those who pass by. So they all honked. The car behind them came out and they honked as well. And they seemed extremely supportive, very happy that we're out here bringing awareness, you know, in a place where, likely of all places, which you see a big giant sign, a big, poster of Ibrahim Traore. But here we are, CPI, bringing awareness, making it happen, and understanding that people, the more we do this, it'll catch fire. And it seems as though it already has.
I think, there's been a number of people that have positive reactions to our rally, to the banner, to our chants, to our speeches.
We will march together, we will fight together, no matter who you are, no matter what political persuasion, no matter what race, because we are all here fighting a class struggle that is more than the sum of its parts. We are one.
But I think if we're getting positive reactions like that out here, that's a very good sign. And it's a sign of progress, and it's a sign that people are starting to wake up.
Ibrahim Traore is working with Russia Bad! Russia Bad! Oh my God, Russia Bad! No, Ibrahim Traore went to the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II in Russia, and he got to see their equipment, and he got to see their spirit of unity and their spirit of cooperation, and how they were able to defeat fascism, which we've never forgiven them for. So, also Ibrahim Traore is investing in education for his students to go to Russia. And Russia has students coming to Burkina Faso so they can learn each other's culture and they can build peaceful nuclear energy.
Yay!
Peaceful nuclear energy.
Peaceful nuclear energy.
Sickness
Well, I'm an American, and I love my country. I'm a Christian, and I try to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ. But if you look at the way our government is operating right now, it's not in the interest of the American people. They're working to protect an international financial system. They're looking to dominate the global economy and hold back development around the world. Meanwhile, the United States is crumbling. Our bridges, our highways, our roads are falling apart. Our education system is a joke internationally. We don't have the engineers and the scientists we need. We don't educate our people properly. And our leaders are more concerned with protecting an international financial system based on speculation and banking than they are with actually making sure that the United States develops, making sure that people in the United States have the resources and the services that they need. And that is certainly disturbing to me. And if you look at Russia, Russia's a country that broke out of the Western financial system. I think Lenin called it imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Some people talk about Atlanticism and thalassocracy, the empires of the sea that are about dominating global trade. That international system is a threat to the entire world. And the countries that are targeted, whether it's Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, these are countries that have broken out of that system. And because they have broken out and tried to build up their own economy and develop and industrialize, they become targeted. Everyone knows the future of the world economy is in the BRICS countries. These are countries where economic growth is being carried out. It's not speculation, it's not some financial rip-off scheme of derivatives. It's based on real solid economic growth. Oil and gas, steel, and manufacturing. And the BRICS countries are growing and they're expanding, and the Western financial system is dying. And it is a big mistake on the part of our leaders to just continue to attack the BRICS countries and separate the United States from them, because as they expand, we're not going to gain from that expansion. And our country is going to deteriorate along with this dying Western financial system. I tell people that America began with a revolution against the British Empire and free trade, and it was a revolution demanding our right to develop and have our own economy. The British wanted the United States to just be a trading hub in their global empire, but we wanted development. And Alexander Hamilton built a national bank and constructed, and the idea of America was that we could have independent economic development and build up our own economy, and that's what Russia wants. Russia wants independent economic development. It wants to build up its own industries, and that's what many countries around the world are striving for. So I think the future of the United States is breaking with this international financial system that comes out of the British Empire, that comes out of the World Bank, the IMF, the SWIFT system. We need to join the new emerging economy around the world so that we don't get left behind. One thing I was curious about is the use of icons in religion by the Russian Orthodox Church and by Russian spirituality, because I see that icons are very important, and I know this goes back thousands of years. They have icons of the saints, and then after the Russian Revolution, you saw icons of leaders. You saw the face of Lenin, the face of Stalin, and this is repeated in many communist countries. You see the pictures of the leaders of the revolution, etc. And I'm curious about the roots of this tradition. I don't know much about it, but I do know it is something that our Western leaders really don't like. We are taught that, cult of personality, this is a dangerous thing. In the United States, we're always warned against anything like this. They want us to be very, very afraid of it. We're almost indoctrinated to be very, very afraid of anyone who holds up a picture of a leader, a picture of someone they admire. And it seems like this is a very big part of the Eastern culture, in particular in Russia. And so I'm curious to learn more about the history of icons. I know that the Lenin mausoleum is just over there, but also, we have the church, the Russian Orthodox Church, with many icons of many saints and exalted figures. So I'd like to learn more about this tradition. One thing that is very apparent to me is in the West, they very much want to inculcate people with the notion that there is no truth. There is nothing to believe in, there's nothing to sacrifice for, and that if you believe in some kind of truth, if you believe in God or you believe in a political movement or a political cause, you're being foolish, you're being a sucker, you're being taken advantage of. And that in reality, it's just a matter of individuals struggling against each other. It's just a battle of individuals and selfishness. This is very much the ideology coming out of the West. You can talk about philosophical irrationalism, Friedrich Nietzsche, Ayn Rand, Leo Strauss, the father of neoconservatism. This belief that there is no truth, there's nothing worth standing for. And here in the East, you see that the opposite is the case. People are very, very committed to their culture, to their nation, to their land, to the struggle to hold their society together. I saw that at the World Youth Festival, all these young people, thousands and thousands of them coming together and doing a lot of very, very hard work to put on events that help better and strengthen their country's international ties around the world. I see opposition to this philosophy of liberalism and atomization that is coming out of the West. And that's what attracts me to Russia and other countries that are struggling against the Western imperialist system. In theory, one of the great things about America is supposed to be freedom of religion, the right to practice your own religion and live according to your own conscience, follow your own beliefs and traditions. But we see increasingly a notion in the United States that if one is of a religious faith, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu or whatnot, that rejects certain lifestyles and practices, that's not permitted. In the past, the argument for LGBT rights was centered around the idea that people had the right to be who they are. And that's different. But when you're saying that certain things have to be imposed on people, especially vulnerable people, children, and that parents don't have the right to raise their children as they choose, that's very different than saying that people have the right to live as they wish and practice their sexual behavior in their own private manner with other adults. So that's what's very disturbing, is that people feel like certain lifestyles, certain ideas are being imposed on children at a young age, and that parents don't have the right to separate their children from that. So I can understand why many people are coming to Russia, because they see that Russia is pushing back on that kind of thing, and that parents have the right to protect their children in Russia, that the school system, the media in Russia doesn't promote these things, doesn't publish them and promote them to children. Hey folks, so I'm here in the Moscow subway system, and I wanted to just show you this beautiful mural, this painting that they've got behind me here in the subway system. This is just the normal subway system that people take on their way to work, on their way home from school, to get through the city. This is the normal subway system. You can hear trains going by. They have this beautiful banner, but there's actually some very important significance to this banner. I want to point this out. This is a banner commemorating the victory over fascism, and it actually includes traditional Ukrainian dancers celebrating the victory over fascism, right? You see the banners with Lenin, you see the soldiers, and this is the victory in the Second World War, what they call the Great Patriotic War. And it has traditional Ukrainian dancers because Ukrainians are considered to be part of Russia. And they have no opposition to Ukrainian culture. They have no opposition to the Ukrainian language or Ukrainian traditions. And here in Moscow, you see traditional Ukrainian dancers celebrating, and this mural celebrating the victory, the defeat of the Nazis during the Second World War, with banners of Lenin and the Red Army. But this is a monument in Kiev, in the Ukrainian capital, and traditional Ukrainian dancers participating in the mural. So this is something I wish more Americans were aware of. Tucker Carlson and others have reflected on just how beautiful the subways really are here. And compared to our New York City subways, I mean, this is like a palace. This is like a palace. It's so clean, so beautiful architecture, etc. But it's also important to understand the political significance of these banners. So all around me here in the Moscow subways, you see these statues of working people, right? Of soldiers, of construction workers, all around me, right? And that's one of the beautiful things about social realism or socialist realism, is it makes ordinary people into heroes, right? This is a sailor over here, right? This is a guy with a disc in his hand, and he's a machinist, right? And it makes ordinary people who do the work of the world, it makes them into heroes, and it kind of beautifies and celebrates just kind of the glory of ordinary people. I'll show you another one here. And apparently all of these statues are actually based on real individuals. But the reason this is important, right? This is a woman, feeding a chicken, right? A woman feeding a chicken. The reason this is important is because this kind of art, social realism or socialist realism, This was not only the art that was popular in the Soviet Union, it was also popular in the United States. When President Roosevelt hired millions of unemployed workers to build hospitals and schools and post offices and libraries across America, they put social realist paintings and social realist murals and statues in these new buildings that were being built in the United States. And it was in the 1950s that the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, the CIA, decided that they didn't like this kind of art. They decided this kind of art was fascist, this kind of art was dangerous propaganda. So the CIA began funding modern art or abstract art. And because they wanted to counter this kind of beautiful art that glorifies and celebrates ordinary people, the CIA started funding the work of Jackson Pollock, who just kind of throws paint on a canvas, splattering paint, or art that is just abstract shapes, because they're threatened by the power of social realism. And it was the left, the socialists and revolutionaries that promoted social realism, but it's because of CIA meddling and the Congress for Cultural Freedom program of American intelligence. Now the left no longer celebrates this kind of beauty. Now the left, glorifies, splattering paint on a canvas, modern art, degeneracy, these kinds of things. But that was a conscious manipulation by American intelligence. It's really wild to think that American intelligence agencies are funding art projects and funding music, but they did. They didn't like this kind of beauty. They wanted to steal it from us.
Ideology is kind of like when you're driving a car. When you're driving a car, you know where you're going, you know where you came from, and you know how you're getting there. That's what ideology is in your life. Ideology tells people who they are, where they came from, where they're going, and how they're getting there, right? And, in China, the ideology is communism. And the young people are taught, we came from the great Chinese Revolution of 1979. We're a great civilization experiencing a great revival. Every child is given a red scarf when they're a child. It's their little piece of the Chinese flag. And the red stands for all the blood of the people that died to make the revolution. And then they're taught that they are helping build a modern new China. And they're part of the young pioneers. And they have an ideology. And you go to Iran, they have an ideology. They're taught we are Muslims, right? And there is only one God but Allah, and Prophet Muhammad is his messenger, and that we are carrying out the Islamic revolution, standing with the oppressed, following the great imams of before, and we're building a society where the oppressed have justice, and we're going to destroy Zionism, right? The road to we're going to retake Al-Quds, right? The Day of Al-Quds was created by Khomeini after the revolution, a day, the last Friday of Ramadan, where Muslims all over the world rally to oppose Israel to take back Jerusalem, Al-Quds. That's the Islamic name for Jerusalem, Al-Quds. The Day of Al-Quds, to call for Muslims of the world to retake Jerusalem from the Zionists. You go to Venezuela, the young people of Venezuela, they say we are Bolivarian socialists. The great liberator Simon Bolivar was our George Washington, and we're carrying on his tradition, and we're going to build a unified South America. We're going to unite South America into one country that'll have a socialist economy. We're going to eliminate poverty, and they're also very Christian. They have ideology, right? Ideology gives you a reason to be. And if you want to build a movement to actually oppose the imperialists and oppose their wars, you need ideology. Well, you can't do it with a hashtag. It can't just be a hashtag that, when it's trendy on Twitter, we all go and riot for Black Lives Matter. We all go and protest. No, it has to have an ideology. And we have an ideology at the Center for Political Innovation. We have innovationism. We have a slogan. We need a government of action to fight for working families. And we have a program. We call for a pro-humanity, pro-growth state, a government that invests in people and invests in communities, that will be created on the basis of an anti-monopoly coalition. And we have a 4-point plan that we would demand for transitioning the United States to be part of a new economy. And that 4-point plan is, one, a mass mobilization, hiring all the young people to rebuild America, pave the roads, build the bridges, high-speed railway, just rebuild the country, a mass infrastructure rebuilding of the country. Second, we call for public control of our natural resources and the use, the money from our oil and from our natural gas and from our coal and our timber to be in the public budget. And third, we call for a national bank that would inject credit into communities. And fourth, we call for an economic bill of rights, investing in the nation by providing health care, providing education, providing universal employment. And that 4-point plan is a transitional program that would beat back the power of Wall Street, beat back the power of the oil companies and the financiers and the big monopolies. And if we brought a government into being, right, on the basis of all the forces in America that would benefit from that program, all the small business owners, even the big business owners that are not part of the capitalist monopolies that would benefit from having to not pay taxes because all the oil money goes into the public budget, that would benefit from having a national bank that would invest in their communities, that would benefit from having decent roads and decent schools, that would benefit from having health care provided and education provided, all the people that would benefit from that program unifying in an anti-monopoly coalition. Right? That is our vision of a pro-growth government. So we have an ideology and we have a program of a 4-point transitional program for America. Now, what is the next stage? Well, we need to build beehive centers across America. Right? I have 2 examples of this that I've seen. One is the Uhuru movement, the Uhuru houses, right? In Florida and in Missouri. There are 2 giant buildings, not huge, but they're buildings that are run by the African People's Socialist Party. And in those buildings, they have a farmer's market that is run out of those buildings. They have classes for pregnant mothers that are run out of those buildings. They have exercise programs that are run out of the buildings. They have prisoner reentry programs that are run out of those buildings. And all kinds of people, thousands of people, utilize those buildings to get services, but at the same time, they're being taught an anti-colonial ideology. They're being taught the ideology of the Uhuru movement. And those centers are busy 24 hours a day, from early in the morning until nighttime. People are in and out of those centers getting services while getting an ideology. They're beehives. They're not just buildings that sit empty. They're centers of activity in the community, not in the leftist space, but in the community. They're not in New York City. They're not in some big fancy place. They're in pretty remote areas, Tampa, Florida, and Tampa area, St. Petersburg, Florida, St. Louis, Missouri, but they're active beehive centers. Another example, I was out in LA. There's a church in LA, not going to mention it, but this church is a beehive, right? And every morning they have a prayer service at like 8 in the morning. And many of the members live right near there. And every morning they come in for a prayer service. Some of them have regular jobs, some of them don't. And there is fundraising going on. They get in vans and they drive to other parts of LA and fundraise. They drive to the universities and do outreach and try to recruit people. And 24 hours a day and every night they have a prayer service there at 10 p.m. And they have a prayer service, and it's constant. It's a center. It's a beehive. It's constantly buzzing of people going out and raising money or going out and doing outreach to promote their church. And I look at that, and it's not just a building. It's a beehive. It's buzzing with activity. Well, what we need, the goal, and it's not going to be easy, is we need Center for Political Innovation beehive centers across America. Across America, we need to have buildings where people are going to, get food at food banks, where people are going to get clothing for clothing drives, where people are going to get classes about anti-imperialism or classes about useful things that are teaching innovationism. We need beehive centers that are centered around our ideology and our 4-point plan and our understanding of anti-imperialism. And 24 hours a day, we can be go, 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 and people can be driving out and postering up the neighborhood. People can be going out and distributing our literature. People can be going out and fundraising, and that these beehive centers that could be constructed, right? They could be a mechanism through which we could set up shop and begin to build up the axis of resistance within America. Then begin to build up the anti-monopoly coalition that is needed to break America out of imperialism. We have a plan to build beehive centers, real organizing, not building an internet brand to feel good about ourselves, not tailing after wokeism and doing whatever is trendy, not building another people's forum where we beg for money from NGOs to put on a seminar about the oppression of Puerto Rican transgender people and the intersections between, no, but a real community center providing services and educating people. We have a vision for beehive centers across America. That is what we want to do. We want to set up shop. And if we had such beehive centers, and if we had centers of community power, those centers could make demands. And when the USA goes to threaten Iran, we could mobilize people on a massive scale to oppose it. And we could, do things that would actually stop these wars from being likely to take place. We would be able to actually make demands on the power structure. It wouldn't just be a vague sentiment of cynicism and economic anguish. It would be ideology. Millions of people would oppose this war because they said that Iran is not our enemy, and Russia is not our enemy, and China is not our enemy, and Cuba and Venezuela is not our enemy. Our enemy is here at home, right? That's what needs to happen. Is we need to have beehive community centers across America teaching innovationism and functioning as part of the community with constant action to engage people and bring them in. And, we need centers of activity. And it's not going to be easy to set up, but I believe we will do it. I know we will do it. And we're already in the process of figuring this out. Nothing is easy in this world, but I am confident that the time is right and the American people are ready to hear it. So it's time to go out and build. It's time to go out and organize. When the U.S. economy crashed in 2008, some people, including me a little bit, thought this is going to be the revolution. And actually, I realize now that in 2008, what was happening was the American political system was getting back to normal. The post-World War II period, where you had, McCarthyism and, the average Americans were all saying America is the greatest country in the world, love it or leave it. And then the 60s Cultural Revolution, where you had the hippies and the alienated young people, that was all a weird freak accident. The USA had a very, very strong economy based on the mass destruction in World War II and the post-World War II economic expansion. So you got a weird freak historical accident called McCarthyism. And you also got another weird freak historical accident called the New Left. Both of those things were accidents, right? But now we've gotten back to normal. Capitalism is once again having its natural cycles and breakdowns due to overproduction and the tendency of the falling rate of profit. And the information revolution and technology is advancing, and the same old problem is here: poverty created by abundance, and they can only solve it with the same old methods, impoverishing people and trying to make people poorer and poorer to stabilize the economy. So we just have to utilize the same methods that people use all over the world to build up revolutionary movements. We have to organize in the community and build centers of community power based on teaching and ideology that can form an axis of resistance and move toward breaking the United States out of the domination of Wall Street and London. Now, one thing that will make it easier, though, right? I mean, this isn't the make or break, but it's really important. And things that might seem small are actually very important is this: the Bering Sea Tunnel. Why do we always talk about this, right? That there's been a proposal for years to build a tunnel connecting the United States to Russia via Alaska. Why is that important? Because it would result in the USA becoming more connected to Russia, to China, and to the Korean Peninsula. That's what it would mean. There would be a lot more business and trade happening between America and Russia, between America and China, and between America and North and South Korea. And if this infrastructure project existed, and it was actually possible to go from the Russian Far East and the Trans-Siberian Railway all the way over to Alaska and down into Canada, that would pivot a lot of American businesses and a lot of American business activity that's currently tied in with Europe and Britain and France and Germany into being tied in with the new rising BRICS economy. And at first, maybe that wouldn't have an impact. But as the world is developing, that would have more and more of an impact. And the more tied in we are with this new economy, the more forces there will be that would benefit from the USA not being opposed to the new economy. And that would help lay the basis for a bigger anti-monopoly coalition. So we should advocate this like crazy, right? This could be the beginning of something very, very special. If we built if we built this tunnel, right, it would lay the basis for, in the coming decades, the axis of resistance and the wing of the U.S. economy that is against the imperialist monopolies and is friendlier and tied in with Russia and China and the BRICS countries and the new economy being stronger. So, the fact that Trump has discussed building the Bering Sea, the fact that that is on the table, apparently, with Kirill Dmitriev and his negotiations going on. And who knows what's going on with this crazy war against Iran going on. But this is something that's important to advocate, because it would be a way to position the United States closer and to expand the part of the U.S. economy that would be close to the rising anti-imperialist world. So that's important to talk about as well.
This is an emergency situation. This war on Iran took us all by surprise, and it's very dangerous. We have some important activities planned, but right now, the Center for Political Innovation really needs you to send a contribution. It's time to get into the streets and stop this war. I hope that you will consider sending us a small gift so that we can stand for peace in the streets of America.